Chapter 1 of A Shepherd's Life, Impressions of the South Wiltshire Downs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. A Shepherd's Life, Impressions of the South Wiltshire Downs by William Henry Hudson. Chapter 1, Salisbury Plain. Introductory remarks. Wiltshire little favored by tourists. Aspect of the Downs, bad weather, desolate aspect, the bird scarer, fascination of the Downs, the larger Salisbury Plain, effect of the military occupation, a century's changes, birds, old Wiltshire sheep, sheep horns in a well, changes wrought by cultivation, rabbit warrens on the Downs, barrows obliterated by the plough and by rabbits. Wiltshire looks large on the map of England, a great green county, yet it never appears to be a favorite one to those who go on rambles in the land. At all events, I am unable to bring to mind an instance of a lover of Wiltshire who was not a native or a resident, or had not been to Marlborough, and loved the country on account of early associations. Nor can I regard myself as an exception, since, owing to a certain kind of adaptiveness in me, a sense of being at home wherever grass grows, I am in a way a native too. Again, listen to any half-dozen of your friends discussing the places they have visited or intend visiting, comparing notes about the counties, towns, churches, castles, scenery, all that draws them and satisfies their nature, and the chances are they will not even mention Wiltshire. They all know it in a way. They have seen Salisbury Cathedral and Stonehenge, which everybody must go to look at once in his life, and they have also viewed the country from the windows of a railway carriage as they pass through on their flight to Bath or to Wales with its mountains, and to the West Country, which many of us love best of all, Somerset, Devon, and Cornwall. For there is nothing striking in Wiltshire, at all events to those who love nature first, nor mountains, nor sea, nor anything to compare with the places they are hastening to, west or north. The Downs. Yes, the Downs are there, full in sight of your window, in their flowing forms resembling vast pale green waves, wave beyond wave, in fluctuation fixed, a fine country to walk on in fine weather for all those who regard the mere exercise of walking as sufficient pleasure. But to those who wish for something more, these Downs may be neglected, since, if Downs are wanted, there is the higher, nobler Sussex range within an hour of London. There are others on whom the naked aspect of the Downs has a repelling effect. Like Gilpin, they love not an undecorated earth, and false and ridiculous as Gilpin's taste may seem to me and to all those who love the chalk, which spoils everything, as Gilpin said, he certainly expresses a feeling common to those who are unaccustomed to the emptiness and silence of these great spaces. As to walking on the Downs, one remembers that the fine days are not so many, even in the season when they are looked for. They have certainly been few during this wet and discomfortable one of 1909. It is indeed only on the chalk hills that I ever feel disposed to quarrel with the English climate, for all weathers are good to those who love the open air and have their special attractions. What a pleasure it is to be out in rough weather in October, when the equinoctial gales are on, the wind Euclidean, to listen to its roaring in the bending trees, to watch the dead leaves flying, the pestilence-stricken multitudes, yellow and black and red, whirled away in flight on flight before the volleying blast, and to hear and see and feel the tempests of rain, the big silver-gray drops that smite you like hail. And what pleasure, too, in the still, gray November weather, the time of suspense and melancholy before winter, a strange quietude, like a sense of apprehension in nature. And so on through the revolving year, in all places, in all weathers, there is pleasure in the open air, except on these chalk hills because of their bleak nakedness. There the wind and driving rain are not for but against you, and may overcome you with misery. One feels their loneliness, monotony, and desolation on many days, sometimes even when it is not wet, and I here recall an amusing encounter with a bird-scarer during one of these dreary spells. It was in March, bitterly cold, with an east wind which had been blowing many days, and overhead the sky was of a hard, steely gray. I was cycling along the valley of the Ebble, and finally leaving it, pushed up a long, steep slope and set off over the high plain by a dusty road with the wind hard against me. A more desolate scene than the one before me it would be hard to imagine, for the land was all plowed and stretched away before me, an endless succession of vast gray fields divided by wire fences. On all that space there was but one living thing in sight, a human form, a boy, far away on the left side, standing in the middle of a big field with something which looked like a gun in his hand. Immediately after I saw him, he too appeared to have caught sight of me, for turning, he set off running as fast as he could over the plowed ground towards the road, as if intending to speak to me. The distance he would have to run was about 1/4 of a mile, and I doubted that he would be there in time to catch me. But he ran fast, and the wind was against me, and he arrived at the road just as I got to that point. There by the side of the fence he stood, panting from his race, his handsome face glowing with color, a boy about 12 or 13, with a fine strong figure, remarkably well dressed for a bird-scarer. For that was what he was, and he carried a queer, heavy-looking old gun. I got off my wheel and waited for him to speak, but he was silent and continued regarding me with the smiling countenance of one well pleased with himself. "Well?" I said, but there was no answer. He only kept on smiling. "What do you want?" I demanded impatiently. "I don't want anything." "But you started running here as fast as you could the moment you caught sight of me." "Yes, I did." "Well, what did you do it for? What was your object in running here?" "Just to see you pass," he answered. It was a little ridiculous and vexed me at first, but by and by when I left him, after some more conversation, I felt rather pleased, for it was a new and somewhat flattering experience to have any person run a long distance over a plowed field, burdened with a heavy gun, just to see me pass. But it was not strange in the circumstances. His hours in that gray, windy desolation must have seemed like days, and it was a break in the monotony, a little joyful excitement in getting to the road in time to see a passer-by more closely, and for a few moments gave him a sense of human companionship. I began even to feel a little sorry for him, alone there in his high, dreary world, but presently thought he was better off and better employed than most of his fellows poring over miserable books in school, and I wished we had a more rational system of education for the agricultural districts, one which would not keep the children shut up in a room during all the best hours of the day, when to be out of doors, seeing, hearing, and doing, would fit them so much better for the life work before them. Squeer's method was a wiser one. We think less of it than of the delightful caricature which makes Squeers a joy forever, as Mr. Lang has said of Pecksniff. But Dickens was a Londoner, and incapable of looking at this or any other question from any other than the Londoner standpoint. Can you have a better system for the children of all England than this one which will turn out the most perfect draper's assistant in Oxford Street, or, to go higher, the most efficient Mr. Guppy in a solicitor's office? It is true that we have nature's unconscious intelligence against us, that by and by, when at the age of 14 the boy is finally released, she will set to work to undo the wrong by discharging from his mind its accumulations of useless knowledge as soon as he begins the work of life. But what a waste of time and energy and money! One can only hope that the slow intellect of the country will wake to this question some day, that the countryman will say to the townsman, "Go on making your laws and systems of education for your own children, who will live as you do, indoors. while I shall devise a different one for mine, one which will give them hard muscles, and teach them to raise the mutton and pork and cultivate the potatoes and cabbage on which we all feed. To return to the Downs. Their very emptiness and desolation, which frightens the stranger from them, only serves to make them more fascinating to those who are intimate with and have learned to love them. That dreary aspect brings to mind the other one, when, on waking with the early sunlight in the room, you look out on a blue sky, cloudless or with white clouds. It may be fancy or the effect of contrast, but it has always seemed to me that just as the air is purer and fresher on these chalk heights than on the earth below, and as the water is of a more crystal purity, and the sky perhaps bluer, so do all colors and all sounds have a purity and vividness and intensity beyond that of other places. I see it in the yellows of hawkweed, rock rose, and bird's foot trefoil, in the innumerable specks of brilliant color, blue and white and rose, of milkwort and squinancy-wort, and in the large flowers of the dwarf thistle, glowing purple in its green setting. And I hear it in every bird sound, in the trivial songs of yellowhammer and corn-bunting, and of dunnock and wren and whitethroat. The pleasure of walking on the Downs is not, however, a subject which concerns me now. It is one I have written about in a former work, Nature in Downland, descriptive of the South Downs. The theme of the present work is the life, human and other, of the South Wiltshire Downs, or of Salisbury Plain. It is the part of Wiltshire which has most attracted me. Most persons would say that the Marlborough Downs are greater, more like the great Sussex range as it appears from the Weald. But chance brought me farther south, and the character and life of the village people, when I came to know them, made this appear the best place to be in. The plain itself is not a precisely denned area, and may be made to include as much or little as will suit the writer's purpose. If you want a continuous plain, with no dividing valley cutting through it, you must place it between the Avon and Wylye rivers, a distance about 15 miles broad, and as many long, with the village of Teshed in its centre, or, if you don't mind the valleys, you can say it extends from Downton and Tollard Royal, south of Salisbury, to the Pesy Vale in the north, and from the Hampshire border on the east side to Dorset and Somerset on the west, about 25 to 30 miles each way. My own range is over this larger Salisbury Plain, which includes the River Ebble, or Eberly, with its numerous interesting villages, from Odstock and Combe Bisset near Salisbury and the Chalks, to pretty Alvediston near the Dorset line, and all those in the Nadder Valley, and westward to White Sheet Hill above Mere. You can picture this high chalk country as an open hand, the left hand, with Salisbury in the hollow of the palm, placed nearest the wrist, and the 5 valleys which cut through it as the 5 spread fingers from the Bourne, the little finger, succeeding by Avon, Wylye, and Nadder to the Ebbly, which comes in lower down as the thumb, and has its junction with the main stream below Salisbury. A very large portion of this high country is now in a transitional state that was once a sheep walk, and is now a training ground for the army. Where the sheep are taken away, the turf loses the smooth, elastic character which makes it better to walk on than the most perfect lawn. The sheep fed closely, and everything that grew on the down, grasses, clovers, and numerous small creeping herbs, had acquired the habit of growing and flowering close to the ground, every species and each individual plant striving with the unconscious intelligence that is in all growing things, to hide its leaves, and pushing sprays under the others to escape the nibbling teeth by keeping close to the surface. There are grasses and some herbs, the plantain among them, which keep down very close, but must grow up a tall stem to flower and seed. Look at the plantain when its flowering time comes. each particular plant growing with its leaves so close down on the surface as to be safe from the busy searching mouths, then all at once throwing up tall straight stems to flower and ripen its seeds quickly. Watch a flock at this time, and you will see a sheep walking about, rapidly plucking the flowering spikes, cutting them from the stalk with a sharp snap, taking them off at the rate of a dozen or so in 20 seconds. But the sheep cannot be all over the downs at the same time, and the time is short, myriads of plants throwing up their stems at once, so that many escape, and it has besides a deep perennial root, so that the plant keeps its own life, though it may be unable to sow any seeds for many seasons. So with other species which must send up a tall flower stem. And by the flowering over, and the seeds ripened or lost, the dead, scattered stems remain like long hairs growing out of a close fur. The turf remains unchanged, but take the sheep away, and it is like the removal of a pressure or a danger. The plant recovers liberty and confidence, and casts off the old habit. It springs and presses up to get the better of its fellows, to get all the dew and rain and sunshine that it can, and the result is a rough surface. Another effect of the military occupation is the destruction of all the wild life of the plain, but that is a matter I have written about in my last book, Afoot in England, in a chapter on Stonehenge, and need not dwell on here. To the lover of Salisbury Plain, as it was, the sight of military camps with white tents or zinc houses, and of bodies of men in khaki marching and drilling, and the sounds of guns, now informs him that he is in a district which has lost its attraction, where nature has been dispossessed. Meanwhile, there is a corresponding change going on in the human life of the district. Let any one describe it as he thinks best, as an improvement or a deterioration. It is a great change, nevertheless, which in my case, and probably that of many others, is as disagreeable to contemplate as that which we are beginning to see in the down, which was once a sheep walk and is no longer. On this account I have ceased to frequent that portion of the plain where the War Office is in possession of the land, and to keep to the southern side in my rambles, out of sight and hearing of the white-tented camps and mimic warfare. Here is Salisbury Plain as it has been these 1,000 years past, or ever since sheep were pastured here more than in any other district in England, and that may well date even more than 10 centuries back. Undoubtedly changes have taken place even here, some very great, chiefly during the last or from the late 18th century. Changes both in the land and the animal life, wild and domestic. Of the losses in wild bird life there will be something to say in another chapter. They relate chiefly to the extermination of the finest species, the big bird, especially the soaring bird, which is now gone out of all this wide Wiltshire sky. As a naturalist, I must also lament the loss of the old Wiltshire breed of sheep, although so long gone. Once it was the only breed known in Wilts, and extended over the entire county. It was a big animal, the largest of the fine-wooled sheep in England, but for looks it certainly compared badly with modern downland breeds, and possessed, it was said, all the points which the breeder or improver was against. Thus its head was big and clumsy, with a round nose, its legs were long and thick, its belly without wool, and both sexes were horned. Horns, even in a ram, are an abomination to the modern sheep farmer in southern England. Finally, it was hard to fatten. On the other hand, it was a sheep which had been from of old on the bare open downs, and was modified to suit the conditions, the scanty feed, the bleak, bare country, and the long distances it had to travel to and from the pasture ground. It was a strong, healthy, intelligent animal, in appearance and character like the old original breed of sheep on the pampas of South America, which I knew as a boy, a coarse-wooled sheep, with naked belly, tall and hardy, a greatly modified variety of the sheep introduced by the Spanish colonist 3 centuries ago. At all events, the old Wiltshire sheep had its merits, and when the Southdown breed was introduced during the late 18th century, the farmer viewed it with disfavor. They liked their old native animal and did not want to lose it, but it had to go in time, just as in later times the Southdown had to go when the Hampshire Down took its place, the breed which is now universal in South Wilts at all events. A solitary flock of the pure-bred old Wiltshire sheep existed in the county as late as 1840, but the breed has now so entirely disappeared from the country that you find many shepherds who have never even heard of it. Not many days ago I met with a curious instance of this ignorance of the past. I was talking to a shepherd, a fine, intelligent fellow, keenly interested in the subjects of sheep and sheep-dogs, on the high down above the village of Broadchalk on the Ebble, and he told me that his dog was of mixed breed, but on its mother's side came from a Welsh sheep-dog; that his father had always had the Welsh dog, once common in Wiltshire, and he wondered why it had gone out, as it was so good an animal. This led me to say something about the old sheep having gone out too, and as he had never heard of the old breed, I described the animal to him. What I told him, he said, explained something which had been a puzzle to him for some years. There was a deep hollow in the down near the spot where we were standing, and at the bottom, he said, there was an old well which had been used in former times to water the sheep, but masses of earth had fallen down from the sides, and in that condition it had remained for no one knew how long, perhaps 50, perhaps 100 years. Some years ago it came into his master's head to have this old well cleaned out, and this was done with a good deal of labor, the sides having first been boarded over to make it safe for the workmen below. At the bottom of the well a vast store of ram's horns were discovered and brought out. It was a mystery to the farmer and the men how so large a number of sheep's horns had been got together, for rams are few and do not die often, and here there were hundreds of horns. He understood it now, for if all the sheep, ewes as well as rams, were horned in the old breed, a collection like this might easily have been made. The greatest change of the last 100 years is no doubt that which the plough has wrought in the aspect of the downs. There is a certain pleasure to the eye in the wide fields of golden corn, especially of wheat, in July and August, but a ploughed down is a down made ugly, and it strikes one as a mistake, even from a purely economic point of view, that this old rich turf, the slow product of centuries, should be ruined forever as sheep pasture when so great an extent of uncultivated land exists elsewhere, especially the heavy clays of the Midlands, better suited for corn. The effect of breaking up the turf on the high downs is often disastrous. The thin soil which was preserved by the close, hard turf is blown or washed away, and the soil becomes poorer year by year, in spite of dressing, until it is hardly worth cultivating. Clover may be grown on it, but it continues to deteriorate, or the tenant or landlord may turn it into a rabbit warren, the most fatal policy of all. How hideous they are, those great stretches of downland, enclosed in big wire fences and rabbit netting, with little but wiry weeds, moss, and lichen growing on them, the earth dug up everywhere by the disorderly little beasts. For a while there is a profit, it will serve me my time, the owner says, but the end is utter barrenness. One must lament, too, the destruction of the ancient earthworks, especially of the barrows, which is going on all over the downs, most rapidly where the land is broken up by the plough. One wonders if the ever-increasing curiosity of our day with regard to the history of the human race in the land continues to grow, what our descendants of the next half of the century, to go no farther, will say of us and our incredible carelessness in the matter. So small a matter to us, but one which will, perhaps, be immensely important to them. It is, perhaps, better for our peace that we do not know. It would not be pleasant to have our children's and children's children's contemptuous expressions sounding in our prophetic ears. Perhaps we have no right to complain of the obliteration of these memorials of antiquity by the plow. The living are more than the dead, and in this case it may be said that we are only following the Artemisian example in consuming, in our daily bread, minute portions of the ashes of our old relations, albeit untearfully, with a cheerful countenance. Still, one cannot but experience a shock on seeing the plow driven through an ancient smooth turf, curiously marked with barrows, lynchets, and other mysterious mounds and depressions, where sheep have been pastured for 1,000 years, without obscuring these strange hieroglyphs scored by men on the surface of the hills. It is not, however, only on the cultivated ground that the destruction is going on. The rabbit, too, is an active agent in demolishing the barrows and other earthworks. He burrows into the mound and throws out bushels of chalk and clay, which is soon washed away by the rains. He tunnels it through and through, and sometimes makes it his village. Then one day the farmer or keeper, who is not an archaeologist, comes along and puts his ferrets into the holes, and one of them, after drinking his fill of blood, falls asleep by the side of his victim, and the keeper sets to work with pick and shovel to dig him out, and demolishes half the barrows to recover his vile little beast. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of A Shepherd's Life by William Henry Hudson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Salisbury as I See It. The Salisbury of the villager, the cathedral from the meadow, walks to Wilton and Old Sarum, the spire and a rainbow, charm of Old Sarum, the devastation, Salisbury from Old Sarum, Leland's description, Salisbury and the village mind, market day, the infirmary, the cathedral, the lesson of a child's desire, in the streets again, an Apollo of the Downs. To the dwellers on the plain, Salisbury itself is an exceedingly important place, the most important in the world. For if they have seen a greater, London, let us say, it has left but a confused, a phantasmagoric image on the mind, an impression of endless thoroughfares and of innumerable people, all apparently in a desperate hurry to do something, yet doing nothing. A labyrinth of streets and wilderness of houses, swarming with beings who have no definite object and no more to do with realities than so many lunatics, and are unconfined because they are so numerous that all the asylums in the world could not contain them. But of Salisbury they have a very clear image, inexpressibly rich as it is in sights, in wonders, full of people. Hundreds of people in the streets and market-place, they can take it all in and know its meaning. Every man and woman, of all classes, in all that concourse, is there for some definite purpose which they can guess and understand, and the busy street and market, the red houses and soaring spire, are all one, and part and parcel too of their own lives in their own distant little village by the Avon or Wylye or anywhere on the plain. And that soaring spire, which, rising so high above the red town, first catches the eye, the one object which gives unity and distinction to the whole picture, is not more distinct in the mind than the entire Salisbury with its manifold interests and activities. There is nothing in the architecture of England more beautiful than that same spire. I have seen it many times, far and near, from all points of view, and am never in or near the place but I go to some spot where I look and enjoy the sight. But I will speak here of the two best points of view. The nearest, which is the artist's favourite point, is from the meadows. There, from the waterside, you have the cathedral not too far away, nor too near for a picture, whether on canvas or in the mind, standing amidst its great old trees, with nothing but the moist green meadows and the river between. One evening, during the late summer of this wettest season, when the rain was beginning to cease, I went out this way for my stroll, the pleasantest, if not the only walk there is in Salisbury. It is true there are two others, one to Wilton by its long shady avenue, the other to Old Sarum, but these are now motor roads, and until the loathed hooting and dusting engines are thrust away into roads of their own, there is little pleasure in them for the man on foot. The rain ceased, but the sky was still stormy, with a great blackness beyond the cathedral, and still other black clouds coming in from the west behind me. Then the sun, near its setting, broke out, sending a flame of orange colour through the dark masses around it, and at the same time flinging a magnificent rainbow on that black cloud against which the immense spire stood wet with rain and flushed with light, so that it looked like a spire built of a stone impregnated with silver. Never had nature so glorified man's work. It was indeed a marvellous thing to see, an effect so rare that in all the years I had known Salisbury, and the many times I had taken that stroll in all weathers, it was my first experience of such a thing. How lucky, then, was Constable to have seen it when he set himself to paint his famous picture! And how brave he was, and even wise, to have attempted such a subject, one which, I am informed by artists with the brush, only a madman would undertake, however great a genius he might be. It was impossible, we know, even to a constable, but we admire his failure nevertheless, even as we admire Turner's many failures, but when we go back to nature we are only too glad to forget all about the picture. The view from the meadows will not in the future, I fear, seem so interesting to me. I shall miss the rainbow, and shall never see again, except in that treasured image, the great spire as Constable saw and tried to paint it. In like manner, though for a different reason, my future visits to Old Sarum will no longer give me the same pleasure experienced on former occasions. Old Sarum stands over the Avon, a mile and a half from Salisbury, a round chalk hill about 300 feet high, in its round shape and isolation resembling a stupendous tumulus in which the giants of antiquity were buried, its steeply sloping green sides ringed about with vast concentric earthworks and ditches, the work of the old people, as they say on the plain, when referring to the ancient Britons, but how ancient, whether invading Celts or aborigines, the true Britons, who possessed the land from Neolithic times, even the anthropologists, the wise men of to-day, are unable to tell us. Later it was a Roman station, one of the most important, and in after ages a great Norman castle and cathedral city, until early in the 13th century, when the old church was pulled down, and a new and better one to last forever was built in the green plain by many running waters. Church and people gone, the castle fell into ruin, though some believe it existed down to the 15th century. But from that time onwards the site has been a place of historical memories and a wilderness. Nature had made it a sweet and beautiful spot. The earth over the old buried ruins was covered with an elastic turf, jewelled with the bright little flowers of the chalk, the ramparts and ditches being all overgrown with a dense thicket of thorn, holly, elder, bramble, and ash, tangled up with ivy, briony, and traveller's joy. Once only during the last 5 or 6 centuries some slight excavations were made, when in 1834, as the result of an excessively dry summer, the lines of the cathedral foundation were discernible on the surface. But it will no longer be the place it was, the Society of Antiquaries having received permission from the Dean and Chapter of Salisbury to work their sweet will on the site. That ancient, beautiful carcass, which had long made their mouths water, on which they have now fallen like a pack of hungry hyenas to tear off the old hide of green turf and burrow down to open to the light or drag out the deep, stony framework. The beautiful surrounding thickets, too, must go, they tell me, since you cannot turn the hill inside out without destroying the trees and bushes that crown it. What person who has known it, and has often sought that spot for the sake of its ancient associations, and of the sweet solace they have found in the solitude, or for the noble view of the sacred city from its summit, will not deplore this fatal amiability of the authorities, this weak desire to please every one, and inability to say no to such a proposal? But let me now return to the object which brings me to this spot. It was not to lament the loss of the beautiful, which cannot be preserved in our age. Even this best one of all which Salisbury possessed cannot be preserved, but to look at Salisbury from this point of view. It is not, as from the meadows, a view of the cathedral only, but of the whole town, amidst its circle of vast green downs. It has a beautiful aspect from that point, a red brick and red tiled town, set low on that circumscribed space, whose soft brilliant green is in lovely contrast with the paler hue of the downs beyond, the perennial moist green of its water meadows. For many swift, clear currents flow around and through Salisbury, and doubtless in former days there were many more channels in the town itself. Leland's description is worth quoting. Quote, "There are many fair streets in the Cité Sabrizi, and especially the High Street and Castle Street. All the streets in a manner in New Salisbury hath little streamlets and arms derived out of Avon that runneth through them. The site of the very town of Salisbury, and much ground thereabout, is plain and low, and as a pan or receiver of most part of the waters of Wiltshire." End quote. On this scene, this red town with the great spire, set down among water meadows, encircled by paler green chalk hills, I look from the top of the inner and highest rampart or earthwork; or going a little distant down, sit at ease on the turf to gaze at it by the hour. Nor could a sweeter resting place be found, especially at the time of ripe elderberries, when the thickets are purple with their clusters, and the starlings come in flocks to feed on them, and feeding keep up a perpetual, low, musical jangle about me. It is not, however, of New Salisbury, as seen by the tourist, with a mind full of history, archaeology, and the aesthetic delight in cathedrals, that I desire to write, but of Salisbury as it appears to the dweller on the plain. For Salisbury is the capital of the plain, the head and heart of all those villages, too many to count, scattered far and wide over the surrounding country. It is the villager's own peculiar city, and even as the spot it stands upon is the pan or receiver of most part of the waters of Wiltshire, so is it the receiver of all he accomplishes in his laborious life, and thitherward flow all his thoughts and ambitions. Perhaps it is not so difficult for me as it would be for most persons who are not natives to identify myself with him and see it as he sees it. That greater place we have been in, that mighty, monstrous London, is ever present to the mind, and is like a mist before the sight when we look at other places. But for me there is no such mist, no image so immense and persistent as to cover and obscure all others, and no such mental habit as that of regarding people as a mere crowd, a mass, a monstrous organism, in and on which each individual is but a cell, a scale. This feeling troubles and confuses my mind when I am in London, where we live too thick. But quitting it I am absolutely free. It has not entered my soul and coloured me with its colour, or shut me out from those who have never known it, even of the simplest dwellers on the soil, who, to our sophisticated minds, may seem like beings of another species. This is my happiness, to feel in all places that I am one with them. To say, for instance, that I am going to Salisbury to-morrow, and catch the gleam in the children's eye, and watch them, furtively watching me, whisper to one another that there will be something for them, too, on the morrow. To set out betimes and overtake the early carriers' carts on the road, each with its little cargo of packages and women with baskets and an old man or two, to recognize acquaintances among those who sit in front, and as I go on overtaking and passing carriers and the half-gypsy little general dealer in his dirty, ramshackle little cart drawn by a rough, fast-trotting pony, all of us intent on business and pleasure, bound for Salisbury, the great market and emporium and place of all delights for all the great plain. I remember that on my very last expedition, when I had come 12 miles in the rain and was standing at a street corner, wet to the skin, waiting for my carrier, a man in a hurry said to me, "I say, just keep an eye on my cart for a minute or two while I run around to see somebody. I've got some fowls in it, and if you see any one come poking round, just ask them what they want. You can't trust every one. I'll be back in a minute." And he was gone, and I was very pleased to watch his cart and fowls till he came back. Business is business, and must be attended to in fair or foul weather, but for business with pleasure we prefer it fine on market day. The one great and chief pleasure, in which all participate, is just to be there, to be in the crowd, a joyful occasion which gives a festive look to every face. The mere sight of it exhilarates like wine. The numbers, the people, and the animals. The carriers' carts drawn up in rows on rows. Carriers from 100 little villages on the Bourne, the Avon, the Wylye, the Nadder, the Ebble, and from all over the plain, each bringing its little contingent. Hundreds and hundreds more coming by train. You see them pouring down Fisherton Street in a continuous procession, all hurrying marketwards. And what a lively scene the market presents now, full of cattle and sheep and pigs and crowds of people standing round the shouting auctioneers. And horses, too, the beribboned hacks and ponderous draught horses, with manes and tails decorated with golden straw, thundering over the stone pavement as they are trotted up and down. And what a profusion of fruit and vegetables, fish and meat, and all kinds of provisions on the stalls, where women with baskets on their arms are jostling and bargaining. The Corn Exchange is like a huge beehive, humming with the noise of talk, full of brown-faced farmers in their riding and driving clothes and leggings, standing in knots or thrusting their hands into sacks of oats and barley. You would think that all the farmers from all the plain were congregated there. There's a joyful contagion in it all. Even the depressed young lover, the forlornest of beings, repairs his wasted spirits and takes heart again. Why, if I've seen a girl with a pretty face to-day, I've seen 100, and more. And she thinks they be so few she can treat me like that, and barely give me a pleasant word in a month. Let her come to Salisbury and see how many there be. And so with every one in that vast assemblage, vast to the dweller in the plain. Each one is present, as it were, in two places, since each has in his or her heart the constant image of home, the little peaceful village in the remote valley, of father and mother and neighbours and children, in school just now, or at play, or home to dinner, home cares and concerns, and the business in Salisbury. The selling and buying, friends and relations to visit or to meet in the market-place, and, how often, the sick one to be seen at the infirmary. This home of the injured and ailing, which is in the mind of so many of the people gathered together, is indeed the cord that draws and binds the city and the village closest together, and makes the two like one. That great comely building of warm red brick in Fisherton Street, set well back so that you can see it as a whole behind its cedar and beech trees, how familiar it is to the villagers! In numberless humble homes, in hundreds of villages of the plain, and all over the surrounding country, the infirmary is a name of the deepest meaning, and a place of many glad and tender and beautiful associations. I heard it spoken of in a manner which surprised me at first, for I know some of the London poor and am accustomed to their attitude towards the metropolitan hospitals. The Londoner uses them very freely. They have come to be as necessary to him as the grocer's shop and the public house, but for all the benefits he receives from them he has no faintest sense of gratitude. And it is my experience that if you speak to him of this, he is roused to anger and demands, "What are they for?" So far is he from having any thankful thoughts for all that has been given him for nothing and done for him and for his. If he has anything to say at all on the matter, it is to find fault with the hospitals and cast blame on them for not having healed him more quickly or thoroughly. The country town hospital and infirmary is differently regarded by the villagers of the plain. It is curious to find how many among them are personally acquainted with it. Perhaps it is not easy for anyone, even in this most healthy district, to get through life without sickness, and all are liable to accidents. The injured or afflicted youth, taken straight from his rough, hard life and poor cottage, wonders at the place he finds himself in. The wide, clean, airy room and white, easy bed, the care and skill of the doctors, the tender nursing by women, and comforts and luxuries, all without payment, but given as it seems to him out of pure divine love and compassion. All this comes to him as something strange, almost incredible. He suffers much, perhaps, but can bear pain stoically and forget it when it is past, but the loving kindness he has experienced is remembered. That is one of the very great things Salisbury has for the villagers, and there are many more which may not be spoken of, since we do not want to lose sight of the wood on account of the trees. Only one must be mentioned for a special reason, and that is the cathedral. The villager is extremely familiar with it as he sees it from the market and the street and from a distance, from all the roads which lead him to Salisbury. Seeing it, he sees everything beneath it, all the familiar places and objects, all the streets, High and Castle and Crane Streets, and many others, including Endless Street, which reminds one of Sydney Smith's last flicker of fun before that candle went out, and the White Hart, and the Angel, and Old George, and the Humbler Goat, and Green Man, and Shoulder of Mutton, with many besides, and the great red building with its cedar tree, and the knot of men and boys standing on the bridge gazing down on the trout in the swift river below, and the market-place and its busy crowds, all the familiar sights and scenes that come under the spire like a flock of sheep on a burning day in summer, grouped about a great tree growing in the pastureland. But he is not familiar with the interior of the great fane. It fails to draw him, doubtless because he has no time in his busy practical life for the cultivation of the aesthetic faculties. There is a crust over that part of his mind, but it need not always and ever be so. The crust is not on the mind of the child. Before a stall in the market-place a child is standing with her mother, a commonplace-looking little girl of about 12, blue-eyed, light-haired, with thin arms and legs, dressed poorly enough for her holiday. The mother, stoutish, in her best but much worn black gown, and a brown straw out-of-shape hat decorated with bits of ribbon and a few soiled and frayed artificial flowers. Probably she is the wife of a labourer who works hard to keep himself and family on 14 shillings a week, and she too shows, in her hard hands and sunburnt face, with little wrinkles appearing, that she is a hard worker. But she is very jolly, for she is in Salisbury on market day, in fine weather, with several shillings in her purse, a shilling for the fares and perhaps 8d. for refreshments, and the rest to be expended in necessaries for the house. And now, to increase the pleasures of the day, she has unexpectedly run against a friend. There they stand, the two friends, basket on arm, right in the midst of the jostling crowd, talking in their loud, tinny voices at a tremendous rate, while the girl, with a half-eager, half-listless expression, stands by with her hand on her mother's dress, and every time there is a second's pause in the eager talk she gives a little tug at the gown and ejaculates, "Mother!" The woman impatiently shakes off the hand and says sharply,
"What now, Marty? Can't 'ee let me say just a word without bothering?" And on the talk runs again. Then another tug, and "Mother!" And then, "You promised, mother!" And by, "Mother, you said you'd take me to the cathedral next time." Having heard so much, I wanted to hear more, and addressing the woman I asked her why her child wanted to go. She answered me with a good-humoured laugh. 'Tis all because she heard 'em talking about it last winter, and she'd never been, and I says to her, "Never you mind, Marty, I'll take you there the next time I go to Salisbury." "And she's never forgot it?" said the other woman. "Not she. Marty ain't one to forget." "And you been 4 times, mother," put in the girl. "Have I now? Well, 'tis too late now. 2:30, and we must be at Golton 4. "Oh, mother, you promised." "Well, then, come along, you worrying child, and let's have it over, or you'll give me no peace." And away they went. And I would have followed to know the result if it had been in my power to look into that young brain and see the thoughts and feelings there as the crystal gazer sees things in a crystal. In a vague way, with some very early memories to help me, I can imagine it, the shock of pleased wonder at the sight of that immense interior, that far-extending nave with pillars that stand like the tall trunks of pines and beeches, and at the end the light screen which allows the eye to travel on through the rich choir, to see with fresh wonder and delight, high up and far off, that glory of coloured glass as of a window half open to an unimaginable place beyond, a heavenly cathedral to which all this is but a dim porch or passage. We do not properly appreciate the educational value of such early experiences, and I use that dismal word, not because it is perfectly right or for want of a better one, but because it is in everybody's mouth and understood by all. For all I know to the contrary, village schools may be bundled in and out of the cathedral from time to time, but that is not the right way, seeing that the child's mind is not the crowd of children's mind. But I can imagine that when we have a wiser, better system of education in the villages, in which books will not be everything, and to be shut up 6 or 7 hours every day to prevent the children from learning the things that matter most, I can imagine at such a time that the schoolmaster or mistress will say to the village woman, "I hear you're going to Salisbury to morrow or next Tuesday, and I want you to take Janie or little Dan or Peter and leave him for an hour to play about on the cathedral green and watch the daws flying round the spire, and take a peep inside while you are doing your marketing." Back from the cathedral once more, from the infirmary, and from shops and refreshment houses, out in the sun among the busy people, let us delay a little longer for the sake of our last scene. It was past noon on a hot, brilliant day in August, and that splendid weather had brought in more people than I had ever before seen congregated in Salisbury, and never had the people seemed so talkative and merry and full of life as on that day. I was standing at a busy spot by a row of carriers' carts drawn up at the side of the pavement, just where there are 3 public houses close together, when I caught sight of a young man of about 22 or 23, a shepherd in a grey suit and thick iron-shod old boots and brown leggings, with a soft felt hat thrust jauntily on the back of his head, coming along towards me with that half-slouching, half-swinging gait peculiar to the men of the Downs, especially when they are in the town on pleasure bent. Decidedly he was there on pleasure, and had been indulging in a glass or 2 of beer, perhaps 3, and was very happy, trolling out a song in a pleasant musical voice as he swung along, taking no notice of the people stopping and turning round to stare after him, or of those of his own party who were following and trying to keep up with him, calling to him all the time to stop, to wait, to go slow, and give them a chance. There were 7 following him, a stout, middle-aged woman, then a grey-haired old woman and 2 girls, and last a youngish married woman with a small boy by the hand, and the stout woman with a red laughing face cried out, "Oh, Dabe, do stop, can't 'ee? Where be going so fast, man? Don't 'ee see we can't keep up with 'ee?" But he would not stop nor listen. It was his day out, his great day in Salisbury, a very rare occasion, and he was very happy. Then she would turn back to the others and cry, "'Tisn't no use, he won't bide for us. Did ye ever see such a boy?" And laughing and perspiring, she would start on after him again. Now this incident would have been too trivial to relate had it not been for the appearance of the man himself, his powerful and perfect physique and marvellously handsome face, such a face as the old Greek sculptors have left to the world to be universally regarded and admired for all time as the most perfect. I do not think that this was my feeling only. I imagine that the others in that street who were standing still and staring after him had something of the same sense of surprise and admiration he excited in me. Just then it happened that there was a great commotion outside one of the public houses, where a considerable party of gipsies in their little carts had drawn up, and were all engaged in a violent, confused altercation. Probably they, or one of them, had just disposed of a couple of stolen ducks, or a sheepskin, or a few rabbits, and they were quarrelling over the division of the spoil. At all events they were violently excited, scowling at each other, and 1 or 2 in a dancing rage, and had collected a crowd of amused lookers-on. But when the young man came singing by, they all turned to stare at him. As he came on, I placed myself directly in his path and stared straight into his eyes, grey eyes and very beautiful. But he refused to see me. He stared through me like an animal when you try to catch its eyes, and went by, still trolling out his song, with all the others streaming after him. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of A Shepherd's Life by William Henry Hudson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Winterbourne Bishop. A favourite village, isolated situation, appearance of the village, hedge fruit, the Winterbourne, human interest, the home feeling, man in harmony with nature, human bones thrown out by a rabbit, a spot unspoiled and unchanged. Of the few widely separated villages, hidden away among the lonely downs in the large blank spaces between the rivers, the one I love best is Winterbourne Bishop. Yet of the entire number, I know them all intimately, I dare say it would be pronounced by most persons the least attractive. It has less shade from trees in summer, and is more exposed in winter to the bleak winds of this high country, from whichever quarter they may blow. Placed high itself on a wide unwooded valley or depression, with the low sloping downs at some distance away, the village is about as cold a place to pass a winter in as one could find in this district, and, it may be added, the most inconvenient to live in at any time, the nearest town or the easiest to get to being Salisbury, 12 miles distant by a hilly road. The only means of getting to that great centre of life which the inhabitants possess is by carrier's cart, which makes the weary 4 hours' journey once a week, on market day. Naturally, not many of them see that place of delights oftener than once a year, and some but once in 5 or more years. Then, as to the village itself, when you have got down into its one long, rather winding street or road, this has a green bank 5 or 6 feet high on either side, on which stand the cottages, mostly facing the road. Real houses there are none, buildings worthy of being called houses in these great days, unless the 3 small farmhouses are considered better than cottages, and the rather mean-looking rectory. The rector, poor man, is very poor. Just in the middle part, where the church stands in its green churchyard, the shadiest spot in the village, a few of the cottages are close together, almost touching, then farther apart, 20 yards or so, then farther still, 40 or 50 yards. They are small, old cottages. A few have 17th century dates cut on stone tablets on their fronts, but the undated ones look equally old. Some thatched, others tiled, but none particularly attractive. Certainly they are without the added charm of a green drapery, creeper or ivy rose, clematis, and honeysuckle, and they are also mostly without the cottage garden flowers, unprofitably gay like the blossoming furze, but dear to the soul. The flowers we find in so many of the villages along the rivers, especially in those of the Wylye valley, to be described in a later chapter. The trees, I have said, are few, though the churchyard is shady, where you can refresh yourself beneath its ancient beeches and its one wide-branching yew, or sit on a tomb in the sun when you wish for warmth and brightness. The trees growing by or near the street are mostly ash or beech, with a pine or two, old but not large, and there are small or dwarf yew, holly, and thorn trees. Very little fruit is grown. 2 or 3 to half a dozen apple and damson trees are called an orchard, and one is sorry for the children. But in late summer and autumn they get their fruit from the hedges. These run up towards the downs on either side of the village, at right angles with its street, long unkept hedges, beautiful with scarlet haws and traveller's joy, rich in bramble and elderberries and purple sloes and nuts, 1,000 times more nuts than the little dormice require for their own modest wants. Finally, to go back to its disadvantages, the village is waterless, at all events in summer, when water is most wanted. Water is such a blessing and joy in a village, a joy forever when it flows throughout the year, as at Nether Stowey and Winsford and Burton on the Water, to mention but 3 of all those happy villages in the land which are known to most of us. What man on coming to such places and watching the rushing, sparkling, foaming torrent by day, and listening to its splashing, gurgling sounds by night, does not resolve that he will live in no village that has not a perennial stream in it? This unblessed, high and dry village has nothing but the winter bourne which gives it its name, a sort of surname common to a score or 2 villages in Wiltshire, Dorset, Somerset, and Hants. Here the bed of the stream lies by the bank on one side of the village street, and when the autumn and early winter rains have fallen abundantly, the hidden reservoirs within the chalk hills are filled to overflowing. Then the water finds its way out and fills the dry old channel, and sometimes turns the whole street into a rushing river, to the immense joy of the village children. They are like ducks, hatched and reared at some upland farm where there was not even a muddy pool to dibble in. For a season, the wet one, the village women have water at their own doors and can go out and dip pails in it as often as they want. When spring comes it is still flowing merrily, trying to make you believe that it is going to flow forever. Beautiful green water-loving plants and grasses spring up and flourish along the roadside, and you may see comfrey and water-forget-me-not in flower. Pools, too, have been formed in some deep hollow places. They are fringed with tall grasses, whitened over with bloom of water crowfoot, and poa grass grows up from the bottom to spread its green tresses over the surface. Better still, by and by a couple of stray moorhens make their appearance in the pool, strange birds, coloured glossy olive-brown, slashed with white, with splendid scarlet and yellow beaks. If by some strange chance a shining blue kingfisher were to appear, it could not create a greater excitement. So much attention do they receive that the poor strangers have no peace of their own lives. It is a happy time for the children, and a good time for the busy housewife, who has all the water she wants for cooking and washing and cleaning. She may now dash as many pailfuls over her brick floor as she likes. Then the clear, swift current begins to diminish, and scarcely have you had time to notice the change, than it is altogether gone. The women must go back to the well and let the bucket down, and laboriously turn and turn the handle of the windlass till it bounced to the top again. The pretty, moist, green herbage, the graceful grasses, quickly wither away. Dust and straws and rubbish from the road lie in the dry channel, and by it is filled with a summer growth of dock and loveless nettles which no child may touch with impunity. No, I cannot think that any person for whom it had no association, no secret interest, would, after looking at this village with its dried-up winterbourne, care to make his home in it. And no person, I imagine, wants to see it, for it has no special attraction and is away from any road, at a distance from everywhere. I knew a great many villages in Salisbury Plain, and was always adding to their number, but there was no intention of visiting this one. Perhaps there is not a village on the plain, or anywhere in Wiltshire for that matter, which sees fewer strangers. Then I fell in with the old shepherd, whose life will be related in the succeeding chapters, and who, away from his native place, had no story about his past life and the lives of those he had known. No thought in his mind, I might almost say, which was not connected with the village of Winterbourne Bishop. And many of his anecdotes and reflections proved so interesting that I fell into the habit of putting them down in my notebook, until in the end the place itself, where he had followed his homely trade so long, seeing and feeling so much, drew me to it. I knew there was nothing to see in it, that it was without the usual attractions, that there was in fact nothing but the human interest, but that was enough. So I came to it to satisfy an idle curiosity, just to see how it would accord with the mental picture produced by his descriptions of it. I came, I may say, prepared to like the place for the sole but sufficient reason that it had been his home. Had it not been for this feeling he had produced in me, I should not, I imagine, have cared to stay long in it. As it was, I did stay, then came again and found that it was growing on me. I wondered why, for the mere interest in the old shepherd's life memories did not seem enough to account for this deepening attachment. It began to seem to me that I liked it more and more because of its very barrenness, the entire absence of all the features which make a place attractive, noble scenery, woods and waters, deer parks and old houses, Tudor, Elizabethan, Jacobean, stately and beautiful, full of art treasures, ancient monuments and historical associations. There were none of these things. There was nothing here but that wide, vacant expanse, very thinly populated with humble rural folk, farmers, shepherds, labourers, living in very humble houses. England is so full of riches in ancient monuments and grand and interesting and lovely buildings and objects and scenes that it is perhaps too rich, for we may get into the habit of looking for such things, expecting them at every turn, every mile of the way. I found it a relief at Winterbourne Bishop to be in a country which had nothing to draw a man out of a town. A wide, empty land, with nothing on it to look at but a furze bush, or, when I had gained the summit of the down, and to get a little higher still, stood on the top of one of its many barrows, a sight of the distant village, its low, grey or reddish-brown cottages half hidden among its few trees, the square stone tower of its little church looking at a distance no taller than a milestone. That emptiness seemed good for both mind and body. I could spend long hours idly sauntering, or sitting, or lying on the turf, thinking of nothing, or only of one thing, that it was a relief to have no thoughts about anything. But no, something was secretly saying to me all the time that it was more than what I have said which continued to draw me to this vacant place, more than the mere relief experienced on coming back to nature and solitude, and the freedom of a wide earth and sky. I was not fully conscious of what that something more was until after repeated visits. On each occasion it was a pleasure to leave Salisbury behind and set out on that long, hilly road, and the feeling would keep with me all the journey, even in bad weather, sultry or cold, or with the wind hard against me, blowing the white chalk dust into my eyes. From the time I left the turnpike to go the last 2½ to 3 miles by the side road, I would gaze eagerly ahead for a sight of my destination long before it could possibly be seen, until, on gaining the summit of a low intervening down, the wished scene would be disclosed, the vale-like wide depression with its line of trees, blue-green in the distance, flecks of red and gray color of the houses among them, and at that sight there would come a sense of elation, like that of coming home. This, in fact, was the secret. This empty place was in its aspect, despite the difference in configuration between down and undulating plain, more like the home of my early years than any other place known to me in the country. I can note many differences, but they do not deprive me of this home feeling. It is the likenesses that hold me, the spirit of the place, one which is not a desert with a desert's melancholy or sense of desolation, but inhabited, although thinly and by humble-minded men whose work and dwellings are unobtrusive. The final effect of this wide green space, with signs of human life and labor on it, and sight of animals, sheep and cattle, at various distances, is that we are not aliens here, intruders or invaders on the earth, living in it but apart, perhaps hating and spoiling it, but with the very animals are children of nature, like them living and seeking our subsistence under her sky, familiar with her sun and wind and rain. If some ostentatious person had come to this strangely quiet spot and raised a staring big house, the sight of it in the landscape would have made it impossible to have such a feeling as I have described, this sense of man's harmony and oneness with nature. From how much of England has this expression which nature has for the spirit, which is so much more to us than beauty of scenery, been blotted out? This quiet spot in Wiltshire has been inhabited from of old. How far back in time the barrows raised by an ancient barbarous people are there to tell us, and to show us how long it is possible for the race of men in all stages of culture to exist on the earth without spoiling it. One afternoon, while walking on Bishop Down, I noticed at a distance of 100 yards or more that a rabbit had started making a burrow in a new place, and had thrown out a vast quantity of earth. Going to the spot to see what kind of chalk or soil he was digging so deeply in, I found that he had thrown out a human thigh bone and a rib or two. They were of a reddish-white color, and had been embedded in a hard mixture of chalk and red earth. The following day I went again, and there were more bones, and every day after that the number increased, until it seemed to me that he had brought out the entire skeleton, minus the skull, which I had been curious to see. Then the bones disappeared. The man who looked after the game had seen them, and recognizing that they were human remains, had judiciously taken them away to destroy or stow them away in some safe place. For if the village constable had discovered them, or heard of their presence, he would perhaps have made a fuss, and even thought it necessary to communicate with the coroner of the district. Such things occasionally happen, even in Wiltshire, where the chalk hills are full of the bones of dead men, and a solemn crowner's quest is held on the remains of a Saxon or Dane or an ancient Briton. When some important person, a Sir Richard Colt Hoare, for example, who dug up 379 barrows in Wiltshire, or a General Pitt Rivers, throws out human remains, nobody minds. But if an unauthorized rabbit kicks out a lot of bones, the matter should be inquired into. But the man whose bones had been thus thrown out into the sunlight, after lying so long at that spot, which commanded a view of the distant little village looking so small in that immense green space, who and what he was, and how long ago did he live on the earth, at Winterbourne Bishop, let us say, There were 2 barrows in that part of the down, but quite a stone's throw away from the spot where the rabbit was working, so that he may not have been one of the people of that period. Still, it is probable that he was buried a very long time ago, centuries back, perhaps 1,000 years, perhaps longer, and by chance there was a slope there which prevented the water from percolating, and the soil in which he had been deposited under that close-knit turf, which looks as if it had never been disturbed, was one in which bones might keep uncrumbled forever. The thought that occurred to me at the time was that if the man himself had come back to life after so long a period, to stand once more on that down surveying the scene, he would have noticed little change in it, certainly nothing of a startling description. The village itself, looking so small at that distance, in the centre of the vast depression, would probably not be strange to him. It was doubtless there as far back as history goes, and probably still farther back in time. For at that point, just where the Winterbourne gushes out from the low hills, is the spot man would naturally select to make his home. And he would see no mansion or big building, no puff of white steam and sight of a long black train creeping over the earth, nor any other strange thing. It would appear to him even as he knew it before he fell asleep, the same familiar scene with furze and bramble and bracken on the slope, the wide expanse with sheep and cattle grazing in the distance, and the dark green of trees in the hollows, and fold on fold of the low down beyond, stretching away to the dim farthest horizon. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of A Shepherd's Life by William Henry Hudson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, A Shepherd of the Downs. Caleb Bawcombe, an old shepherd's love of his home, 50 years shepherding, Bawcombe's singular appearance, a tale of a titlark, Caleb Bawcombe's father and son, a grateful sportsman and Isaac Bawcombe's pension, death following death in old married couples, in a village churchyard, a farm labourer's gravestone and his story. It is now several years since I first met Caleb Bawcombe, a shepherd of the South Wiltshire Downs, but already old and infirm and past work. I met him at a distance from his native village, and it was only after I had known him a long time, and had spent many afternoons and evenings in his company, listening to his anecdotes of his shepherding days, that I went to see his own old home for myself, the village of Winterbourne Bishop, already described, to find it a place after my own heart. But, as I have said, if I had never known Caleb and heard so much from him about his own life and the lives of many of his fellow villagers, I should probably never have seen this village. One of his memories was of an old shepherd named John, whose acquaintance he made when a very young man, John being at that time 78 years old, on the Winterbourne Bishop farm, where he had served for an unbroken period of close on 60 years. Though so aged, he was still head shepherd, and he continued to hold that place 7 years longer, until his master, who had taken over old John with the place, finally gave up the farm and farming at the same time. He too was getting past work, and wished to spend his declining years in his native village in an adjoining parish, where he owned some house and cottage property. And now what was to become of the old shepherd, since the new tenant had brought his own men with him? And he, moreover, considered that John, at 85, was too old to tend a flock on the hills, even of tegs. His old master, anxious to help him, tried to get him some employment in the village where he wished to stay, and failing in this, he at last offered him a cottage rent-free in the village where he was going to live himself, and in addition 12 shillings a week for the rest of his life. It was in those days an exceedingly generous offer, but John refused it. "Master," he said, "I am going to stay in my own native village, and if I can't make a living, the parish have to keep I. But keep or not keep, here I be, and here I be going to stay where I were borned." From this position the stubborn old man refused to be moved, and there at Winterbourne Bishop his master had to leave him, although not without having first made him a sufficient provision. The way in which my old friend Caleb Bawcombe told the story plainly revealed his own feeling in the matter. He understood and had the keenest sympathy with old John, dead now over half a century, or rather, let us say, resting very peacefully in that green spot under the old grey tower of Winterbourne Bishop Church, where as a small boy he had played among the old gravestones as far back in time as the middle of the 18th century. But old John had long survived wife and children, and having no one but himself to think of, was at liberty to end his days where he pleased. Not so with Caleb, for although his undying passion for home and his love of the shepherd's calling were as great as John's, he was not so free, and he was compelled at last to leave his native downs, which he may never see again, to settle for the remainder of his days in another part of the country. Early in life he caught a chill through long exposure to wet and cold in winter. This brought on rheumatic fever and a malady of the thigh, which finally affected the whole limb and made him lame for life. Thus handicapped, he had continued as shepherd for close on 50 years, during which time his sons and daughters had grown up, married, and gone away, mostly to a considerable distance, leaving their aged parents alone once more. Then the wife, who was a strong woman and of an enterprising temper, found an opening for herself at a distance from home where she could start a little business. Caleb indignantly refused to give up shepherding in his place to take part in so unheard of an adventure. But after a year or more of life in his lonely hut among the hills and cold, empty cottage in the village, he at length tore himself away from that beloved spot and set forth on the longest journey of his life, about 45 miles, to join her and help in the work of her new home. Here, a few years later, I found him, aged 72, but owing to his increasing infirmities, looking considerably more. When he considered that his father, a shepherd before him on those same Wiltshire downs, lived to 86 and his mother to 84, and that both were vigorous and led active lives almost to the end, he thought it strange that his own work should be so soon done. For in heart and mind he was still young. He did not want to rest yet. Since that first meeting, 9 years have passed, and as he is actually better in health today than he was then, there is good reason to hope that his staying power will equal that of his father. I was at first struck with the singularity of Caleb's appearance, and later by the expression of his eyes. A very tall, big-boned, lean, round-shouldered man, he was uncouth almost to the verge of grotesqueness, and walked painfully with the aid of a stick, dragging his shrunken and shortened bad leg. His head was long and narrow, and his high forehead, long nose, long chin, and long coarse grey whiskers, worn like a beard on his throat, produced a goat-like effect. This was heightened by the ears and eyes. The big ears stood out from his head, and owing to a peculiar bend or curl in the membrane at the top, they looked at certain angles almost pointed. The hazel eyes were wonderfully clear, but that quality was less remarkable than the unhuman intelligence in them, fawn-like eyes that gazed steadily at you as one may gaze through the window, open back and front, of a house at the landscape beyond. This peculiarity was a little disconcerting at first, when, after making his acquaintance out of doors, I went in uninvited and sat down with him at his own fireside. The busy old wife talked of this and that, and hinted as politely as she knew how that I was in her way. To her practical, peasant mind, there was no sense in my being there. He be a stranger to we, and we be strangers to he. Caleb was silent, and his clear eyes showed neither annoyance nor pleasure, but only their native wild alertness. But the caste feeling is always less strong in the hill shepherd than in other men who are on the land. In some cases it will vanish at a touch, and it was so in this one. A canary in a cage hanging in the kitchen served to introduce the subject of birds captive and birds free. I said that I liked the little yellow bird and was not vexed to see him in a cage, since he was cage-born. But I considered that those who caught wild birds and kept them prisoners did not properly understand things. This happened to be Caleb's view. He had a curiously tender feeling about the little wild birds, and one amusing incident of his boyhood which he remembered came out during our talk. He was out on the down one summer day in charge of his father's flock, when two boys of the village on a ramble in the hills came and sat down on the turf by his side. One of them had a titlark, or meadow pipit, which he had just caught, in his hand, and there was a hot argument as to which of the two was the lawful owner of the poor little captive. The facts were as follows. One of the boys, having found the nest, became possessed with the desire to get the bird. His companion at once offered to catch it for him, and together they withdrew to a distance and sat down and waited until the bird returned to sit on the eggs. Then the young bird-catcher returned to the spot, and creeping silently up to within 5 or 6 feet of the nest, threw his hat so that it fell over the sitting titlark. But after having thus secured it, he refused to give it up. The dispute waxed hotter as they sat there, and at last, when it got to the point of threats of cuffs on the ear and slaps on the face, they agreed to fight it out, the victor to have the titlark. The bird was then put under a hat for safety on the smooth turf a few feet away, and the boys proceeded to take off their jackets and roll up their shirt-sleeves, after which they faced one another and were just about to begin, when Caleb, thrusting out his crook, turned the hat over, and away flew the titlark. The boys, deprived of their bird and of an excuse for a fight, would gladly have discharged their fury on Caleb, but they durst not, seeing that his dog was lying at his side. They could only threaten and abuse him, call him bad names, and finally put on their coats and walk off. That pretty little tale of a titlark was but the first of a long succession of memories of his early years, with half a century of shepherding life on the downs, which came out during our talks on many autumn and winter evenings, as we sat by his kitchen fire. The earlier of these memories were always the best to me, because they took one back 60 years or more, to a time when there was more wildness in the earth than now, and a nobler wild animal life. Even more interesting were some of the memories of his father, Isaac Bawcombe, whose time went back to the early years of the 19th century. Caleb cherished an admiration and reverence for his father's memory, which were almost a worship, and he loved to describe him as he appeared in his old age, when upwards of 80. He was erect and tall, standing 6 feet 2 in height, well-proportioned, with a clean-shaved, florid face, clear, dark eyes, and silver-white hair, and at this later period of his life he always wore the dress of an old order of pensioners to which he had been admitted, a soft, broad, white felt hat, thick boots and brown leather leggings, and a long grey cloth overcoat with red collar and brass buttons. According to Caleb, he must have been an exceedingly fine specimen of a man, both physically and morally. Born in 1800, he began following a flock as a boy, and continued as shepherd on the same farm until he was 60, never rising to more than 7 shillings a week, and nothing found, since he lived in the cottage where he was born and which he inherited from his father. That a man of his fine powers, a head shepherd on a large hill farm, should have had no better pay than that down to the year 1860, after nearly half a century of work in one place, seems almost incredible. Even his sons, as they grew up to man's estate, advised him to ask for an increase, but he would not. 7 shillings a week he had always had, and that small sum, with something his wife earned by making highly finished smock frocks, had been sufficient to keep them all in a decent way, and his sons were now all earning their own living. But Caleb got married, and resolved to leave the old farm at Bishop to take a better place at a distance from home, at Warminster, which had been offered him. He would there have a cottage to live in, 9 shillings a week, and a sack of barley for his dog. At that time the shepherd had to keep his own dog. no small expense to him when his wages were no more than 6 to 8 shillings a week. But Caleb was his father's favourite son, and the old man could not endure the thought of losing sight of him. And at last, finding that he could not persuade him not to leave the old home, he became angry and told him that if he went away to Warminster for the sake of the higher wages and barley for the dog, he would disown him. This was a serious matter to Caleb, in spite of the fact that a shepherd has no money to leave to his children when he passes away. He went, nevertheless, for though he loved and reverenced his father, he had a young wife who pulled the other way, and he was absent for years, and when he returned, the old man's heart had softened, so that he was glad to welcome him back to the old home. Meanwhile, at that humble cottage at Winterbourne Bishop, great things had happened. Old Isaac was no longer shepherding on the downs, but living very comfortably in his own cottage in the village. The change came about in this way. The downland shepherds, Caleb said, were as a rule clever poachers, and it is really not surprising, when one considers the temptation to a man with a wife and several hungry children, besides himself and a dog, to feed out of about 7 shillings a week. But old Bawcombe was an exception. He would take no game, furred or feathered, nor, if he could prevent it, allow another to take anything from the land fed by his flock. Caleb and his brothers, when as boys and youths they began their shepherding, sometimes caught a rabbit, or their dog caught and killed one without their encouragement. But however the thing came into their hands, they could not take it home on account of their father. Now it happened that an elderly gentleman who had the shooting was a keen sportsman, and that in several successive years he found a wonderful difference in the amount of game at one spot among the hills, and in all the rest of his hill property. The only explanation the keeper could give was that Isaac Bawcombe tended his flock on that down, where rabbits, hares, and partridges were so plentiful. One autumn day the gentleman was shooting over that down, and seeing a big man in a smock frock standing motionless, crook in hand, regarding him, he called out to his keeper, who was with him, "Who is that big man?" and was told that it was Shepherd Bawcombe. The old gentleman pulled some money out of his pocket and said, "Give him this half-crown, and thank him for the good sport I've had today." But after the coin had been given, the giver still remained standing there, thinking, perhaps, that he had not yet sufficiently rewarded the man. And at last, before turning away, he shouted, "Bawcombe, that's not all. You'll get something more by and by." Isaac had not long to wait for the something more, and it turned out not to be the hare or brace of birds he had half expected. It happened that the sportsman was one of the trustees of an ancient charity, which provided for 6 of the most deserving old men of the parish of Bishop. Now, one of the 6 had recently died, and on this gentleman's recommendation, Bawcombe had been elected to fill the vacant place. The letter from Salisbury informing him of his election and commanding his presence in that city filled him with astonishment, for though he was 60 years old and the father of 3 sons now out in the world, he could not yet regard himself as an old man, for he had never known a day's illness nor an ache, and was famed in all that neighbourhood for his great physical strength and endurance. And now, with his own cottage to live in, 8 shillings a week, and his pensioner's garment, with certain benefits, and a shilling a day besides, which his old master paid him for some services at the farmhouse in the village, Isaac found himself very well off indeed, and he enjoyed his prosperous state for 26 years. Then, in 1886, his old wife fell ill and died, and no sooner was she in her grave than he too began to droop, and soon before the year was out he followed her, because, as the neighbours said, they had always been a loving pair, and one could not bide without the other. This chapter has already had its proper ending, and there was no intention of adding to it, but now, for a special reason, which I trust the reader will pardon when he hears it, I must go on to say something about that strange phenomenon of death succeeding death in old married couples, one dying for no other reason than that the other has died. For it is our instinct to hold fast to life, and the older a man gets, if he be sane, the more he becomes like a newborn child in the impulse to grip tightly. A strange and a rare thing among people generally, the people we know, it is nevertheless quite common among persons of the laboring class in the rural districts. I have sometimes marveled at the number of such cases to be met with in the villages, but when one comes to think about it, one ceases to wonder that it should be so. For the laborer on the land goes on from boyhood to the end of life in the same everlasting round, the changes from task to task, according to the seasons, being no greater than in the case of the animals that alter their actions and habits to suit the varying conditions of the year. March and August and December and every month will bring about the changes in the atmosphere and earth and vegetation and in the animals which have been of old, which he knows how to meet, and the old familiar task, lambing time, shearing time, root and seed crops hoeing, haymaking, harvesting. It is a life of the extremest simplicity, without all those interests outside the home and the daily task, the innumerable distractions, common to all persons in other classes, and to the workmen in towns as well. Incidentally, it may be said that it is also the healthiest, that speaking generally the agricultural laborer is the healthiest and sanest man in the land, if not also the happiest, as some believe. It is this life of simple, unchanging actions and of habits that are like instincts, of hard labor in sun and wind and rain from day to day, with its weekly break and rest, and of but few comforts and no luxuries, which serves to bind man and wife so closely. And the longer their life goes on together, the closer and more unbreakable the union grows. They are growing old. Old friends and companions have died or left them, their children have married and gone away and have their own families and affairs, so that the old folks at home are little remembered, and to all others they have become of little consequence in the world. But they do not know it, for they are together, cherishing the same memories, speaking of the same old familiar things, and their lost friends and companions, their absent, perhaps estranged children, are with them still in mind as in the old days. The past is with them more than the present, to give an undying interest to life, for they share it, and it is only when one goes, when the old wife gets the tea ready and goes mechanically to the door to gaze out, knowing that her tired man will come in no more to take his customary place and listen to all the things she has stored up in her mind during the day to tell him. And when the tired laborer comes in at dusk to find no old wife waiting to give him his tea and talk to him while he refreshes himself, he all at once realizes his position. He finds himself cut off from the entire world, from all of his kind. Where are they all? The enduring sympathy of that one soul that was with him till now had kept him in touch with life, had made it seem unchanged and unchangeable, and with that soul has vanished the old sweet illusion as well as all ties, all common human affection. He is desolate indeed, alone in a desert world, and it is not strange that in many and many a case, even in that of a man still strong, untouched by disease and good for another decade or two, the loss, the awful solitude, has proved too much for him. Such cases, I have said, are common, but they are not recorded, though it is possible with labor to pick them out in the church registers. But in the churchyards you do not find them, since the farm laborer has only a green mound to mark the spot where he lies. Nevertheless, he is sometimes honored with a gravestone, and last August I came by chance on one on which was recorded a case like that of Isaac Bawcombe and his life mate. The churchyard is in one of the prettiest and most secluded villages in the downland country described in this book. The church is ancient and beautiful and interesting in many ways, and the churchyard, too, is one of the most interesting I know, a beautiful, green, tree-shaded spot, with an extraordinary number of tombs and gravestones, many of them dated in the 18th and 17th centuries, inscribed with names of families which have long died out.
I went on that afternoon to pass an hour in the churchyard, and finding an old man in labourer's clothes resting on a tomb, I sat down and entered into conversation with him. He was 79, he told me, and past work, and he had 3 shillings a week from the parish, but he was very deaf, and it fatigued me to talk to him, and seeing the church open, I went in. On previous visits I had had a good deal of trouble to get the key, and to find it open now was a pleasant surprise. An old woman was there dusting the seats, and by, while I was talking with her, the old labourer came stumping in with his ponderous iron-shod boots, and, without taking off his old rusty hat, and began shouting at the church cleaner about a pair of trousers he had given her to mend, which he wanted badly. Leaving them to their arguing, I went out and began studying the inscriptions on the stones, so hard to make out in some instances. The old man followed and went his way. Then the church cleaner came out to where I was standing. "A tiresome old man," she said. "He's that deaf he has to shout to hear himself speak. Then you've got to shout back. And all about his old trousers." "I suppose he wants them," I returned, "and you promised to do them, so he has some reason for going at you about it." "Oh, no, he hasn't," she replied. "The girl brought them for me to mend, and I said, 'Leave them, and I'll do them when I've time.' How did I know he wanted them in a hurry? A troublesome old man." By and by, taking a pair of spectacles out of her pocket, she put them on, and going down on her knees, she began industriously picking the old brown dead moss out of the lettering on one side of the tomb. "I'd like to know what it says on this stone," she said. "Well, you can read it for yourself, now you've got your glasses on." "I can't read. You see, I'm old, 76 years, and when I were little we were very poor, and I couldn't get no schooling. I've got these glasses to do my sewing, and only put them on to get this stuff out so you could read it. I'd like to hear you read it." I began to get interested in the old dame who talked to me so freely. She was small and weak-looking, and appeared very thin in her limp, old, faded gown. She had a meek, patient expression on her face, and her voice, too, like her face, expressed weariness and resignation. "But if you have always lived here, you must know what is said on this stone." "No, I don't. Nobody never read it to me, and I couldn't read it because I wasn't taught to read. But I'd like to hear you read it." It was a long inscription to a person named Ash, gentleman of this parish, who departed this life over a century ago, and was a man of noble and generous disposition, good as a husband, a father, a friend, and charitable to the poor. Under all were some lines of verse, scarcely legible in spite of the trouble she had taken to remove the old moss from the letters. She listened with profound interest, then said, "I never heard all that before. I didn't know the name, though I've known this stone since I was a child. I used to climb on to it then. Can you read me another?" I read her another, and several more, then came to one which she said she knew, every word of it, for this was the grave of the sweetest, kindest woman that ever lived. Oh, how good this dear woman had been to her in her young married life, more'n 50 years ago. If that dear lady had only lived, it would not have been so hard for her when her trouble come. "And what was your trouble?" "It was the loss of my poor man. He was such a good man, a thatcher, and he fell from a rick and injured his spine, and he died, poor fellow, and left me with our 5 little children." Then, having told me her own tragedy, to my surprise she brightened up and begged me to read other inscriptions to her. I went on reading, and presently she said, "No, that's wrong. There wasn't ever a Lampard in this parish, that I know." "You don't know? There certainly was a Lampard, or it would not be stated here, cut in deep letters on this stone." "No, there wasn't a Lampard. I've never known such a name, and I've lived here all my life." "But there were people living here before you came on the scene. He died a long time ago, this Lampard, in 1714, it says, and you are only 76, you tell me. That is to say, you were born in 1835, and that would be 121 years after he died."
That's a long time. It must be very old, this stone, and the church, too. I've heard say it was once a Roman Catholic church. Is that true? Why, of course it's true. All the old churches were, and we were all of that faith until a king of England had a quarrel with the Pope and determined he would be Pope himself as well as king in his own country. So he turned all the priests and monks out and took their property and churches and had his own men put in. That was Henry VIII. I've heard something about that king and his wives, but about Lampard, it do seem strange I've never heard that name before. Oh, not strange at all. It was a common name in this part of Wiltshire in former days. You find it in dozens of churchyards, but you'll find very few Lampards living in the villages. Why, I could tell you a dozen or 20 surnames, some queer, funny names that were common in these parts, not more than a century ago, which seem to have quite died out. I should like to hear some of them, if you'll tell me. Well, let me think a moment. There was Thor, Pizzy, G, Every, Poddle, Kiddle, Tumour, Shergold, and... Here she interrupted to say that she knew 3 of the names I had mentioned. Then, pointing to a small upright gravestone about 20 feet away, she added, "And there's one." "Very well," I said, "but don't keep putting me out. I've got more names in my mind to tell you. Maidment, Marchmont, Velvin, Burpet, Windsor, Rideout, Cullern." Of these she only knew one, Rideout. Then I went over to the stone she had pointed to and read the inscription to John Tumour and his wife Rebecca. She died first in March 1877, aged 72, he in July the same year, aged 75. You knew them, I suppose? Yes, they belonged here, both of them. Well, tell me about them. There's nothing to tell. He was only a labourer and worked on the same farm all his life. Who put a stone over them? Their children? No, they're all poor and live away. I think it was a lady who lived here. She'd been good to them, and she came and stood here when they put old John in the ground. But I want to hear more. There's no more, I've said. He was a labourer, and after she died, he died. Yes, go on. How can I go on? There's no more. I knew them so well. They lived in the little thatched cottage over there where the Millards live now. Did they fall ill at the same time? Oh, no, he was as well as could be, still at work, till she died. Then he went on in a strange way. He would come in of an evening and call his wife, "Mother, mother, where are you?" You'd hear him call, "Mother, be you upstairs? Mother, ain't you coming down for a bit of bread and cheese before you go to bed?" And then in a little while he just died. And you said there was nothing to tell? No, there wasn't anything. He was just one of us, a labourer on the farm. I then gave her something, and to my surprise, after taking it, she made me an elaborate curtsy. It rather upset me, for I had thought we had got on very well together and were quite free and easy in our talk, very much on a level. But she was not done with me yet. She followed to the gate, and holding out her open hand with that small gift in it, she said in a pathetic voice, "Did you think, sir, I was expecting this? I had no such thought, and didn't want it." And I had no thought of saying or writing a word about her. But since that day she has haunted me, she and her old John Tumour, and it has just now occurred to me that by putting her in my book I may be able to get her out of my mind. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of A Shepherd's Life by William Henry Hudson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Early Memories. A child shepherd, Isaac and his children, shepherding in boyhood, 2 notable sheep-dogs, Jack the adder-killer, sitting on an adder, Rough and the drovers, the Salisbury coach, a sheep-dog suckling a lamb. Caleb's shepherding began in childhood. At all events, he had his first experience of it at that time. Many an old shepherd, whose father was shepherd before him, has told me that he began to go with the flock very early in life, when he was no more than 10 to 12 years of age. Caleb remembered being put in charge of his father's flock at the tender age of 6. It was a new and wonderful experience, and made so vivid and lasting an impression on his mind that now, when he is past 80, he speaks of it very feelingly, as of something which happened yesterday. It was harvesting time, and Isaac, who was a good reaper, was wanted in the field, but he could find no one, not even a boy, to take charge of his flock in the meantime, and so to be able to reap and keep an eye on the flock at the same time, he brought his sheep down to the part of the down adjoining the field. It was on his liberty, or that part of the down where he was entitled to have his flock. He then took his very small boy, Caleb, and placing him with the sheep, told him they were now in his charge, that he was not to lose sight of them, and at the same time not to run about among the furze bushes for fear of treading on an adder. By and by the sheep began straying off among the furze bushes, and no sooner would they disappear from sight than he imagined they were lost forever, or would be unless he quickly found them, and to find them he had to run about among the bushes, with the terror of adders in his mind, and the two troubles together kept him crying with misery all the time. Then, at intervals, Isaac would leave his reaping and come to see how he was getting on, and the tears would vanish from his eyes, and he would feel very brave again, and to his father's question he would reply that he was getting on very well. Finally his father came and took him to the field, to his great relief, but he did not carry him in his arms. He strode along at his usual pace and let the little fellow run after him, stumbling and falling and picking himself up again and running on. And by one of the women in the field cried out, "Be you not ashamed, Isaac, to go that pace and not bide for the little child? I do believe he's no more'n 7 year, poor mite." "No more'n 6," answered Isaac, proudly, with a laugh. But though not soft or tender with his children, he was very fond of them, and when he came home early in the evening he would get them round him and talk to them, and sing old songs and ballads he had learnt in his young days. Down in the village, the days of Queen Elizabeth, the blacksmith, the gown of green, the dawning of the day, and many others, which Caleb in the end got by heart and used to sing too when he was grown up. Caleb was about 9 when he began to help regularly with the flock. That was in the summer time, when the flock was put every day on the down, and when Isaac's services were required for the haymaking and later for harvesting and other work. His best memories of this period relate to his mother and to 2 sheep-dogs, Jack at first and afterwards Rough, both animals of original character. Jack was a great favourite of his master, who considered him a "terrible good dog." He was rather short-haired, like the old Welsh sheep-dog once common in Wiltshire, but entirely black instead of the usual colour, blue with a sprinkling of black spots. This dog had an intense hatred of adders, and never failed to kill every one he discovered. At the same time he knew that they were dangerous enemies to tackle, and on catching sight of one his hair would instantly bristle up, and he would stand as if paralyzed for some moments, glaring at it and gnashing his teeth. Then, springing like a cat upon it, he would seize it in his mouth, only to hurl it from him to a distance. This action he would repeat until the adder was dead, and Isaac would then put it under a furze bush to take it home and hang it on a certain gate. The farmer, too, like the dog, hated adders, and paid his shepherd 6 for every one his dog killed. One day Caleb, with one of his brothers, was out with the flock, amusing themselves in their usual way on the turf with 9 Morris men and the shepherd's puzzle, when all at once their mother appeared unexpectedly on the scene. It was her custom, when the boys were sent out with the flock, to make expeditions to the down just to see what they were up to, and hiding her approach by keeping to a hedge side or by means of the furze bushes, she would sometimes come upon them with disconcerting suddenness. On this occasion, just where the boys had been playing there was a low, stout furze bush, so dense and flat-topped that one could use it as a seat, and his mother, taking off and folding her shawl, placed it on the bush, and sat down on it to rest herself after her long walk. "I can see her now," said Caleb, "sitting on that furze bush in her smock and leggings, with a big hat like a man's on her head, for that's how she dressed." But in a few moments she jumped up, crying out that she felt a snake under her, and snatched off the shawl, and there, sure enough, out of the middle of the flat bush top appeared the head of an adder, flicking out its tongue. The dog, too, saw it, dashed at the bush, forcing his muzzle and head into the middle of it, seized the serpent by its body and plucked it out and threw it from him, only to follow it up and kill it in the usual way. Rough was a large, shaggy, grey-blue bobtail bitch with a white collar. She was a clever, good, all-round dog, but had originally been trained for the road, and one of the shepherd's stories about her relates of her intelligence in her own special line, the driving of sheep. One day he and his smaller brother were in charge of the flock on the down, and were on the side where it dips down to the turnpike road about a mile and a half from the village, where a large flock, driven by 2 men and 2 dogs, came by. They were going to the Britford sheep fair and were behind time. Isaac had started at daylight that morning with sheep for the same fair, and that was the reason of the boys being with the flock. As the flock on the down was feeding quietly, the boys determined to go to the road to watch the sheep and men pass, and arriving at the roadside they saw that the dogs were too tired to work, and the men were getting on with great difficulty. One of them, looking intently at Rough, asked if she would work. "Oh, yes, she'll work," said the boy proudly, and calling Rough he pointed to the flock moving very slowly along the road and over the turf on either side of it. Rough knew what was wanted. She had been looking on and had taken the situation in with her professional eye. Away she dashed, and running up and down, first on one side, then on the other, quickly put the whole flock, numbering 800, into the road and gave them a good start. "Why, she be a road dog!" exclaimed the drover delightedly. "She's better for me on the road than for you on the down. I'll buy her of you." "No, I mustn't sell her," said Caleb. "Look here, boy," said the other, "I'll give you a sovereign and this young dog, and he'll be a good one with a little more training." "No, I mustn't," said Caleb, distressed at the other's persistence. "Well, will you come a little way on the road with us?" asked the drover. This the boys agreed to, and went on for about a quarter of a mile, when all at once the Salisbury coach appeared on the road, coming to meet them. This new trouble was pointed out to Rough, and at once, when her little master had given the order, she dashed barking into the midst of the mass of sheep and drove them furiously to the side from end to end of the extended flock, making a clear passage for the coach, which was not delayed a minute. And no sooner was the coach gone than the sheep were put back into the road. Then the drover pulled out his sovereign once more and tried to make the boy take it. "I mustn't," he repeated, almost in tears. "What would father say?" "Say? He won't say nothing. He'll think you've done well." But Caleb thought that perhaps his father would say something, and when he remembered certain whippings he had experienced in the past, he had an uncomfortable sensation about his back. "No, I mustn't," was all he could say, and then the drovers, with a laugh, went on with their sheep. When Isaac came home and the adventure was told to him, he laughed, and said that he meant to sell Rough some day. He used to say this occasionally to tease his wife because of the dog's intense devotion to her, and she, being without a sense of humour, and half thinking that he meant it, would get up out of her seat and solemnly declare that if he ever sold Rough she would never again go out to the down and see what the boys were up to. One day she visited the boys when they had the flock near the turnpike, and seating herself on the turf a few yards from the road, got out her work and began sewing. Presently they spied a big, singular-looking man coming at a swinging pace along the road. He was in shirt sleeves, barefooted, and wore a straw hat without a rim. Rough eyed the strange being's approach with suspicion, and going to her mistress placed herself at her side. The man came up and sat down at a distance of 3 or 4 yards from the group, and Rough, looking dangerous, started up and put her forepaws on her mistress's lap and began uttering a low growl. "Will that dog bite, missus?" said the man. "Maybe he will," said she. "I won't answer for he if you come any nearer." The 2 boys had been occupied cutting a faggot from a furze bush with a bill-hook, and now held a whispered consultation as to what they would do if the man tried to hurt mother, and agreed that as soon as Rough had got her teeth in his leg they would attack him about the head with the bill-hook. They were not required to go into action. The stranger could not long endure Rough's savage aspect, and very soon he got up and resumed his travels. The shepherd remembered another curious incident in Rough's career. At one time, when she had a litter of pups at home, she was yet compelled to be a great part of the day with the flock of ewes, as they could not do without her. The boys just then were bringing up a motherless lamb by hand, and they would put it with the sheep, and to feed it during the day were obliged to catch a ewe with milk. The lamb trotted at Caleb's heels like a dog, and one day when it was hungry and crying to be fed, when Rough happened to be sitting on her haunches close by, it occurred to him that Rough's milk might serve as well as a sheep's. The lamb was put to her, and took very kindly to its canine foster mother, wriggling its tail and pushing vigorously with its nose. Rough submitted patiently to the trial, and the result was that the lamb adopted the sheep-dog as its mother, and sucked her milk several times every day, to the great admiration of all who witnessed it. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of A Shepherd's Life by William Henry Hudson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Shepherd Isaac Bawcombe. A noble shepherd, a fighting village blacksmith, old Joe the collier, a story of his strength, donkeys poisoned by ewe, the shepherd without his sheep, how the shepherd killed a deer. To me the most interesting of Caleb's old memories were those relating to his father, partly on account of the man's fine character, and partly because they went so far back, beginning in the early years of the last century. Altogether he must have been a very fine specimen of a man, both physically and morally. In Caleb's mind he was undoubtedly the first among men morally, but there were 2 other men supposed to be his equals in bodily strength, one a native of the village, the other a periodical visitor. The first was Jarvis the blacksmith, a man of an immense chest and big arms, one of Isaac's greatest friends, and very good-tempered, except when in his cups, for he did occasionally get drunk, and then he quarrelled with any one and every one. One afternoon he had made himself quite tipsy at the inn, and when going home, swaying about and walking all over the road, he all at once caught sight of the big shepherd coming soberly on behind. No sooner had he seen him than it occurred to his wild and muddled mind that he had a quarrel with this very man, Shepherd Isaac, a quarrel of so pressing a nature that there was nothing to do but to fight it out there and then. He planted himself before the shepherd and challenged him to fight. Isaac smiled and said nothing. "I'll fight thee about this," he repeated, and began tugging at his coat, and after getting it off, again made up to Isaac, who still smiled and said no word. Then he pulled his waistcoat off, and finally his shirt, and with nothing but his boots and breeches on, once more squared up to Isaac and threw himself into his best fighting attitude. "I don't want to fight thee," said Isaac at length, "but I be thinking 'twould be best to take thee home." And suddenly dashing in, he seized Jarvis around the waist with one arm, grasped him round the legs with the other, and flung the big man across his shoulder, and carried him off, struggling and shouting, to his cottage. There at the door, pale and distressed, stood the poor wife waiting for her lord, when Isaac arrived, and going straight in dropped the smith down on his own floor with the remark, "Here be your man," walked off to his cottage and his tea. The other powerful man was old Joe the collier, who flourished and was known in every village in the Salisbury Plain district during the first 35 years of the last century. I first heard of this once famous man from Caleb, whose boyish imagination had been affected by his gigantic figure, mighty voice, and his wandering life over all that wide world of Salisbury Plain. Afterwards, when I became acquainted with a good many old men, aged from 75 to 90 and upwards, I found that old Joe's memory is still green in a good many villages of the district, from the upper waters of the Avon to the borders of Dorset. But it is only these ancients who knew him that keep it green. By and by, when they are gone, old Joe and his neddies will be remembered no more. In those days, down to about 1840, it was customary to burn peat in the cottages, the first cost of which was about 4 and 6 the wagon load, as much as I should require to keep me warm for a month in winter. But the cost of its conveyance to the villages of the plain was about 5 to 6 shillings per load, as it came from a considerable distance, mostly from the New Forest. How the labourers at that time, when they were paid 7 or 8 shillings a week, could afford to buy fuel at such prices to bake their rye bread and keep the frost out of their bones, is a marvel to us. Isaac was a good deal better off than most of the villagers in this respect, as his master, for he never had but one, allowed him the use of a wagon and the driver's services for the conveyance of 1 load of peat each year. The wagon load of peat and another of faggots lasted him the year, with the furs obtained from his liberty on the down. Coal at that time was only used by the blacksmiths in the villages, and was conveyed in sacks on ponies or donkeys, and of those who were engaged in this business, the best known was old Joe. He appeared periodically in the village with his 8 donkeys, or neddies, as he called them, with jingling bells on their headstalls, and their burdens of 2 sacks of small coal on each. In stature he was a giant of about 6 feet 3, very broad-chested, and invariably wore a broad-rimmed hat, a slate-coloured smock-frock, and blue worsted stockings to his knees. He walked behind the donkeys, a very long staff in his hand, shouting at them from time to time, and occasionally swinging his long staff and bringing it down on the back of a donkey who was not keeping up the pace. In this way he wandered from village to village, from end to end of the plain, getting rid of his small coal, and loading his animals with scrap iron, which the blacksmith would keep for him, and as he continued his rounds for nearly 40 years, he was a familiar figure to every inhabitant throughout the district. There are some stories still told of his great strength, one of which is worth giving. He was a man of iron constitution, and gave himself a hard life, and he was hard on his neddies, but he had to feed them well, and this he often contrived to do at someone else's expense. One night at a village on the Wylye, it was discovered that he had put his 8 donkeys in a meadow in which the grass was just ripe for mowing. The enraged farmer took them to the village pound and locked them up, but in the morning the donkeys and Joe with them had vanished, and the whole village wondered how he had done it. The stone wall of the pound was 4 feet and a half high, and the iron gate was locked, yet he had lifted the donkeys up and put them over, and had loaded them and gone before any one was up. Once Joe met with a very great misfortune. He arrived late at a village, and finding there was good feed in the churchyard, and that everybody was in bed, he put his donkeys in and stretched himself out among the gravestones to sleep. He had no nerves and no imagination, and was tired and slept very soundly until it was light and time to put his neddies out before any person came by and discovered that he had been making free with the rector's grass. Glancing round he could see no donkeys, and only when he stood up he found that they had not made their escape, but were there all about him, lying among the gravestones, stone dead every one. He had forgotten that a churchyard was a dangerous place to put hungry animals in. They had browsed on the luxuriant yew tree that grew there, and this was the result. In time he recovered from his loss and replaced his dead neddies with others, and continued for many years longer on his rounds. To return to Isaac Bawcombe, he was born, we have seen, in 1800, and began following a flock as a boy, and continued as shepherd on the same farm for a period of 55 years. The care of sheep was the one all-absorbing occupation of his life, and how much it was to him appears in this anecdote of his state of mind when he was deprived of it for a time. The flock was sold, and Isaac was left without sheep, and with little to do except to wait from Michaelmas to Candlemas, when there would be sheep again at the farm. It was a long time to Isaac, and he found his enforced holiday so tedious that he made himself a nuisance to his wife in the house. 40 times a day he would throw off his hat and sit down, resolved to be happy at his own fireside, but after a few minutes the desire to be up and doing would return, and up he would get, and out he would go again. One dark, cloudy evening a man from the farm put his head in at the door. "Isaac," he said, "there be sheep for 'ee up the farm. 200 ewes and 100 more to come in 3 days. Master, he sent I to say you be wanted." And away the man went. Isaac jumped up and hurried forth without taking his crook from the corner, and actually without putting on his hat. His wife called out after him, and getting no response, sent the boy with his hat to overtake him. But the little fellow soon returned with the hat. He could not overtake his father. He was away 3 or 4 hours at the farm, then returned, his hair very wet, his face beaming, and sat down with a great sigh of pleasure. 200 ewes, he said, and 100 more to come. What d'ye think of that? "Well, Isaac," said she, "I hope thee'll be happy now, and let I alone." After all that had been told to me about the elder Bawcombe's life and character, it came somewhat as a shock to learn that at one period during his early manhood he had indulged in one form of poaching, a sport which had a marvellous fascination for the people of England in former times, but was pretty well extinguished during the first quarter of the last century. Deer he had taken, and the whole tale of the deer stealing, which was a common offence in that part of Wiltshire down to about 1834, sounds strange at the present day. Large herds of deer were kept at that time at an estate a few miles from Winterbourne Bishop, and it often happened that many of the animals broke bounds and roamed singly and in small bands over the hills. When deer were observed in the open, certain of the villagers would settle on some plan of action. Watchers would be sent out not only to keep an eye on the deer, but on the keepers too. Much depended on the state of the weather and the moon, as some light was necessary. Then, when the conditions were favourable, and the keepers had been watched to their cottages, the gang would go out for a night's hunting. But it was a dangerous sport, as the keepers also knew that deer were out of bounds, and they would form some counterplan, and one peculiarly nasty plan they had was to go out about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning and secrete themselves somewhere close to the village to intercept the poachers on their return. Bawcombe, who never in his life associated with the village idlers and frequenters of the alehouse, had no connection with these men. His expeditions were made alone on some dark, unpromising night, when the regular poachers were in bed and asleep. He would steal away after bedtime, or would go out ostensibly to look after the sheep, and, if fortunate, would return in the small hours with a deer on his back. Then, helped by his mother, with whom he lived, for this was when he was a young unmarried man, about 1820, he would quickly skin and cut up the carcass, stow the meat away in some secret place, and bury the head, hide, and offal deep in the earth. And when morning came, it would find Isaac out following his flock as usual, with no trace of guilt or fatigue in his rosy cheeks and clear, honest eyes. This was a very astonishing story to hear from Caleb, but to suspect him of inventing or of exaggerating was impossible to anyone who knew him. And we have seen that Isaac Bawcombe was an exceptional man, physically a kind of Alexander Selkirk of the Wiltshire Downs, and he, moreover, had a dog to help him, one as superior in speed and strength to the ordinary sheep dog as he himself was to the rack of his fellow men. It was only after much questioning on my part that Caleb brought himself to tell me of these ancient adventures, and finally to give a detailed account of how his father came to take his first deer. It was in the depth of winter, bitterly cold, with a strong north wind blowing on the snow-covered downs, when one evening Isaac caught sight of 2 deer out on his sheep-walk. In that part of Wiltshire there is a famous monument of antiquity, a vast mound-like wall with a deep depression or fosse running at its side. Now it happened that on the higher part of the down, where the wall or mound was most exposed to the blast, the snow had been blown clear off the top, and the deer were feeding here on the short turf, keeping to the ridge, so that, outlined against the sky, they had become visible to Isaac at a great distance. He saw and pondered. These deer, just now, while out of bounds, were no man's property, and it would be no sin to kill and eat one, if he could catch it, and it was a season of bitter want. For many, many days he had eaten his barley bread, and on some days barley flour dumplings, and had been content with this poor fare. But now the sight of these animals made him crave for meat with an intolerable craving, and he determined to do something to satisfy it. He went home and had his poor supper, and when it was dark set forth again with his dog. He found the deer still feeding on the mound. Stealing softly along among the furze bushes, he got the black line of the mound against the starry sky, and by, as he moved along, the black figures of the deer, with their heads down, came into view. He then doubled back, and, proceeding some distance, got down into the fosse and stole forward to them again, under the wall. His idea was that on taking alarm they would immediately make for the forest which was their home, and would probably pass near him. They did not hear him until he was within 60 yards, and then bounded down from the wall, over the dyke and away, but in almost opposite directions, one alone making for the forest, and on this one the dog was set. Out he shot like an arrow from the bow, and after him ran Isaac as he had never run afore in his life. For a short space deer and dog in hot pursuit were visible on the snow. Then the darkness swallowed them up as they rushed down the slope. But in less than half a minute a sound came back to Isaac, flying too down the incline, the long wailing cry of a deer in distress. The dog had seized his quarry by one of the front legs, a little above the hoof, and held it fast, and they were struggling on the snow when Isaac came up and flung himself upon his victim, then thrust his knife through its windpipe to stop its noise. Having killed it, he threw it on his back and went home, not by the turnpike, nor by any road or path, but over fields and through copses, until he got to the back of his mother's cottage. There was no door on that side, but there was a window, and when he had rapped at it and his mother opened it, without speaking a word he thrust the dead deer through, then made his way round to the front. That was how he killed his first deer. How the others were taken I do not know. I wish I did, since this one exploit of a Wiltshire shepherd has more interest for me than I find in 50 narratives of elephants slaughtered wholesale with explosive bullets, written for the delight and astonishment of the reading public by our most glorious Nimrods. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of A Shepherd's Life by William Henry Hudson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. The Deer Stealers. Deer stealing on Salisbury Plain. The head keeper Harbut. Strange story of a baby. Found as a surname. John Barter, the village carpenter. How the keeper was fooled. A poaching attack planned. The fight. Head keeper and carpenter. The carpenter hides his son. The arrest. Barter's sons forsake the village. There were other memories of deer-taking handed down to Caleb by his parents, and the one best worth preserving relates to the head keeper of the preserves, or chase, and to a great fight in which he was engaged with two brothers of the girl who was afterwards to be Isaac's wife. Here it may be necessary to explain that formerly the owner of Cranbourne Chase, at that time Lord Rivers, claimed the deer and the right to preserve and hunt deer over a considerable extent of country outside of his own lands. On the Wiltshire side these rights extended from Cranbourne Chase over the South Wiltshire Downs to Salisbury, and the whole territory, about 30 miles broad, was divided into beats or walks, 6 or 8 in number, each beat provided with a keeper's lodge. This state of things continued to the year 1834, when the chase was disfranchised by Act of Parliament. The incident I am going to relate occurred about 1815, or perhaps 2 or 3 years later. The border of one of the deer walks was at a spot known as 3 Downs Place, 2 miles and a half from Winterbourne Bishop. Here, in a hollow of the downs, there was an extensive wood, and just within the wood a large stone house, said to be centuries old, but long pulled down, called Ralston House, in which the head keeper lived with 2 under-keepers. He had a wife, but no children, and was a middle-aged, thick-set, very dark man, powerful and vigilant, a terrible hater and persecutor of poachers, feared and hated by them in turn, and his name was Harbut. It happened that one morning when he had unbarred the front door to go out, he found a great difficulty in opening it, caused by a heavy object having been fastened to the door-handle. It proved to be a basket or box in which a well-nourished, nice-looking boy-baby was sleeping, well wrapped up and covered with a cloth. On the cloth a scrap of paper was pinned with the following lines written on it: "Take me in and treat me well, for in this house my father dwell." Harbut read the lines and didn't even smile at the grammar. On the contrary, he appeared very much upset, and was still standing holding the paper, staring stupidly at it, when his wife came on the scene. "What be this?" she exclaimed, and looked first at the paper, then at him, then at the rosy child fast asleep in its cradle, and instantly, with a great cry, she fell on it and snatched it up in her arms, and holding it clasped to her bosom, began lavishing caresses and endearing expressions on it, tears of rapture in her eyes. Not one word of inquiry or bitter, jealous reproach. All that part of her was swallowed up and annihilated in the joy of a woman who had been denied a child of her own to love and nourish and worship. And now one had come to her, and it mattered little how. 2 or 3 days later the infant was baptized at the village church with the quaint name of Moses Found. Caleb was a little surprised at my thinking it a laughable name. It was to his mind a singularly appropriate one. He assured me it was not the only case he knew of in which the surname Found had been bestowed on a child of unknown parentage, and he told me the story of one of the Founds who had gone to Salisbury as a boy, and worked and saved and eventually become quite a prosperous and important person. There was really nothing funny in it. The story of Moses Found had been told him by his old mother. She, he remarked significantly, had good cause to remember it. She was herself a native of the village, born 2 or 3 years later than the mysterious Moses. Her father, John Barter by name, was a carpenter, and lived in an old thatched house, which still exists and is very familiar to me. He had 5 sons, then after an interval of some years, a daughter was born, who in due time was to be Isaac's wife. When she was a little girl, her brothers were all grown up or on the verge of manhood, and Moses too was a young man, the spit of his father, people said, meaning the head keeper, and he was now one of Harbut's under-keepers. About this time some of the more ardent spirits in the village, not satisfied with an occasional hunt when a deer broke out and roamed over the downs, took to poaching them in the woods. One night, a hunt having been arranged, one of the most daring of the men secreted himself close to the keeper's house, and having watched the keepers go in and the lights put out, he actually succeeded in fastening up the doors from the outside with screws and pieces of wood without creating an alarm. He then met his confederates at an agreed spot, and the hunting began, during which one deer was chased to the house and actually pulled down and killed on the lawn. Meanwhile the inmates were in a state of great excitement. The underkeepers feared that a force it would be dangerous to oppose had taken possession of the woods, while Harbut raved and roared like a maddened wild beast in a cage, and put forth all his strength to pull the doors open. Finally he smashed a window and leaped out, gun in hand, and calling the others to follow, rushed into the wood. But he was too late. The hunt was over, and the poachers had made good their escape, taking the carcasses of 2 or 3 deer they had succeeded in killing. The keeper was not to be fooled in the same way a second time, and before very long he had his revenge. A fresh raid was planned, and on this occasion 2 of the 5 brothers were in it, and there were 4 more, the blacksmith of Winterbourne Bishop, their best man, 2 famous shearers, father and son, from a neighbouring village, and a young farm labourer. They knew very well that, with the head keeper in his present frame of mind, it was a risky affair, and they made a solemn compact that, if caught, they would stand by one another to the end. And caught they were, and on this occasion the keepers were 4. At the very beginning the blacksmith, their ablest man and virtual leader, was knocked down senseless with a blow on his head with the butt end of a gun. Immediately on seeing this, the 2 famous shearers took to their heels, and the young labourer followed their example. The brothers were left, but refused to be taken, although Harbut roared at them in his bull's voice that he would shoot them unless they surrendered. They made light of his threats and fought against the 4, and eventually were separated. By and by the younger of the 2 was driven into a brambly thicket, where his opponents imagined that it would be impossible for him to escape. But he was a youth of indomitable spirit, strong and agile as a wildcat, and returning blow for blow he succeeded in tearing himself from them. Then, after a running fight through the darkest part of the wood for a distance of 200 or 300 yards, they at length lost him, or gave him up, and went back to assist Harbut and Moses against the other man. Left to himself, he got out of the wood and made his way back to the village. It was long past midnight when he turned up at his father's cottage, a pitiable object covered with mud and blood, hatless, his clothes torn to shreds, his face and whole body covered with bruises and bleeding wounds. The old man was in a great state of distress about his other son, and early in the morning went to examine the ground where the fight had been. It was only too easily found. The sod was trampled down and branches broken as though a score of men had been engaged. Then he found his eldest son's cap, and a little farther away a sleeve of his coat. Shreds and rags were numerous on the bramble bushes, and by he came on a pool of blood. "They've killed 'a!" he cried in despair. "They've killed my poor boy!" And straight to Ralston House he went to inquire, and was met by Harbut himself, who came out limping, one boot on, the other foot bound up with rags, one arm in a sling, and a cloth tied round his head. He was told that his son was alive and safe indoors, and that he would be taken to Salisbury later in the day. "His clothes be all torn to pieces," added the keeper. "You can just go home at once and get him others before the constable comes to take him." "You've tored them to pieces yourself, and you can get him others," retorted the old man in a rage. "Very well," said the keeper, "but bide a moment. I've something more to say to you. When your son comes out of jail in a year or so, you can tell him from me that if he'll just step up this way, I'll give him 5 shillings and as much beer as he likes to drink. I never seed a better fighter." It was a great compliment to his son, but the old man was troubled in his mind. "What dost mean, keeper, by a year or so?" he asked. "When I said that," returned the other with a grin, "I was just thinking that 'twould be he deserves to get." "And you've got your deserts, by God!" cried the angry father, "if that boy of mine hadn't been alone to fight ye." Harbut regarded him with a smile of gratified malice. "You can go home now," he said. "If you'd see your son, you'll find un in Salisbury jail. Maybe you'll be wanting new locks on your doors. You can get they in Salisbury, too. You've no blacksmith in your village now. No, your boy weren't alone, and you know that damned well." "I know naught about it," he returned, and started to walk home with a heavy heart. Until now he had been clinging to the hope that the other son had not been identified in the dark wood. And now what would he do to save one of the two from hateful imprisonment? The boy was not in a fit condition to make his escape. He could hardly get across the room, and could not sit or lie down without groaning. He could only try to hide him in the cottage, and pray that they would not discover him. The cottage was in the middle of the village, and had but little ground to it, but there was a small boarded-up cavity or cell at one end of an attic, and it might be possible to save him by putting him in there. Here, then, in a bed placed for him on the floor, his bruised son was obliged to lie, in the close, dark hole, for some days. One day, about a week later, when he was recovering from his hurts, he crawled out of his box and climbed down the narrow stairs to the ground floor to see the light and breathe a better air for a short time, and while down he was tempted to take a peep at the street through the small latticed window. But he quickly withdrew his head, and by said to his father, "I'm feared Moses has seen me. Just now, when I was at the window, he came by and looked up and seed me with my head all tied up, and I'm feared he knew 'twas I." After that they could only wait in fear and trembling, and on the next day, quite early, there came a loud rap at the door, and on its being opened by the old man, the constable and two keepers appeared standing before him. "I've come to take your son," said the constable. The old man stepped back without a word, and took down his gun from its place on the wall, and spoke. "If you've got a search warrant, you may come in. If you haven't got un, I'll blow the brains out of the first man that puts a foot inside my door." They hesitated a few moments, then silently withdrew. After consulting together, the constable went off to the nearest magistrate, leaving the two keepers to keep watch on the house. Moses Found was one of them. Later in the day the constable returned armed with a warrant, and was thereupon admitted, with the result that the poor youth was soon discovered in his hiding-place and carried off. And that was the last he saw of his home, his young sister crying bitterly, and his old father white and trembling with grief and impotent rage. A month or two later the two brothers were tried and sentenced each to 6 months' imprisonment. They never came home. On their release they went to Woolwich, where men were wanted and the pay was good, and by the accounts they sent home induced first one, then the other brother to go and join them, and the poor old father, who had been very proud of his 5 sons, was left alone with his young daughter, Isaac's destined wife. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of A Shepherd's Life by William Henry Hudson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Shepherds and Poaching. General remarks on poaching. Farmer, shepherd, and dog. A sheepdog that would not hunt. Taking a partridge from a hawk. Old Garge and young Garge. Partridge poaching. The shepherd robbed of his rabbits. Wisdom of shepherd Gathergood. Hare-trapping on the down, hare-taking with a crook. When Caleb was at length free from his father's tutelage, and as an under-shepherd practically independent, he did not follow Isaac's strict example with regard to wild animals good for the pot, which came by chance in his way. He even allowed himself to go a little out of his way on occasion to get them. We know that about this matter the law of the land does not square with the moral law as it is written in the heart of the peasant. A wounded partridge or other bird which he finds in his walks abroad, or which comes by chance to him, is his by a natural right, and he will take and eat or dispose of it without scruple. With rabbits he is very free. He doesn't wait to find a distressed one with a stoat on its track. Stoats are not sufficiently abundant. And a hare, too, may be picked up at any moment, only in this case he must be very sure that no one is looking. Knowing the law, and being perhaps a respectable religious person, he is anxious to abstain from all appearance of evil. This taking a hare or rabbit or wounded partridge is, in his mind, a very different thing from systematic poaching, but he is aware that to the classes above him it is not so. The law has made them one. It is a hard, arbitrary, unnatural law, made by and for them, his betters, and outwardly he must conform to it. Thus you will find the best of men among the shepherds and labourers freely helping themselves to any wild creature that falls in their way, yet sharing the game preserver's hatred of the real poacher. The village poacher, as a rule, is an idle, dissolute fellow, and the sober, industrious, righteous shepherd or ploughman or carter does not like to be put on a level with such a person. But there is no escape from the hard and fast rule in such things, and however open and truthful he may be in everything else, in this one matter he is obliged to practice a certain amount of deception. Here is a case to serve as an illustration. I have only just heard of it, after putting together the material I had collected for this chapter, in conversation with an old shepherd friend of mine. He is a fine old man who has followed a flock these 50 years, and will, I have no doubt, carry his crook for yet another 10. Not only is he a good shepherd, in the sense in which Caleb uses that phrase, with a more intimate knowledge of sheep and all the ailments they are subject to than I have found in any other, but he is also a truly religious man, one that walks with God. He told me this story of a sheep-dog he owned when head shepherd on a large farm on the Dorsetshire border with a master whose chief delight in life was in coursing hares. They abounded on his land, and he naturally wanted the men employed on the farm to regard them as sacred animals. One day he came out to the shepherd to complain that someone had seen his dog hunting a hare. The shepherd indignantly asked who had said such a thing. "Never mind about that," said the farmer. "Is it true?" "It is a lie," said the shepherd. "My dog never hunts a hare or anything else. 'Tis my belief the one that said that has got a dog himself that hunts the hares, and he wants to put the blame on someone else." "Maybe so," said the farmer, unconvinced. Just then a hare made its appearance, coming across the field directly towards them, and either because they never moved or it did not smell them, it came on, stopping at intervals to sit for a minute or so on its haunches, then on again, until it was within 40 yards of where they were standing. The farmer watched it approach, and at the same time kept an eye on the dog sitting at their feet and watching the hare too, very steadily. "Now, shepherd," said the farmer, "don't you say one word to the dog, and I'll see for myself." Not a word did he say, and the hare came and sat for some seconds near them, then limped away out of sight, and the dog made not the slightest movement. "That's all right," said the farmer, well pleased. "I know now 'twas a lie I heard about your dog. I've seen for myself, and I'll keep a sharp eye on the man that told me." My comment on this story was that the farmer had displayed an almost incredible ignorance of a sheep-dog and a shepherd. How would it have been if you had said, "Catch him, Bob," or whatever his name was? I asked. He looked at me with a twinkle in his eye and replied, "I do believe he'd a got 'n, but he'd never move till I told 'n." It comes to this. The shepherd refuses to believe that by taking a hare he is robbing any man of his property, and if he is obliged to tell a lie to save himself from the consequences, he does not consider that it is a lie. When he understood that I was on his side in this question, he told me about a good sheepdog he once possessed, which he had to get rid of because he would not take a hare. A dog, when broken, is made to distinguish between the things he must and must not do. He is feelingly persuaded by kind words and caresses in one case, and hard words and hard blows in the other. He learns that if he hunts hares and rabbits it will be very bad for him, and in due time, after some suffering, he is able to overcome this strongest instinct of a dog. He acquires an artificial conscience. Then, when his education is finished, he must be made to understand that it is not quite finished after all, that he must partially unlearn one of the saddest of the lessons instilled in him. He must hunt a hare or rabbit when told by his master to do so. It is a compact between man and dog. Thus they have got a law which the dog has sworn to obey, but the man who made it is above the law, and can, when he thinks proper, command his servant to break it. The dog, as a rule, takes it all in very readily, and often allows himself more liberty than his master gives him. The most highly accomplished animal is one that, like my shepherd's dog in the former instance, will not stir till he is told. In the other case the poor brute could not rise to the position. It was too complex for him, and when ordered to catch a rabbit he could only put his tail between his legs and look in a puzzled way at his master. "Why do you tell me to do a thing for which I shall be thrashed?" It was only after Caleb had known me some time, when we were fast friends, that he talked with perfect freedom of these things, and told me of his own small illicit takings, without excuse or explanation. One day he saw a sparrowhawk dash down upon a running partridge and struggle with it on the ground. It was in a grass field, divided from the one he was walking in by a large unkept hedge, without a gap in it to let him through. Presently the hawk rose up with the partridge, still violently struggling in its talons, and flew over the hedge to Caleb's side, but was no sooner over than it came down again, and the struggle went on once more on the ground. On Caleb running to the spot, the hawk flew off, leaving his prey behind. He had grasped it in its sides, driving his sharp claws well in, and the partridge, though unable to fly, was still alive. The shepherd killed it and put it in his pocket, and enjoyed it very much when he came to eat it. From this case, a most innocent form of poaching, he went on to relate how he had once been able to deprive a cunning poacher and bad man, a human sparrowhawk, of his quarry. There were two persons in the village, father and son, he very heartily detested, known respectively as Old Garge and Young Garge, inveterate poachers both. They were worse than the real reprobate, who haunted the public house, and did no work, and was not ashamed of his evil ways, for these two were hypocrites, and were outwardly sober, righteous men, who kept themselves a little apart from their neighbours, and were very severe in their condemnation of other people's faults. One Sunday morning Caleb was on his way to his ewes, folded at a distance from the village, walking by a hedgerow at the foot of the down, when he heard a shot fired some way ahead, and after a minute or two a second shot. This greatly excited his curiosity, and caused him to keep a sharp lookout in the direction the sounds had come from, and by he caught sight of a man walking towards him. It was Old Garge in his long smock frock, proceeding in a leisurely way towards the village, but catching sight of the shepherd he turned aside through a gap in the hedge, and went off in another direction to avoid meeting him. No doubt, thought Caleb, he has got his gun in two pieces hidden under his smock. He went on until he came to a small field of oats which had grown badly, and had only been half reaped, and here he discovered that Old Garge had been lying in hiding to shoot at the partridges that came to feed. He had been screened from the sight of the birds by a couple of hurdles and some straw, and there were feathers of the birds he had shot scattered about. He had finished his Sunday morning sport and was going back, a little too late on this occasion, as it turned out. Caleb went on to his flock, but before getting to it his dog discovered a dead partridge in the hedge. It had flown that far and then dropped, and there was fresh blood on its feathers. He put it in his pocket and carried it about most of the day, while with his sheep on the down. Late in the afternoon he spied two magpies pecking at something out in the middle of a field, and went to see what they had found. It was a second partridge which old Gaarge had shot in the morning and had lost, the bird having flown to some distance before dropping. The magpies had probably found it already dead, as it was cold. They had begun tearing the skin at the neck and had opened it down to the breastbone. Caleb took this bird too, and by, sitting down to examine it, he thought he would try to mend the torn skin with the needle and thread he always carried inside his cap. He succeeded in stitching it neatly up, and putting back the feathers in their place, the rent was quite concealed. That evening he took the two birds to a man in the village who made a livelihood by collecting bones, rags, and things of that kind. The man took the birds in his hand, held them up, felt their weight, examined them carefully, and pronounced them to be two good fat birds, and agreed to pay 2 shillings for them. Such a man may be found in most villages. He calls himself a general dealer, and keeps a trap and pony. In some cases he keeps the alehouse, and is a useful member of the small rural community, a sort of human carrion crow. The 2 shillings were very welcome, but more than the money was the pleasing thought that he had got the bird shot by the hypocritical old poacher for his own profit. Caleb had good cause to hate him. He, Caleb, was one of the shepherds who had his master's permission to take rabbits on the land, and having found his snares broken on many occasions, he came to the conclusion that they were visited in the night time by some very cunning person who kept a watch on his movements. One evening he set 5 snares in a turnip field, and went just before daylight the next morning, in a dense fog, to visit them. Every one was broken. He had just started on his way back, feeling angry and much puzzled at such a thing, when the fog all at once passed away, and revealed the figures of 2 men walking hurriedly off over the down. They were at a considerable distance, but the light was now strong enough to enable him to identify old Gaarge and young Gaarge. In a few moments they vanished over the brow. Caleb was mad at being deprived of his rabbits in this mean way, but pleased at the same time in having discovered who the culprits were, but what to do about it he did not know. On the following day he was with his flock on the down, and found himself near another shepherd, also with his sheep, one he knew very well, a quiet but knowing old man named Joseph Gathergood. He was known to be a skilful rabbit-catcher, and Caleb thought he would go over to him and tell him how he was being tricked by the 2 Gaarges, and ask him what to do in the matter. The old man was very friendly, and at once told him what to do. "Don't you set no more snares by the hedges and in the turmits," he said. "Set them out in the open, down where no one would go after rabbits, and they'll not find the snares." And this was how it had to be done. First he was to scrape the ground with the heel of his boot until the fresh earth could be seen through the broken turf. Then he was to sprinkle a little rabbit scent on the scraped spot, and plant his snare. The scent and smell of the fresh earth combined would draw the rabbits to the spot. They would go there to scratch, and would inevitably get caught if the snare was properly placed. Caleb tried this plan with 1 snare, and on the following morning found that he had a rabbit. He set it again that evening, then again, till he had caught 5 rabbits on 5 consecutive nights, all with the same snare. That convinced him that he had been taught a valuable lesson, and that old Gathergood was a very wise man about rabbits, and he was very happy to think that he had got the better of his 2 sneaking enemies. But Shepherd Gathergood was just as wise about hares, and, as in the other case, he took them out on the down and in the most open places. His success was due to his knowledge of the hare's taste for blackthorn twigs. He would take a good strong blackthorn stem or shoot with twigs on it, and stick it firmly down in the middle of a large grass field, or on the open down, and place the steel trap tied to the stick at a distance of a foot or so from it, the trap concealed under grass or moss and dead leaves. The smell of the blackthorn would draw the hare to the spot, and he would move round and round, nibbling the twigs until caught. Caleb never tried this plan, but was convinced that Gathergood was right about it. He told me of another shepherd who was clever at taking hares in another way, and who was often chaffed by his acquaintances on account of the extraordinary length of his shepherd's crook. It was like a lance or pole, being twice the usual length, but he had a use for it. This shepherd used to make hares' forms on the downs in all suitable places, forming them so cunningly that no one seeing them by chance would have believed they were the work of human hands. The hare certainly made use of them. When out with his flock he would visit these forms, walking quietly past them at a distance of 20 to 30 feet, his dog following at his heels. On catching sight of a hare crouching in a form, he would drop a word, and the dog would instantly stand still and remain fixed and motionless, while the shepherd went on, but in a circle, so as to gradually approach the form. Meanwhile the hare would keep his eyes fixed on the dog, paying no attention to the man, until by and by the long staff would be swung round and a blow descend on the poor silly head from the opposite side, and if the blow was not powerful enough to stun or disable the hare, the dog would have it before it got many yards from the cosy nest prepared for its destruction. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of A Shepherd's Life by William Henry Hudson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. The Shepherd on Foxes. A fox-trapping shepherd, gamekeepers and foxes, fox and stoat, a gamekeeper off his guard, pheasants and foxes, Caleb kills a fox hunting sheepdog, 2 varieties of foxes, rabbits playing with little foxes, how to expel foxes, a playful spirit in the fox, fox hunting a danger to sheep. Caleb related that his friend Shepherd Gathergood was a great fox killer, and as with hares he took them in a way of his own. He said that the fox will always go to a heap of ashes in any open place, and his plan was to place a steel trap concealed among the ashes, and made fast to a stick about 3 feet high, firmly planted in the middle of the heap, with a piece of strong-smelling cheese tied to the top. The 2 attractions of an ash heap and the smell of strong cheese were more than any fox could resist. When he caught a fox, he killed and buried it on the down, and said nothing to nobody about it. He killed them to protect himself from their depredations. Foxes, like old Garge and his son, in Caleb's case, went round at night to rob him of the rabbits he took in his snares. Caleb never blamed him for this. On the contrary, he greatly admired him for his courage, seeing that if it had been found out he would have been a marked man. It was perhaps intelligence or cunning rather than courage. He did not believe that he would be found out, and he never was. He told Caleb of these things because he was sure of his man. Those who were interested in the hunt never suspected him, and as to gamekeepers, they hardly counted. He was helping them. No one hates a fox more than they do. The farmer gets compensation for damage, and the hen wife is paid for her stolen chickens by the hunt. The keeper is required to look after the game, and at the same time to spare his chief enemy, the fox. Indeed, the keeper's state of mind with regard to foxes has always been a source of amusement to me, and by long practice I am able to talk to him on that delicate subject in a way to make him uncomfortable and self-contradictory. There are various quite innocent questions which the student of wild life may put to a keeper about foxes, which have a disturbing effect on his brain. How to expel foxes from a covert, for example. And here is another. Is it true that the fox listens to the distressed cries of a rabbit pursued by a stoat, and that he will deprive the stoat of his captive? Perhaps, yes. No, I don't think so, because one hunts by night and the other by day, he will answer, but you see that the question troubles him. One keeper off his guard promptly answered, "I've no doubt of it. I can always bring a fox to me by imitating the cry of a rabbit hunted by a stoat." But he did not say what his object was in attracting the fox. I say that the keeper was off his guard in this instance, because the fiction that foxes were preserved on the estate was kept up, though as a fact they were systematically destroyed by the keepers. As the pheasant breeding craze appears to increase rather than diminish, notwithstanding the disastrous effect it has had in alienating the people from their lords and masters, the conflict of interest between fox hunter and pheasant breeder will tend to become more and more acute, and the probable end will be that fox hunting will have to go. A melancholy outlook to those who love the country and old country sports, and who do not regard pheasant shooting, as now allowed, as sport at all. It is a delusion of the landlords that the country people think most highly of the great pheasant preserver, who has 2 or 3 big shoots in a season, during which vast numbers of birds are slaughtered, every bird costing a guinea, as the saying is. It brings money into the country, he or his apologist tells you, and provides employment for the village poor in October and November, when there is little doing. He does not know the truth of the matter. A certain number of the poorer people of the village are employed as beaters for the big shoots at a shilling a day or so, and occasionally a labourer, going to or from his work, finds a pheasant's nest and informs the keeper, and receives some slight reward. If he keeps his eyes open and shows himself anxious at all times to serve the keeper, he will sometimes get a rabbit for his Sunday dinner. This is not a sufficient return for the freedom to walk on the land and in woods which the villager possessed formerly, even in his worst days of his oppression, a liberty which has now been taken from him. The keeper is there now to prevent him. He was there before, and from of old. But the pheasant was not yet a sacred bird, and it didn't matter that a man walked on the turf or picked up a few fallen sticks in a wood. The keeper is there to tell him to keep to the road, and sometimes to ask him, even when he is on the road, what is he looking over the hedge for. He slinks obediently away. He is only a poor labourer with his living to get, and he cannot afford to offend the man who stands between him and the Lord's tenant. And he is inarticulate. But the insolence and injustice rankle in his heart, for he is not altogether a helot in soul. And the result is that the sedition-mongers, the socialists, the furious denouncers of all landlords, who are now quartering the country, and whose vans I meet in the remotest villages, are listened to, and their words, wild and whirling words they may be, are sinking into the hearts of the agricultural labourers of the new generation. To return to foxes and gamekeepers. There are other estates where the fiction of fox preserving is kept up no longer, where it is notorious that the landlord is devoted exclusively to the gun and to pheasant breeding. On one of the big estates I am familiar with, in Wiltshire, the keepers openly say they will not suffer a fox, and every villager knows it and will give information of a fox to the keepers, and looks to be rewarded with a rabbit. All this is undoubtedly known to the lord of the manor. His servants are only carrying out his own wishes, although he still subscribes to the hunt and occasionally attends the meet. The entire hunt may unite in cursing him, but they must do so below their breath. It would have a disastrous effect to spread it abroad that he is a persecutor of foxes. Caleb disliked foxes too, but not to the extent of killing them. He did once actually kill one when a young under-shepherd, but it was accident rather than intention. One day he found a small gap in a hedge which had been made or was being used by a hare, and thinking to take it, he set a trap at the spot, tying it securely to a root and covering it over with dead leaves. On going to the place the next morning, he could see nothing until his feet were on the very edge of the ditch, when with startling suddenness a big dog fox sprang up at him with a savage snarl. It was caught by a hind leg, and had been lying concealed among the dead leaves close under the bank. Caleb, angered at finding a fox when he had looked for a hare, and at the attack the creature had made on him, dealt it a blow on the head with his heavy stick, just one blow given on the impulse of the moment, but it killed the fox. He felt very bad at what he had done and began to think of consequences. He took it from the trap and hid it away under the dead leaves beneath the hedge some yards from the gap, and then went to his work. During the day one of the farm hands went out to speak to him. He was a small, quiet old man, a discreet friend, and Caleb confided to him what he had done. "Leave it to me," said his old friend, and went back to the farm. In the afternoon Caleb was standing on the top of the down looking down towards the village, when he spied at a great distance the old man coming out to the hills, and by he could make out that he had a sack on his back and a spade in his hand. When halfway up the side of the hill he put his burden down and set to work digging a deep pit. Into this he put the dead fox, and threw in and trod down the earth, then carefully put back the turf in its place. Then, his task done, shouldered the spade and departed. Caleb felt greatly relieved, for now the fox was buried out on the downs, and no one would ever know that he had wickedly killed it. Subsequently he had other foxes caught in traps set for hares, but was always able to release them. About one he had the following story. The dog he had at that time, named Monk, hated foxes as Jack hated adders, and would hunt them savagely whenever he got a chance. One morning Caleb visited a trap he had set in a gap in a hedge, and found a fox in it. The fox jumped up, snarling, and displayed his teeth, ready to fight for dear life, and it was hard to restrain Monk from flying at him. So excited was he that only when his master threatened him with his crook did he draw back, and, sitting on his haunches, left him to deal with the difficult business in his own way. The difficulty was to open the steel trap without putting himself in the way of a bite from those terrible sharp teeth. After a good deal of manoeuvring, he managed to set the butt end of his crook on the handle of the gin, and forcing it down until the iron teeth relaxed their grip, the fox pulled his foot out, and, darting away along the hedge side, vanished into the adjoining copse. Away went Monk after him, in spite of his master's angry commands to him to come back, and fox and dog disappeared almost together among the trees. Sounds of yelping and of crashing through the undergrowth came back fainter and fainter, and then there was silence. Caleb waited at the spot full 20 minutes before the disobedient dog came back, looking very pleased. He had probably succeeded in overtaking and killing his enemy. About that same Monk, a sad story will have to be told in another chapter. When speaking of foxes, Caleb always maintained that in his part of the country there were two sorts, one small and very red, the larger one of a lighter color with some gray in it, and it is possible that the hill foxes differed somewhat in size and color from those of the lower country. He related that one year 2 vixens littered at one spot, a deep bottom among the downs, so near together that when the cubs were big enough to come out, they mixed and played in company. The vixens happened to be of different sorts, and the difference in color appeared in the little ones as well. Caleb was so taken with the pretty sight of all these little foxes, neighbors and playmates, that he went evening after evening to sit for an hour or longer watching them. One thing he witnessed which will perhaps be disbelieved by those who have not closely observed animals for themselves, and who still hold to the fable that all wild creatures are born with an inherited and instinctive knowledge and dread of their enemies. Rabbits swarmed at that spot, and he observed that when the old foxes were not about, the young half-grown rabbits would freely mix and play with the little foxes. He was so surprised at this, never having heard of such a thing, that he told his master of it, and the farmer went with him on a moonlit night, and the two sat for a long time together, and saw rabbits and foxes playing, pursuing one another round and round, the rabbits when pursued often turning very suddenly and jumping clean over their pursuer. The rabbits at this place belonged to the tenant, and the farmer, after enjoying the sight of the little ones playing together, determined to get rid of the foxes in the usual way by exploding a small quantity of gunpowder in the burrows. 4 old foxes with 9 cubs were too many for him to have. The powder was duly burned, and the very next day the foxes had vanished. In Berkshire I once met with that rare being, an intelligent gamekeeper, who took an interest in wild animals, and knew from observation a great deal about their habits. During an after-supper talk, kept up till past midnight, we discussed the subject of strange erratic actions in animals, which in some cases appear contrary to their own natures. He gave an instance of such behavior in a fox that had its earth at a spot on the border of a wood where rabbits were abundant. One evening he was at this spot, standing among the trees and watching a number of rabbits feeding and gambolling on the green turf, when the fox came trotting by, and the rabbits paid no attention. Suddenly he stopped and made a dart at a rabbit. The rabbit ran from him a distance of 20 to 30 yards, then suddenly turning round, went for the fox and chased it back some distance, after which the fox again chased the rabbit, and so they went on, turn and turn about, 6 times. It was evident, he said, that the fox had no wish to catch and kill a rabbit, that it was nothing but play on his part, and that the rabbits responded in the same spirit, knowing that there was nothing to fear. Another instance of this playful spirit of the fox with an enemy, which I heard recently, is of a gentleman who was out with his dog, a fox terrier, for an evening walk in some woods near his house. On his way back he discovered, on coming out of the woods, that a fox was following him at a distance of about 40 yards. When he stood still, the fox sat down and watched the dog. The dog appeared indifferent to its presence until his master ordered him to go for the fox, whereupon he charged him and drove him back to the edge of the wood. But at that point the fox turned and chased the dog right back to its master, then once more sat down and appeared very much at his ease. Again the dog was encouraged to go for him, and hunted him again back to the wood, and was then in turn chased back to its master. After several repetitions of this performance, the gentleman went home, the fox still following, and on going in closed the gate behind him, leaving the fox outside, sitting in the road, as if waiting for him to come out again to have some more fun. This incident served to remind me of an experience I had one evening in King's Copse, an immense wood of oak and pine in the New Forest, near Exbury. It was growing dark when I heard on, or close to the ground, some 20 to 30 yards before me, a low wailing cry, resembling the hunger cry of the young long-eared owl. I began cautiously advancing, trying to see it, but as I advanced the cry receded, as if the bird was flitting from me. Now, just after I had begun following the sound, a fox uttered his sudden, startlingly loud scream about 40 yards away on my right hand, and the next moment a second fox screamed on my left, and from that time I was accompanied or shadowed by the 2 foxes, always keeping abreast of me, always at the same distance, one screaming and the other replying about every half-minute. The distressful bird sound ceased, and I turned and went off in another direction, to get out of the wood on the side nearest the place where I was staying, the foxes keeping with me until I was out. What moved them to act in such a way is a mystery, but it was perhaps play to them. Another curious instance of foxes playing was related to me by a gentleman at the little village of Inkpen, near the Beacon in Berkshire. He told me that when it happened, a good many years ago, he sent an account of it to the field. His gamekeeper took him one day, to see a strange thing, to a spot in the woods where a fox had a litter of 4 cubs near a long, smooth, green slope. A little distance from the edge of the slope 3 round Swedes were lying on the turf. "How do you think these Swedes came there?" said the keeper, and then proceeded to say that the old fox must have brought them there from the field a long distance away, for her cubs to play with. He had watched them of an evening, and wanted his master to come and see too. Accordingly they went in the evening, and hiding themselves among the bushes near, waited till the young foxes came out and began rolling the Swedes about and jumping at and tumbling over them. By and by one rolled down the slope, and the young foxes went after it all the way down, and then, when they had worried it sufficiently, they returned to the top and played with another Swede until that was rolled down, then with a third one in the same way. Every morning, the keeper said, the Swedes were found back on top of the ground, and he had no doubt that they were taken up by the old fox again and left there for her cubs to play with. Caleb was not so eager after rabbits as Shepherd Gathergood, but he disliked the fox for another reason. He considered that the hunted fox was a great danger to sheep when the ewes were heavy with lambs, and when the chase brought the animal near, if not right into the flock. He had one dreadful memory of a hunted fox trying to lose itself in the flock of heavy-sided ewes, and the hounds following in and driving the poor sheep mad with terror. The result was that a large number of lambs were cast before their time, and many others were poor sickly things. Many of the sheep also suffered in health. He had no extra money from the lambs that year. He received but a shilling, half a crown is often paid now, for every lamb above the number of ewes, and as a rule received from £3 to £6 a year from this source. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of A Shepherd's Life by William Henry Hudson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, Bird Life on the Downs. Great bustard, stone curlew, big hawks, former abundance of the raven, dogs fed on carrion, ravens fighting, ravens breeding places in Wiltshire, great ridgewood ravens, fieldfare breeding in Wiltshire, pewit, missel thrush, magpie and turtle dove, gamekeepers and magpies, rooks and farmers, starling, the shepherd's favourite bird, sparrowhawk and brown thrush. Wiltshire, like other places in England, has long been deprived of its most interesting birds, the species that were best worth preserving. Its great bustard, once our greatest bird, even greater than the golden and sea eagles, and the giant crane with its trumpet sound once heard in the land, is now but a memory, or a place name. Bustard Inn, no longer an inn, is well known to the many thousands who now go to the mimic wars on Salisbury Plain, and there is a Trappist monastery in a village on the southernmost border of the county, which was once called, and is still known to old men as, Bustard Farm. All that Caleb Bawcombe knew of this grandest bird is what his father had told him, and Isaac knew of it only from hearsay, although it was still met with in South Wiltshire when he was a young man. The stone curlew, our little bustard with the long wings, big yellow eyes, and wild voice, still frequents the uncultivated downs, unhappily in diminishing numbers. For the private collector's desire to possess British-taken birds' eggs does not diminish. I doubt if more than one clutch in 10 escapes the searching eyes of the poor shepherds and labourers who are hired to supply the cabinets. One pair haunted a flinty spot in Winterbourne Bishop until a year or two ago. At other points a few miles away I watched other pairs during the summer of 1909, but in every instance their eggs were taken. The larger hawks and the raven, which bred in all the woods and forests of Wiltshire, have, of course, been extirpated by the gamekeepers. The biggest forest in the county now affords no refuge to any hawk above the size of a kestrel. Savernake is extensive enough, one would imagine, for condors to hide in, but it is not so. A few years ago a buzzard made its appearance there, just a common buzzard, and the entire surrounding population went mad with excitement about it, and every man who possessed a gun flew to the forest to join in the hunt, until the wretched bird, after being blazed at for 2 or 3 days, was brought down. I heard of another case at Fonthill Abbey. Nobody could say what this wandering hawk was. It was very big, blue above, with a white breast barred with black, a terrible, fierce-looking bird with fierce yellow eyes. All the gamekeepers and several other men with guns were in hot pursuit of it for several days, until someone fatally wounded it, but it could not be found where it was supposed to have fallen. A fortnight later its carcass was discovered by an old shepherd who told me the story. It was not in a fit state to be preserved, but he described it to me, and I have no doubt that it was a goshawk. The raven survived longer, and the shepherd Bawcombe talks about its abundance when he was a boy 70 or more years ago. His way of accounting for its numbers at that time and its subsequent somewhat rapid disappearance greatly interested me. We have seen his account of deer stealing by the villagers in those brave old starvation days when Lord Rivers owned the deer and hunting rights over a large part of Wiltshire, extending from Cranbourne Chase to Salisbury, and when even so righteous a man as Isaac Bawcombe was tempted by hunger to take an occasional deer, discovered out of bounds. At that time, Caleb said, a good many dogs used for hunting the deer were kept a few miles from Winterbourne Bishop, and were fed by the keepers in a very primitive manner. Old worn-out horses were bought and slaughtered for the dogs. A horse would be killed and stripped of its hide somewhere away in the woods, and left for the hounds to batten on its flesh, tearing at and fighting over it like so many jackals. When only partially consumed, the carcass would become putrid. Then another horse would be killed and skinned in another spot, perhaps a mile away, and the pack would start feeding afresh there. The result of so much carrion lying about was that ravens were attracted in numbers to the place, and were so numerous as to be seen in scores together. Later, when the deer-hunting sport declined in the neighborhood and dogs were no longer fed on carrion, the birds decreased year by year, and when Caleb was a boy of 9 or 10, their former great abundance was but a memory. But he remembers that they were still fairly common, and he had much to say about the old belief that the raven smell death, and when seen hovering over a flock, uttering its croak, it was a sure sign that a sheep is in a bad way and will shortly die. One of his recollections of the bird may be given here. It was one of those things seen in boyhood which had very deeply impressed him. One fine day he was on the down with an elder brother when they heard the familiar croak and spied 3 birds at a distance engaged in a fight in the air. 2 of the birds were in pursuit of the third, and rose alternately to rush upon and strike at their victim from above. They were coming down from a considerable height, and at last were directly over the boys, not more than 40 or 50 feet from the ground, and the youngsters were amazed at their fury, the loud rushing sound of their wings as of a torrent, and of their deep, hoarse croaks and savage barking cries. Then they began to rise again, the hunted bird trying to keep above his enemies, they in their turn striving to rise higher still, so as to rush down upon him from overhead, and in this way they towered higher and higher, their barking cries coming fainter and fainter back to earth, until the boys, not to lose sight of them, cast themselves down flat on their backs, and, continuing to gaze up, saw them at last no bigger than 3 leetle blackbirds. Then they vanished, but the boys, still lying on their backs, kept their eyes fixed on the same spot, and by first one black speck reappeared, then a second, and they soon saw that 2 birds were swiftly coming down to earth. They fell swiftly and silently, and finally pitched upon the down not more than a couple of 100 yards from the boys. The hunted bird had evidently succeeded in throwing them off and escaping. Probably it was one of their own young, for the raven's habit is, when their young are fully grown, to hunt them out of the neighborhood, or when they cannot drive them off, to kill them. There is no doubt that the carrion did attract ravens in numbers to this part of Wiltshire, but it is a fact that up to that date, about 1830, the bird had many well-known old breeding places in the county. The Rev. A. C. Smith, in his Birds of Wiltshire, names 23 breeding places, no fewer than 9 of them on Salisbury Plain, but at the date of the publication of his work, 1887, only 3 of all these nesting places were still in use: South Tidworth, Wilton Park, and Compton Park, Compton Chamberlain. Doubtless there were other ancient breeding places which the author had not heard of, One was at the Great Ridge Wood, overlooking the Wiley Valley, where ravens bred down to about 35 or 40 years ago. I have found many old men in the neighborhood who remember the birds, and they tell that the raven tree was a great oak which was cut down about 60 years ago, after which the birds built their nest in another tree not far away. A London friend of mine, who was born in the neighborhood of the Great Ridge Wood, remembers the ravens as one of the common sights of the place when he was a boy. He tells of an unlucky farmer in those parts whose sheep fell sick and died in numbers year after year, bringing him down to the brink of ruin, and how his old head shepherd would say, solemnly shaking his head, "'Tis not strange. Master, he shot a raven." There was no raven's breeding place very near Winterbourne Bishop. Caleb had never heard tell of a nesty, but he had once seen the nest of another species which is supposed never to breed in this country. He was a small boy at the time, when one day an old shepherd of the place going out from the village saw Caleb, and calling to him said, "You're the boy that likes birds. If you come with me, I'll show you what no man ever seed before." And Caleb, fired with curiosity, followed him away to a distance from home, out from the downs into the woods, and to a place where he had never been, where there were bracken and heath with birch and thorn trees scattered about. On cautiously approaching a clump of birches, they saw a big thrush-like bird fly out of a large nest about 10 feet from the ground and settle on a tree close by, where it was joined by its mate. The old man pointed out that it was a felt or fieldfare, a thrush nearly as big as the missel thrush, but different in color, and he said that it was a bird that came to England in flocks in winter from no man knows where, far off in the north, and always went away before breeding time. This was the only felt he had ever seen breeding in this country, and he didn't believe that no man had ever seed such a thing before. He would not climb the tree to see the eggs, or even go very near it, for fear of disturbing the birds. This man, Caleb said, was a great one for birds. He knew them all, but seldom said anything about them. He watched and found out a good deal about them, just for his private pleasure. The characteristic species of this part of the down country, comprising the parish of Winterbourne Bishop, are the pewit, magpie, turtle-dove, missel thrush, and starling. The pewit is universal on the hills, but will inevitably be driven away from all that portion of Salisbury Plain used for military purposes. The missel thrush becomes common in summer after its early breeding season is ended, when the birds in small flocks resort to the downs, where they continue until cold weather drives them away to the shelter of the wooded low country. In this neighborhood there are thickets of thorn, holly, bramble, and birch growing over hundreds of acres of down, and here the hill magpie, as it is called, has its chief breeding ground, and is so common that you can always get a sight of at least 20 birds in an afternoon's walk. Here, too, is the metropolis of the turtle-dove, and the low sound of its crooning is heard all day in summer, the other most common sound being that of magpies, their subdued conversational chatter and their solo singing, the chant or call which a bird will go on repeating for 100 times. The wonder is how the doves succeed in such a place in hatching any couple of chalk-white eggs, placed on a small platform of sticks, or of rearing any pair of young, conspicuous in their blue skins and bright yellow down. The keepers tell me they get even with these kill birds later in the year, when they take to roosting in the woods, a mile away in the valley. The birds are waited for at some point where they are accustomed to slip in at dark, and one keeper told me that one evening alone, assisted by a friend, he had succeeded in shooting 30 birds. On Winterbourne Bishop Down and round the village the magpies are not persecuted, probably because the gamekeepers, the professional bird killers, have lost heart in this place. It is a curious and rather pretty story. There is no squire, as we have seen. The farmers have the rabbits, and for game the shooting is let, or to let, by some one who claims to be lord of the manor, who lives at a distance or abroad. At all events, he is not known personally to the people, and all they know about the overlordship is that, whereas in years gone by every villager had certain rights in the down, to cut furs and keep a cow or pony or donkey or half a dozen sheep or goats. Now they have none. But how and why and when these rights were lost, nobody knows. Naturally, there is no sympathy between the villagers and the keepers sent from a distance to protect the game, so that the shooting may be let to some other stranger. On the contrary, they religiously destroy every nest they can find, with the result that there are too few birds for any one to take the shooting, and it remains, year after year, unlet. This unsettled state of things is all to the advantage of the black and white bird with the ornamental tail, and he flourishes accordingly, and builds his big, thorny nests in the roadside trees about the village. The one big bird on these downs, as in so many other places in England, is the rook, and let us humbly thank the gods who own this green earth, and all the creatures which inhabit it, that they have in their goodness left us this one. For it is something to have a rook, although he is not a great bird compared with the great ones lost, bustard and kite and raven and goshawk and many others. His abundance on the cultivated downs is rather strange when one remembers the outcry made against him in some parts on account of his injurious habits. But here it appears the sentiment in his favour is just as strong in the farmer, or in a good many farmers, as in the great landlord. The biggest rookery I know on Salisbury Plain is at a farmhouse where the farmer owns the land himself and cultivates about 900 acres. One would imagine that he would keep his rooks down in these days when a boy cannot be hired to scare the birds from the crops. One day near West Knoyle I came upon a vast company of rooks busily engaged on a ploughed field, where everything short of placing a bird scarer on the ground had been done to keep the birds off. A score of rooks had been shot and suspended to long sticks planted about the field, and there were 3 formidable-looking men of straw and rags with hats on their heads and wooden guns under their arms. But the rooks were there all the same. I counted 7 in one spot, prodding the earth close to the feet of one of the scarecrows. I went into the field to see what they were doing, and found that it was sown with vetches just beginning to come up, and the birds were digging the seed up. 3 months later, near the same spot, on Mere Down, I found these birds feasting on the corn when it had been long cut, but could not be carried on account of the wet weather. It was a large field of 50 to 60 acres, and as I walked by it, the birds came flying leisurely over my head to settle with loud cawings on the stalks. It was a magnificent sight, the great blue-black bird forms on the golden wheat, an animated group of 3 or 4 to half a dozen on every stalk, while others walked about the ground to pick up the scattered grain, and others were flying over them, for just then the sun was shining on the field, and beyond it the sky was blue. Never had I witnessed birds so manifestly rejoicing at their good fortune, with happy, loud caw-caw, or rather haw-haw. What a harvest! What abundance! Was there ever a more perfect August and September? Rain, rain by night and in the morning, then sun and wind to dry our feathers and make us glad, but never enough to dry the corn to enable them to carry it and build it up in stacks where it would be so much harder to get at. Could anything be better? But the commonest bird, the one which vastly outnumbers all the others I have named together, is the starling. It was Caleb Bawcombe's favorite bird, and I believe it is regarded with peculiar affection by all shepherds on the downs, on account of its constant association with sheep in the pasture. The dog, the sheep, and the crowd of starlings, these are the lonely man's companions during his long days on the hills from April or May to November. And what a wise bird he is, and how well he knows his friends and his enemies. There is nothing more beautiful to see, Caleb would say, than the behaviour of a flock of starlings when a hawk was about. If it was a kestrel, they took little or no notice of it, but if a sparrowhawk made its appearance, instantly the crowd of birds could be seen flying at furious speed towards the nearest flock of sheep, and down into the flock they would fall like a shower of stones and instantly disappear from sight. There they would remain on the ground among the legs of the grazing sheep until the hawk had gone on his way and passed out of sight. The sparrowhawk's victims are mostly made among the young birds that flock together in summer and live apart from the adults during the summer months after the breeding season is over. When I find a dead starling on the downs ranged over by sparrowhawks, it is almost always a young bird, a brown thrush, as it used to be called by the old naturalists. You may know that the slayer was a sparrowhawk by the appearance of the bird, its body untouched, but the flesh picked neatly from the neck and the head gone. That was swallowed whole after the beak had been cut off. You will find the beak lying by the side of the body. In summertime, when birds are most abundant after the breeding season, the sparrowhawk is a fastidious feeder. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of A Shepherd's Life by William Henry Hudson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, Starlings and Sheep Bells. Starling singing, native and borrowed sounds, imitations of sheep bells, the shepherd on sheep bells, the bells for pleasure, not use, a dog in charge of the flock, shepherd calling his sheep, Richard Warner of Bath, ploughmen singing to their oxen in Cornwall, a shepherd's loud singing. The subject of starlings associating with sheep has served to remind me of something I have often thought when listening to their music. It happens that I am writing this chapter in a small village on Salisbury Plain, the time being mid-September 1909, and that just outside my door there is a group of old elder bushes laden just now with clusters of ripe berries on which the starlings come to feed, filling the room all day with their never-ending medley of sounds, which is their song. They sing in this way, not only when they sing, that is to say, when they make a serious business of it, standing motionless and a shiver on the tiles, wings drooping and open beak pointing upwards, but also when they are feasting on fruit, singing and talking and swallowing elderberries between whiles to wet their whistles. If the weather is not too cold, you will hear this music daily, wet or dry, all the year round. We may say that of all singing birds they are most vocal, yet have no set song. I doubt if they have more than half a dozen to a dozen sounds or notes, which are the same in every individual and their very own. One of them is a clear, soft, musical whistle, slightly inflected. Another, a kissing sound, usually repeated 2 or 3 times or oftener, a somewhat percussive smack. Still another, a sharp, prolonged hissing or sibilant, but at the same time metallic note, compared by someone to the sound produced by milking a cow into a tin pail. A very good description. There are other lesser notes, a musical thrush-like chirp, repeated slowly and sometimes rapidly, till it runs to a bubbling sound. Also there is a horny sound, which is perhaps produced by striking upon the edges of the lower mandible with those of the upper. But it is quite unlike the loud, hard noise made by the stork. The poor stork, being a dumb bird, has made a sort of policeman's rattle of his huge beak. These sounds do not follow each other. They come from time to time, the intervals being filled up with others in such endless variety, each bird producing its own notes, that one can but suppose that they are imitations. We know, in fact, that the starling is our greatest mimic, and that he often succeeds in recognizable reproductions of single notes, of phrases, and occasionally of entire songs, as, for instance, that of the blackbird. But in listening to him we are conscious of his imitations. Even when at his best he amuses rather than delights. He is not like the mockingbird. His common starling pipe cannot produce sounds of pure and beautiful quality like the blackbird's oboe voice, to quote Davidson's apt phrase. He emits this song in a strangely subdued tone, producing the effect of a blackbird heard singing at a considerable distance. And so with innumerable other notes, calls, and songs. They are often to their originals what a man's voice heard on a telephone is to his natural voice. He succeeds best, as a rule, in imitations of the coarser metallic sounds, and as his melody abounds in a variety of little measured tinkling and clinking notes, as of tappings on a metal plate, it has struck me at times that these are probably borrowed from the sheep bells of which the bird hears so much in his feeding grounds. It is, however, not necessary to suppose that every starling gets these sounds directly from the bells. The birds undoubtedly mimic one another, as is the case with mocking-birds, and the young might easily acquire this part of their song language from the old birds without visiting the flocks in the pastures. The sheep bell, in its half-muffled strokes as of a small hammer tapping on an iron or copper plate, is, one would imagine, a sound well within the starling's range, easily imitated, therefore specially attractive to him. But, to pass to another subject, what does the shepherd himself think or feel about it, and why does he have bells on his sheep? He thinks a great deal of his bells. He pipes not like the shepherd of the fable or of the pastoral poets, nor plays upon any musical instrument, and seldom sings or even whistles, that sorry substitute for song. He loves music nevertheless, and gets it in his sheep bells, and he likes it in quantity. "How many bells have you got on your sheep? It sounds as if you had a great many," I asked of a shepherd the other day, feeding his flock near Old Sarum, and he replied, "Just 40, and I wish there were 80. 25 or 30 is a more usual number, but only because of their cost, for the shepherd has very little money for bells or anything else." Another told me that he had only 30, but he intended getting more. The sound cheers him. It is not exactly monotonous, owing to the bells being of various sizes, and also greatly varying in thickness, so that they produce different tones, from the sharp tinkle-tinkle of the smallest to the sonorous clonk-clonk of the big copper bell. Then, too, they are differently agitated, some quietly when the sheep are grazing with heads down, others rapidly as the animal walks or trots on. And there are little bursts or peals when a sheep shakes its head, all together producing a kind of rude harmony, a music which, like that of bagpipes or of chiming church bells heard from a distance, is akin to natural music and accords with rural scenes. As to use, there is little or none. A shepherd will sometimes say, when questioned on the subject, that the bells tell him just where the flock is or in which direction they are travelling. But he knows better. The one who is not afraid to confess the simple truth of the matter to a stranger will tell you that he does not need the bells to tell him where the sheep are or in which direction they are grazing. His eyes are good enough for that. The bells are for his solace or pleasure alone. It may be that the sheep like the tinkling too. It is his belief that they do like it. A shepherd said to me a few days ago, "It is lonesome with the flock on the downs, more so in cold, wet weather, when you perhaps don't see a person all day, on some days not even at a distance, much less to speak to. The bells keep us from feeling it too much. We know what we have them for, and the more we have, the better we like it. They are company to us." Even in fair weather he seldom has anyone to speak to. A visit from an idle man who will sit down and have a pipe and talk with him is a day to be long remembered, and even to date events from. "'Twas the month, May, June, or October, when the stranger came out to the down and talked to I." One day in September, when sauntering over Mere Down, one of the most extensive and loneliest-looking sheep-walks in South Wiltshire, a vast elevated plain or table-land, a portion of which is known as White Sheet Hill, I passed 3 flocks of sheep, all with many bells, and noticed that each flock produced a distinctly different sound or effect, owing doubtless to a different number of big and little bells in each. And it struck me that any shepherd on a dark night, or if taken blindfolded over the downs, would be able to identify his own flock by the sound. At the last of the 3 flocks a curious thing occurred. There was no shepherd with it or anywhere in sight, but a dog was in charge. I found him lying apparently asleep in a hollow by the side of a stick and an old sack. I called to him, but instead of jumping up and coming to me, as he would have done if his master had been there, he only raised his head, looked at me, then put his nose down on his paws again. "I am on duty, in sole charge, and you must not speak to me," was what he said. After walking a little distance on, I spied the shepherd with a second dog at his heels, coming over the down straight to the flock, and I stayed to watch. When still over 100 yards from the hollow, the dog flew ahead, and the other, jumping up, ran to meet him, and they stood together, wagging their tails as if conversing. When the shepherd had got up to them, he stood and began uttering a curious call, a somewhat musical cry in 2 notes, and instantly the sheep, now at a considerable distance, stopped feeding and turned, then all together began running towards him, and when within 30 yards stood still, massed together, and all gazing at him. He then uttered a different call, and turning, walked away, the dogs keeping with him, and the sheep closely following. It was late in the day, and he was going to fold them down at the foot of the slope in some fields half a mile away. As the scene I had witnessed appeared unusual, I related it to the very next shepherd I talked with. "Oh, there's nothing in that," he said. "Of course the dog was behind the flock." I said, "No, the peculiar thing was that both dogs were with their master, and the flock followed." "Well, my sheep would do the same," he returned. "That is, they'll do it if they know there's something good for them, something they like in the fold. They are very knowing." And other shepherds to whom I related the incident said pretty much the same, but they apparently did not quite like to hear that any shepherd could control his sheep with his voice alone. Their way of receiving the story confirmed me in the belief that I had witnessed something unusual. Before concluding this short chapter, I will leave the subject of the Wiltshire shepherd and his sheep to quote a remarkable passage about men singing to their cattle in Cornwall, from a work on that county by Richard Warner of Bath, once a well-known and prolific writer of topographical and other books. They are little known now, I fancy, but he was great in his day, which lasted from about the middle of the 18th to about the middle of the 19th century. At all events, he died in 1857, aged 94. But he was not great at first, and finding when nearing middle age that he was not prospering, he took to the church and had several livings, some of them running concurrently, as was the fashion in those dark days. His topographical work included walks in Wales, in Somerset, in Devon, walks in many places, usually taken in a stage-coach or on horseback, containing nothing worth remembering except perhaps the one passage I have mentioned, which is as follows. "We had scarcely entered Cornwall before our attention was agreeably arrested by a practice connected with the agriculture of the people, which to us was entirely novel. The farmers judiciously employ the fine oxen of the country in ploughing and other processes of husbandry, to which the strength of this useful animal can be employed. The Reverend Richard Warner is tedious, but let us be patient and see what follows. To which the strength of this useful animal can be employed, and while the hinds are thus driving their patient slaves along the furrows, they continually cheer them with conversation, denoting approbation and pleasure. This encouragement is conveyed to them in a sort of chant of very agreeable modulation, which, floating through the air from different distances, produces a striking effect both on the ear and imagination. The notes are few and simple, and when delivered by a clear melodious voice, have something expressive of that tenderness and affection which man naturally entertains for the companions of his labours, in a pastoral state of society, when, feeling more forcibly his dependence upon domesticated animals for support, he gladly reciprocates with them kindness and protection for comfort and subsistence. This wild melody was to me, I confess, peculiarly affecting. It seemed to draw more closely the link of friendship between man and the humbler tribes of fellow mortals. It solaced my heart with the appearance of humanity in a world of violence, and in times of universal hostile rage, and it gladdened my fancy with the contemplation of those days of heavenly harmony promised in the predictions of eternal truth, when man, freed at length from prejudice and passion, shall seek his happiness in cultivating the mild, the benevolent, and the merciful sensibilities of his nature. And when the animal world, catching the virtues of its lord and master, shall soften into gentleness and love, when the wolf, and so on. Clause after clause, with others to be added, until the whole sentence becomes as long as a fishing rod. But apart from the fiddle-dee-dee, is the thing he states believable? It is a charming picture, and one would like to know more about that chaunt, that wild melody. The passage aroused my curiosity when in Cornwall, as it had appeared to me that in no part of England are the domestic animals so little considered by their masters. The R.S.P.C.A. is practically unknown there, and when watching the doings of shepherds or drovers with their sheep, the question has occurred to me, what would my Wiltshire shepherd friends say of such a scene if they had witnessed it? There is nothing in print which I can find to confirm Warner's observations, and if you inquire of very old men who have been all their lives on the soil, they will tell you that there has never been such a custom in their time, nor have they ever heard of it existing formerly. Warner's tour through Cornwall is dated 1808. I take it that he described a scene he actually witnessed, and that he jumped to the conclusion that it was a common custom for the ploughman to sing to his oxen. It is not unusual to find a man anywhere singing to his oxen, or horses, or sheep, if he has a voice and is fond of exercising it. I remember that in a former book, Nature in Downland, I described the sweet singing of a cowboy when tending his cows on a heath near Trotton in West Sussex, and here in Wiltshire it amused me to listen at a vast distance to the robust singing of a shepherd while following his flock on the great lonely downs above Chitterne. He was a sort of Tamagno of the downs, with a tremendous voice, audible a mile away. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of A Shepherd's Life by William Henry Hudson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, The Shepherd and the Bible. Daniel Burden, the treasure seeker. The shepherd's feeling for the Bible. Effect of the pastoral life. The shepherd's story of Isaac's boyhood. The village on the Wylye. One of the shepherd's early memories was of Daniel Burden, a laborer on the farm where Isaac Bawcombe was head shepherd. He retained a vivid recollection of this person, who had a profound gravity and was the most silent man in the parish. He was always thinking about hidden treasure, and all his spare time was spent in seeking for it. On a Sunday morning, or in the evening after working hours, he would take a spade or pick and go away over the hills on his endless search after something he could not find. He opened some of the largest barrows, making trenches 6 to 10 feet deep through them, but found nothing to reward him. One day he took Caleb with him, and they went to a part of the down where there were certain depressions in the turf of a circular form, and 6 to 7 feet in circumference. Burden had observed these basin-like depressions, and had thought it possible they marked the place where things of value had been buried in long past ages. To begin, he cut the turf all round and carefully removed it, then dug and found a thick layer of flints. These removed, he came upon a deposit of ashes and charred wood, and that was all. Burden, without a word, set to work to put it all back in its place again, ashes and wood and earth and flints, and having trod it firmly down, he carefully replaced the turf, then leaning on his spade gazed silently at the spot for a space of several minutes. At last he spoke. Maybe, Caleb, you've heerd tell about what the Bible says of burnt sacrifice. Well, now, I be of opinion that it were here. They people the Bible says about, they come up here to sacrifice on White Bustard Down, and these be the places where they made their fires. Then he shouldered his spade and started home, the boy following. Caleb's comment was, "I didn't say nothing to him 'cause I were only a leetle boy and he were an old man, but I knowed better than that all the time, because them people in the Bible, they was never in England at all, so how could they sacrifice on White Bustard Down in Wiltshire?" It was no idle boast on his part. Caleb and his brothers had been taught their letters when small, and the Bible was their one book, which they read not only in the evenings at home, but out on the downs during the day when they were with the flock. His extreme familiarity with the whole Scripture narrative was a marvel to me. It was also strange, considering how intelligent a man he was, that his lifelong reading of that one book had made no change in his rude Wiltshire speech. Apart from the feeling which old religious country people, who know nothing about the higher criticism, have for the Bible, taken literally as the Word of God, there is that in the old Scriptures which appeals in a special way to the solitary man who feeds his flock on the downs. I remember well, in the days of my boyhood and youth, when living in a purely pastoral country among a semi-civilized and very simple people, how understandable and eloquent many of the ancient stories were to me. The life, the outlook, the rude customs, and the vivid faith in the unseen were much the same in that different race in a far distant age, in a remote region of the earth, and in the people I mixed with in my own home. That country has been changed now. It has been improved and civilized and brought up to the European standard. I remember it when it was as it had existed for upwards of 2 centuries before it had caught the contagion. The people I knew were the descendants of the Spanish colonists of the 17th century, who had taken kindly to the life of the plains, and had easily shed the traditions and ways of thought of Europe and of towns. Their philosophy of life, their ideals, their morality, were the result of the conditions they existed in, and wholly unlike ours. And the conditions were like those of the ancient people of which the Bible tells us. Their very phraseology was strongly reminiscent of that of the sacred writings, and their character in the best specimens was like that of the men of the far past, who lived nearer to God, as we say, and certainly nearer to nature than it is possible for us in this artificial state. Among these sometimes grand old men, who were large landowners, rich in flocks and herds, these fine old dignified natives, the substantial and leading men of the district, who could not spell their own names, there were those who reminded you of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob and Esau and Joseph and his brethren, and even of David, the passionate psalmist, with perhaps a guitar for a harp. No doubt the Scripture lessons read in 1,000 churches on every Sunday of the year are practically meaningless to the hearers. These old men, with their sheep and goats and wives, and their talk about God, are altogether out of our ways of thought, in fact as far from us, as incredible or unimaginable, we may say, as the Neolithic men or the inhabitants of another planet. They are of the order of mythical heroes and the giants of antiquity. To read about them is an ancient custom, but we do not listen. Even to myself the memories of my young days came to be regarded as very little more than mere imaginations, and I almost ceased to believe in them until, after years of mixing with modern men, mostly in towns, I fell in with the downland shepherds, and discovered that even here, in densely populated and ultra-civilized England, something of the ancient spirit had survived. In Caleb and a dozen old men, more or less like him, I seemed to find myself among the people of the past, and sometimes they were so much like some of the remembered, old, sober, and slow-minded herders of the plains that I could not help saying to myself, "Why, how this man reminds me of Tio Isidoro, or of Don Pasquale of the Three Poplar Trees, or of Marcos, who would always have 3 black sheep in a flock." And just as they reminded me of these men I had actually known, so did they bring back the older men of the Bible history, Abraham and Jacob and the rest. The point here is that these old Bible stories have a reality and significance for the shepherd of the down country which they have lost for modern minds, that they recognize their own spiritual lineaments in these antique portraits, and that all these strange events might have happened a few years ago and not far away. One day I said to Caleb Bawcombe that his knowledge of the Bible, especially of the old part, was greater than that of the other shepherds I knew on the downs, and I would like to hear why it was so. This led to the telling of a fresh story about his father's boyhood, which he had heard in later years from his mother. Isaac was an only child, and not the son of a shepherd. His father was a rather worthless, if not a wholly bad man. He was idle and dissolute, and being remarkably dexterous with his fists, he was persuaded by certain sporting persons to make a business of fighting, quite a common thing in those days. He wanted nothing better, and spent the greater part of the time in wandering about the country. The money he made was spent away from home, mostly in drink, while his wife was left to keep herself and child in the best way she could at home or in the fields. By and by a poor stranger came to the village in search of work and was engaged for very little pay by a small farmer, for the stranger confessed that he was without experience of farm work of any description. The cheapest lodging he could find was in the poor woman's cottage, and then Isaac's mother, who pitied him because he was so poor and a stranger alone in the world, a very silent, melancholy man, formed the opinion that he had belonged to another rank in life. His speech and hands and personal habits betrayed it. Undoubtedly he was a gentleman, and then from something in his manner, his voice, and his words whenever he addressed her, and his attention to religion, she further concluded that he had been in the church, that owing to some trouble or disaster he had abandoned his place in the world to live away from all who had known him, as a labourer. One day he spoke to her about Isaac. He said he had been observing him and thought it a great pity that such a fine, intelligent boy should be allowed to grow up without learning his letters. She agreed that it was, but what could she do? The village school was kept by an old woman, and though she taught the children very little, it had to be paid for, and she could not afford it. He then offered to teach Isaac himself, and she gladly consented, and from that day he taught Isaac for a couple of hours every evening until the boy was able to read very well, after which they read the Bible through together, the poor man explaining everything, especially the historical parts, so clearly and beautifully, with such an intimate knowledge of the countries and peoples and customs of the remote East, that it was all more interesting than a fairy tale. Finally he gave his copy of the Bible to Isaac, and told him to carry it in his pocket every day when he went out on the downs, and when he sat down to take it out and read in it. For by this time Isaac, who was now 10 years old, had been engaged as a shepherd boy to his great happiness, for to be a shepherd was his ambition. Then one day the stranger rolled up his few belongings in a bundle and put them on a stick, which he placed on his shoulder, said good-bye, and went away, never to return, taking his sad secret with him. Isaac followed the stranger's counsel, and when he had sons of his own, made them do as he had done from early boyhood. Caleb had never gone with his flock on the down without the book, and had never passed a day without reading a portion. The incidents and observations gathered in many talks with the old shepherd, which I have woven into the foregoing chapters, relate mainly to the earlier part of his life, up to the time when, a married man and father of 3 small children, he migrated to Warminster. There he was in to him a strange land, far away from friends and home and the old familiar surroundings, amid new scenes and new people. But the few years he spent at that place had furnished him with many interesting memories, some of which will be narrated in the following chapters. I have told in the account of Winterbourne Bishop how I first went to that village just to see his native place, and later I visited Doveton for no other reason than that he had lived there, to find it one of the most charming of the numerous pretty villages in the Vale. I looked for the cottage in which he had lived and thought it as perfect a home as a quiet contemplative man who loved nature could have had. A small thatched cottage, very old-looking, perhaps inconvenient to live in, but situated in the prettiest spot, away from other houses, near and within sight of the old church with old elms and beech trees growing close to it, and the land about it green meadow. The clear river, fringed with a luxuriant growth of sedges, flag, and reeds, was less than a stone's throw away. So much did I like the Vale of the Wylye when I grew to know it well, that I wish to describe it fully in the chapter that follows. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of A Shepherd's Life by William Henry Hudson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Vale of the Wylye. Warminster, Vale of the Wylye, counting the villages, a lost church, character of the villages, Tytherington Church, story of the dog, Lord Lovell, monuments and churches, manor houses, nook, the cottages, yellow stonecrop, cottage gardens, marigolds, goldenrod, wild flowers of the waterside, seeking for the characteristic expression. The prettily named Wylye is a little river not above 20 miles in length from its rise to Salisbury, where after mixing with the Nadder at Wilton it joins the Avon. At or near its source stands Warminster, a small unimportant town with a nobler sounding name than any other in Wiltshire. Trowbridge, Devizes, Marlborough, Salisbury do not stir the mind in the same degree, and as for Chippenham, Merksham, Mere, Calne, and Corsham, these all are of no more account than so many villages in comparison. Yet Warminster has no associations, no place in our mental geography. At all events, one remembers nothing about it. Its name, which after all may mean nothing more than the monastery on the Wear, one of the 3 streamlets which flow into the Wylye at its source, is its only glory. It is not surprising that Caleb Bawcombe invariably speaks of his migration to, and of the time he passed at, Warminster, when, as a fact, he was not there at all, but at Doveton, a little village on the Wylye a few miles below the town with the great name. It is a green valley. The greenness strikes one sharply on account of the pale colour of the smooth, high downs on either side, half a mile to a mile in width, its crystal current showing like a bright serpent for a brief space in the green, flat meadows, then vanishing again among the trees. So many are the great shade trees, beeches and ashes and elms, that from some points the valley has the appearance of a continuous wood, a contiguity of shade, and the wood hides the villages at some points so effectually that looking down from the hills you may not catch a glimpse of one and imagine it to be a valley where no man dwells. As a rule you do see something of human occupancy, the red or yellow roofs of 2 or 3 cottages, a half-hidden grey church tower or column of blue smoke. But to see the villages you must go down and look closely, and even so you will find it difficult to count them all. I have tried, going up and down the valley several times, walking or cycling, and have never succeeded in getting the same number on 2 occasions. There are certainly more than 20, without counting the hamlets, and the right number is probably something between 25 and 30. But I do not want to find out by studying books and maps. I prefer to let the matter remain unsettled so as to have the pleasure of counting or trying to count again at some future time. But I doubt that I shall ever succeed. On one occasion I caught sight of a quaint, pretty little church standing by itself in the middle of a green meadow, where it looked very solitary, with no houses in sight, and not even a cow grazing near it. The river was between me and the church, so I went upstream 1.5 miles to cross by the bridge, then doubled back to look for the church, and couldn't find it. Yet it was no illusory church. I have seen it again on 2 occasions, but again from the other side of the river, and I must certainly go back some day in search of that lost church, where there may be effigies, brasses, sad, eloquent inscriptions, and other memorials of ancient tragedies and great families now extinct in the land. This is perhaps one of the principal charms of the Wylye, the sense of beautiful human things hidden from sight among the masses of foliage. Yet another lies in the character of the villages. 25 or 28 of them in a space of 20 miles. Yet the impression left on the mind is that these small centres of population are really few and far between. For not only are they small, but of the old, quiet, now almost obsolete type of village, so unobtrusive as to affect the mind soothingly, like the sight of trees and flowery banks and grazing cattle. The churches, too, as is fit, are mostly small and ancient and beautiful, half hidden in their tree-shaded churchyards, rich in associations which go back to a time when history fades into myth and legend. Not all, however, are of this description. A few are naked, dreary little buildings, and of these I will mention one which, albeit ancient, has no monuments and no burial ground. This is the church of Tytherington, a small rustic village which has for neighbours Codford, St. Peter, on one side, and Sutton Veny and Norton Bavant on the other. To get into this church, where there was nothing but naked walls to look at, I had to procure the key from the clerk, a nearly blind old man of 80. He told me that he was shoemaker, but could no longer see to make or mend shoes, that as a boy he was a weak, sickly creature, and his father, a farm bailiff, made him learn shoemaking because he was unfit to work out of doors. I remember this church, he said, when there was only one service each quarter, but, strange to say, he forgot to tell me the story of the dog. "What, didn't he tell you about the dog?" exclaimed everybody. There was really nothing else to tell. It happened about 100 years ago that once, after the quarterly service had been held, a dog was missed, a small terrier owned by the young wife of a farmer of Tytherington named Case. She was fond of her dog and lamented its loss for a little while, then forgot all about it. But after 3 months, when the key was once more put into the rusty lock and the door thrown open, there was the dog, a living skeleton, it was said, dazed by the light of day, but still able to walk. It was supposed that he had kept himself alive by licking the moisture from the walls. The walls, they said, were dripping with wet and covered with a thick growth of mould. I went back to interrogate the ancient clerk, and he said that the dog died shortly after its deliverance. Mrs. Case herself told him all about it. She was an old woman then, but was always willing to relate the sad story of her pet. That picture of the starving dog coming out, a living skeleton, from the wet, mouldy church reminds us sharply of the changed times we live in, and of the days when the church was still sleeping very peacefully, not yet turning uneasily in its bed before opening its eyes, and when a comfortable rector of Codford thought it quite enough that the people of Tytherington, a mile away, should have one service every 3 months. As a fact, the Tytherington dog interested me as much as the story of the last Lord Lovell's self-incarceration in his own house in the neighbouring little village of Upton Lovell. He took refuge there from his enemies who were seeking his life, and concealed himself so effectually that he was never seen again. Centuries later, when excavations were made on the site of the ruined mansion, a secret chamber was discovered containing a human skeleton seated in a chair at a table on which were books and papers crumbling into dust. A volume might be filled with such strange and romantic happenings in the little villages of the Wylye, and for the natural man they have a lasting fascination. But they invariably relate to a great people of their day, warriors and statesmen and landowners of old and noble lineage, the smallest and meanest you will find being clothiers or merchants who amassed large fortunes and built mansions for themselves and almshouses for the aged poor, and when dead had memorials placed to them in the churches. But of the humble cottagers, the true people of the Vale who were rooted in the soil and nourished and died like trees in the same place, of these no memory exists. We only know that they lived and laboured, that when they died 3 or 4 a year, 300 or 400 in a century, they were buried in the little shady churchyard, each with a green mound over him to mark the spot. But in time these mouldering heaps subsided, the bodies turned to dust, and another and yet other generations were laid in the same spot among the forgotten dead, to be themselves in turn forgotten. Yet I would rather know the histories of these humble, unremembered lives than of the great ones of the Vale who have left us a memory. It may be for this reason that I was little interested in the manor houses of the Vale. They are plentiful enough, some gone to decay or put to various uses, others still the homes of luxury, beauty, culture, stately rooms, rich fabrics, pictures, books and manuscripts, gold and silverware, china and glass, expensive curios, suits of armour, ivory and antlers, tiger skins, stuffed goshawks and peacocks' feathers. Houses in some cases built centuries ago, standing half hidden in beautiful wooded grounds, isolated from the village. And even as they thus stand apart, sacred from intrusion, so the life that is in them does not mix with or form part of the true native life. They are to the cottagers of to-day what the Roman villas were to the native population of some 18 centuries ago. This will seem incredible to some. To me, an untrammelled person, familiar in both hall and cottage, the distance between them appears immense. A reader well acquainted with the valley will probably laugh to be told that the manor house which most interested me was that of Canuck, a small little village between Heytesbury and Upton Lovell. Its ancient and towerless little church with rough grey walls is, if possible, even more desolate looking than that of Tytherington. In my hunt for the key to open it I disturbed a quaint old man, another octogenarian, picturesque in a vast white beard, who told me he was a thatcher, or had been one before the evil days came when he could work no more and was compelled to seek parish relief. "You must go to the manor house for the key," he told me. A strange place in which to look for the key, and it was stranger still to see the house close to the church, and so like it that but for the small cross on the roof of the latter one could not have known which was the sacred building. First a monk's house, it fell at the Reformation to some greedy gentleman who made it his dwelling, and doubtless in later times it was used as a farmhouse. Now a house most desolate, dirty, and neglected, with cracks in the walls which threaten ruin, standing in a wilderness of weeds, tenanted by a poor working man whose wages are 12 shillings a week, and his wife and 8 children. The rent is 18 pence a week, probably the lowest rented manor house in England, though it is not very rare to find such places tenanted by labourers. But let us look at the true cottages. There are, I imagine, few places in England where the humble homes of the people have so great a charm. Undoubtedly they are darker inside, and not so convenient to live in as the modern box-shaped, red-brick, slate-roofed cottages, which have spread a wave of ugliness over the country. But they do not offend, they please the eye. They are smaller than the modern-built habitations, they are weathered and coloured by sun and wind and rain and many lowly vegetable forms to a harmony with nature. They appear related to the trees amid which they stand, to the river and meadows, to the sloping downs at the side, and to the sky and clouds over all. And most delightful feature, they stand among and are wrapped in flowers, as in a garment, rose and vine and creeper and clematis. They are mostly thatched, but some have tiled roofs. Their deep dark red, clouded and stained with lichen and moss, and these roofs, too, have their flowers in summer. They are grown over with yellow stonecrop, that bright, cheerful flower that smiles down at you from the lowly roof above the door, with such an inviting expression, so delighted to see you, no matter how poor and worthless a person you may be, or what mischief you may have been at, that you begin to understand the significance of a strange vernacular name of this plant, "Welcome home, husband, though never so drunk." But its garden flowers, clustering and nestling around it, amid which its feet are set, they are to me the best of all flowers. These are the flowers we know and remember forever, the old homely cottage garden blooms, so old that they have entered the soul. The big house garden, or gardener's garden, with everything growing in it, I hate, but these I love, fragrant gillyflower and pink and clove-smelling carnation, wallflower, abundant periwinkle, sweet williams, larkspur, love in a mist, and love lies bleeding, old woman's nightcap, and kiss me John at the garden gate, sometimes called pansy, and best of all, and in greatest profusion, that flower of flowers, the marigold. How the townsman, town-born and bred, regards this flower I do not know. He is, in spite of all the time I have spent in his company, a comparative stranger to me, the one living creature on the earth who does not greatly interest me. Some overpopulated planet in our system discovered a way to relieve itself by discharging its superfluous millions on our globe, a pale people with hurrying feet and eager, restless minds, who live apart in monstrous crowded camps like wood ants that go not out to forage for themselves, 6 millions of them crowded together in one camp alone. I have lived in these colonies years and years, never losing the sense of captivity, of exile, ever conscious of my burden, taking no interest in the doings of that innumerable multitude, its manifold interests, its ideals and philosophy, its arts and pleasure. What then does it matter how they regard this common orange-colored flower with a strong smell? For me it has an atmosphere, a sense or suggestion of something immeasurably remote and very beautiful, an event, a place, a dream perhaps, which has left no distinct image, but only this feeling unlike all others, imperishable, and not to be described except by the one word, marigold. But when my sight wanders away from the flower to others blooming with it, to all those which I have named, and to the taller ones, so tall that they reach halfway up, and some even quite up, to the eaves of the lowly houses they stand against, hollyhocks and peonies and crystalline white lilies with powdery gold inside, and the common sunflower, I begin to perceive that they all possess something of that same magical quality. These taller blooms remind me that the evening primrose, long naturalized in our hearts, is another common and very delightful cottage garden flower. Also that here, on the Wylye, there is yet another stranger from the same western world which is fast winning our affections. This is the goldenrod, grandly beautiful in its great yellow plume-like tufts. But it is not quite right to call the tufts yellow. They are green, thickly powdered with the minute golden florets. There is no flower in England like it, and it is a happiness to know that it promises to establish itself with us as a wild flower. Where the village lies low in the valley and the cottage is near the water, there are wild blooms, too, which almost rival those of the garden in beauty, water agrimony and comfrey with ivory white and dim purple blossoms, purple and yellow loosestrife, and gem-like water forget-me-not, all these mixed with reeds and sedges and water-grasses, forming a fringe or border to the potato or cabbage patch, dividing it from the stream. But now I have exhausted the subject of the flowers, and enumerated and dwelt upon the various other components of the scene, it comes to me that I have not yet said the right thing and given the Wylye its characteristic expression. In considering the flowers, we lose sight of the downs, and so in occupying ourselves with the details we miss the general effect. Let me then once more, before concluding this chapter, try to capture the secret of this little river. There are other chalk streams in Wiltshire and Hampshire and Dorset, swift crystal currents that play all summer long with the floating poa grass fast held in their pebbly beds, flowing through smooth downs, with small ancient churches in their green villages, and pretty thatched cottages smothered in flowers, which yet do not produce the same effect as the Wylye. Not Avon, for all its beauty, nor Itchen, nor Test. Wherein, then, does the Wylye-born differ from these others, and what is its special attraction? It was only when I set myself to think about it, to analyze the feeling in my own mind, that I discovered the secret. That is, in my own case, for of its effect on others I cannot say anything. What I discovered was that the various elements of interest, all of which may be found in other chalk stream valleys, are here concentrated or comprised in a limited space, and seen together produce a combined effect on the mind. It is the narrowness of the valley and the nearness of the high downs standing over it on either side, with, at some points, the memorials of antiquity carved on their smooth surfaces, the barrows and lynchnets or terraces, and the vast green earthworks crowning their summit. Up here on the turf, even with the lark singing his shrill music in the blue heavens, you are with the prehistoric dead, yourself for the time one of that innumerable unsubstantial multitude, invisible in the sun, so that the sheep travelling as they graze, and the shepherd following them, pass through their ranks without suspecting their presence. And from that elevation you look down upon the life of today, the visible life, so brief in the individual, which, like the swift river stream beneath, yet flows on continuously from age to age and forever. And even as you look down, you hear at that distance the bell of the little hidden church tower telling the hour of noon, and quickly following a shout of freedom and joy from many shrill voices of children just released from school. Woke to life by those sounds, and drawn down by them, you may sit to rest or sun yourself on the stone table of a tomb overgrown on its sides with moss, the 2-century-old inscription well nigh obliterated, in the little grass-grown, flowery churchyard which serves as village green and playground in that small centre of life, where the living and the dead exist in a neighbourly way together. For it is not here, as in towns, where the dead are away and out of mind, and the past cut off. And if after basking too long in the sun in that tree-sheltered spot, you go into the little church to cool yourself, you will probably find in a dim corner, not far from the altar, a stone effigy of one of an older time, a knight in armour, perhaps a crusader with legs crossed, lying on his back, dimly seen in the dim light, with perhaps a coloured sunbeam on his upturned face. For this little church where the villagers worship is very old, Norman on Saxon foundations, and before they were ever laid there may have been a temple to some ancient god at that spot, or a Roman villa perhaps. For older than Saxon foundations are found in the vale, and mosaic floors still beautiful after lying buried so long. All this, the far-removed events and periods in time, are not in the conscious mind when we are in the vale or when we are looking down on it from above. The mind is occupied with nothing but visible nature. Thus, when I am sitting on the tomb, listening to the various sounds of life about me, attentive to the flowers and bees and butterflies, to man or woman or child taking a short cut through the churchyard, exchanging a few words with them, or when I am by the water close by, watching a little company of graylings, their delicately shaded silver-grey scales distinctly seen as they lie in the crystal current, watching for flies, or when I listen to the perpetual musical talk and song combined of a family of greenfinches in the alders or willows, my mind is engaged with these things. But if one is familiar with the vale, if one has looked with interest and been deeply impressed with the signs and memorials of past life and of antiquity everywhere present and forming part of the scene, Something of it and of all that it represents remains in the subconscious mind to give a significance and feeling to the scene, which affects us here more than in most places, and that, I take it, is the special charm of this little valley. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of A Shepherd's Life by William Henry Hudson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, A Sheepdog's Life. Watch. His visits to a dew pond. David and his dog Monk. Watch goes to David's assistance. Caleb's new master objects to his dog. Watch and the corncrake. Watch plays with rabbits and guinea pigs. Old Nance the rook scarer. The lost pair of spectacles. Watch in decline. Gray hairs in animals. A gray mole. Last days of Watch. A shepherd on old sheepdogs. Perhaps the most interesting of the many sheepdog histories the shepherd related was that of Watch, a dog he had at Winterbourne Bishop for 3 years before he migrated to Warminster. Watch, he said, was more like a Christian, otherwise a reasonable being, than any other dog he had owned. He was exceedingly active, and in hot weather suffered more from heat than most dogs. Now the only accessible water when they were out on the down was in the mist pond about 1/4 of a mile from his liberty, as he called that portion of the down on which he was entitled to pasture his sheep. When Watch could stand his sufferings no longer, he would run to his master, and sitting at his feet look up at his face, and emit a low pleading whine. "What be you wanting, Watch? A drink or a swim?" the shepherd would say, and Watch, cocking up his ears, would repeat the whine. "Very well, go to the pond," Bawcombe would say, and off Watch would rush, never pausing until he got to the water, and dashing in he would swim round and round, lapping the water as he bathed. At the side of the pond there was a large round sarsen stone, and invariably on coming out of his bath Watch would jump upon it, and with his 4 feet drawn up close together would turn round and round, surveying the country from that elevation. Then jumping down he would return in all haste to his duties. Another anecdote which relates to the Winterbourne Bishop period is a somewhat painful one, and is partly about Monk, the sheepdog already described as a hunter of foxes, and his tragic end. Caleb had worked him for a time, but when he came into possession of Watch he gave Monk to his younger brother David, who was under shepherd on the same farm. One morning Caleb was with the ewes in a field when David, who was in charge of the lambs 2 or 3 fields away, came to him looking very strange, very much put out. "What are you here for? What's wrong with ye?" demanded Caleb. "Nothing's wrong," returned the other. "Where's Monk, then?" asked Caleb. "Dead," said David. "Dead? How's he dead?" "I killed 'n. He wouldn't mind me and made me mad, and I up with my stick and gave him 1 crack on the head, and it killed 'n." "You killed 'n?" exclaimed Caleb. "And you come here and tell I nothing wrong? Is that a right way to speak of such a thing as that? What be you thinking of? And what be you going to do with the lambs?" "I'm just going back to them. I'm going to do without a dog. I'm going to put them in the rape, and they'll be all right." "What? Put them in the rape and no dog to help ye?" cried the other. "You are not doing things right, but master mustn't pay for it. Take Watch to help ye. I must do without 'n this morning." "No, I'll not take 'n," he said, for he was angry, because he had done an evil thing, and he would have no one, man or dog, to help him. "I'll do better without a dog," he said, and marched off. Caleb cried after him, "If you won't have the dog, don't let the lambs suffer, but do as I tell 'ee. Don't you let 'em bide in the rape more'n 10 minutes, then chase 'em out, and let 'em stand 20 minutes to half an hour. Then let 'em in another 10 minutes, and out again for 20 minutes. Then let 'em go back and feed in it quietly, for the danger'll be over. If you don't do as I tell 'ee, you'll have many blown." David listened, then without a word went his way. But Caleb was still much troubled in his mind. How would he get that flock of hungry lambs out of the rape without a dog? and presently he determined to send Watch, or try to send him, to save the situation. David had been gone half an hour when he called the dog, and pointing in the direction he had taken, he cried, "David Wansey, go to Dave." Watch looked at him and listened, then bounded away, and after running full speed about 50 yards, stopped to look back to make sure he was doing the right thing. "Go to Dave," shouted Caleb once more, and away went Watch again, and arriving at a very high gate at the end of the field, dashed at and tried 2 or 3 times to get over it, first by jumping, then by climbing, and falling back each time. But by and by he managed to force his way through the thick hedge, and was gone from sight. When David came back that evening he was in a different mood, and said that Watch had saved him from a great misfortune. He could never have got the lambs out by himself, as they were mad for the rape. For some days after this, Watch served 2 masters. Caleb would take him to his ewes, and after a while would say, "Go, Dave Wansey," and away Watch would go to the other shepherd and flock. When Bawcombe had taken up his new place at Doveton, his master, Mr. Ellerby, watched him for a while with sharp eyes, but he was soon convinced that he had not made a mistake in engaging a head shepherd 25 miles away without making the usual inquiries, but merely on the strength of something heard casually in conversation about this man. But while more than satisfied with the man, he remained suspicious of the dog. "I'm afraid that dog of yours must hurt the sheep," he would say, and he even advised him to change him for one that worked in a quieter manner. Watch was too excitable, too impetuous. He could not go after the sheep in that violent way, and grab them as he did, without injuring them with his teeth. He did never bite a sheep in his life, Bawcombe assured him, and eventually he was able to convince his master that Watch could make a great show of biting the sheep without doing them the least hurt, that it was actually against his nature to bite or injure anything. One day in the late summer, when the corn had been cut but not carried, Bawcombe was with his flock on the edge of a newly reaped cornfield in a continuous heavy rain, when he spied his master coming to him. He was in a very light summer suit and straw hat, and had no umbrella or other protection from the pouring rain. "What be wrong with master to-day?" said Bawcombe. "He's tarrably upset to be out like this in such a rain in a straw hat and no coat." Mr. Ellerby had by that time got into the habit, when troubled in his mind, of going out to his shepherd to have a long talk with him. Not a talk about his trouble, that was some secret bitterness in his heart, but just about the sheep and other ordinary topics, and the talk, Caleb said, would seem to do him good. But this habit he had got into was observed by others, and the farm men would say, "Something's wrong to-day, master's gone off to the head shepherd." When he came to where Bawcombe was standing, in a poor shelter by the side of a fence, he at once started talking on indifferent subjects, standing there quite unconcerned, as if he didn't even know that it was raining, though his thin clothes were wet through, and the water coming through his straw hat was running in streaks down his face. By and by he became interested in the dog's movements, playing about in the rain among the stalks. "What has he got in his mouth?" he asked presently. "Come here, Watch," the shepherd called, and when Watch came he bent down and took a corncrake from his mouth. He had found the bird hiding in one of the stalks, and had captured without injuring it. "Why, it's alive! The dog hasn't hurt it," said the farmer, taking it in his hands to examine it. "Watch never hurted any creature yet," said Bawcombe. "He caught things just for his own amusement, but never injured them. He always let them go again. He would hunt mice in the field, and when he captured one he would play with it like a cat, tossing it from him, then dashing after and recapturing it. Finally he would let it go. He played with rabbits in the same way, and if you took a rabbit from him and examined it, you would find it quite uninjured." The farmer said it was wonderful. He had never heard of a case like it before, and, talking of Watch, he succeeded in forgetting the trouble in his mind which had sent him out in the rain in his thin clothes and straw hat, and he went away in a cheerful mood. Caleb probably forgot to mention during this conversation with his master that in most cases when Watch captured a rabbit he took it to his master and gave it into his hands, as much as to say, "Here is a very big sort of field mouse I have caught, rather difficult to manage. Perhaps you can do something with it." The shepherd had many other stories about this curious disposition of his dog. When he had been some months in his new place, his brother David followed him to the Wylye, having obtained a place as shepherd on a farm adjoining Mr. Ellerby's. His cottage was a little out of the village and had some ground to it, with a nice lawn or green patch. David was fond of keeping animal pets, birds in cages, and rabbits and guinea pigs in hutches, the last so tame that he could release them on the grass to see them play with one another. When Watch first saw these pets he was very much attracted and wanted to get to them, and after a good deal of persuasion on the part of Caleb, David one day consented to take them out and put them on the grass in the dog's presence. They were a little alarmed at first, but in a surprisingly short time made the discovery that this particular dog was not their enemy but a playmate. He rolled on the grass among them, and chased them round and round, and sometimes caught and pretended to worry them, and they appeared to think it very good fun. "Watch," said Bawcombe, "in the 15 years I had'n never killed and never hurt a creature, no, not even a leetle mouse, and when he caught anything, 'twere only to play with it." Watch comes into a story of an old woman employed at the farm at this period. She had been at the Warminster workhouse for a short time, and had there heard that a daughter of a former mistress in another part of the county had long been married and was now the mistress of Doveton Farm, close by. Old Nance thereupon obtained her release and trudged to Doveton, and one very rough, cold day presented herself at the farm to beg for something to do which would enable her to keep herself. If there was nothing for her, she must, she said, go back and end her days in the Warminster workhouse. Mrs. Ellerby remembered and pitied her, and going in to her husband, begged him earnestly to find some place on the farm for the forlorn old creature. He did not see what could be done for her. They already had one old woman on their hands, who mended sacks and did a few other trifling things, but for another old woman there would be nothing to do. Then he went in and had a good long look at her, revolving the matter in his mind, anxious to please his wife, and finally he asked her if she could scare the crows. He could think of nothing else. Of course she could scare crows. It was the very thing for her. Well, he said, she could go and look after the Swedes. The rooks had just taken a liking to them, and even if she was not very active, perhaps she would be able to keep them off. Old Nance got up to go and begin her duties at once. Then the farmer, looking at her clothes, said he would give her something more to protect her from the weather on such a bleak day. He got her an old felt hat, a big old frieze overcoat, and a pair of old leather leggings. When she had put on these somewhat cumbrous things, and had tied her hat firmly on with a strip of cloth, and fastened the coat at the waist with a cord, she was told to go to the head shepherd and ask him to direct her to the field where the rooks were troublesome. Then, when she was setting out, the farmer called her back and gave her an ancient rusty gun to scare the birds. "It isn't loaded," he said with a grim smile. "I don't allow powder and shot, but if you'll point it at them, they'll fly fast enough." Thus arrayed and armed, she set forth, and Caleb, seeing her approach at a distance, was amazed at her grotesque appearance, and even more amazed still when she explained who and what she was, and asked him to direct her to the field of Swedes. Some hours later the farmer came to him and asked him casually if he had seen an old gallus crow about. "Well," replied the shepherd, "I seen an old woman in man's coat and things, with an old gun, and I did tell her where to bide." "I think it will be rather cold for the old body in that field," said the farmer. "I'd like you to get a couple of padded hurdles and put them up for a shelter for her." And in the shelter of the padded or thatched hurdles by the hedge side, old Nance spent her days keeping guard over the turnips, and afterwards something else was found for her to do, and in the meanwhile she lodged in Caleb's cottage and became like one of the family. She was fond of the children and of the dog, and Watch became so much attached to her that had it not been for his duties with the flock he would have attended her all day in the fields to help her with the crows. Old Nance had two possessions she greatly prized, a book and a pair of spectacles, and it was her custom to spend the day sitting, spectacles on nose and book in hand, reading among the turnips. Her spectacles were so "tarrable good" that they suited all old eyes, and when this was discovered they were in great request in the village, and every person who wanted to do a bit of fine sewing or anything requiring young vision in old eyes would borrow them for the purpose. One day the old woman returned full of trouble from the fields. She had lost her spectacles. She must, she thought, have lent them to some one in the village on the previous evening and then forgotten all about it. But no one had them, and the mysterious loss of the spectacles was discussed and lamented by everybody. A day or two later Caleb came through the turnips on his way home, the dog at his heels, and when he got to his cottage Watch came round and placed himself square before his master and deposited the lost spectacles at his feet. He had found them in the turnip field over a mile from home, and though but a dog, he remembered that he had seen them on people's noses and in their hands, and knew that they must therefore be valuable, not to himself, but to that larger and more important kind of dog that goes about on its hind legs. There is always a sad chapter in the life history of a dog. It is the last one which tells of his decline, and it is ever saddest in the case of the sheep-dog, because he has lived closer to man and has served him every day of his life with all his powers, all his intelligence, in the one useful and necessary work he is fitted for or which we have found for him to do. The hunting and the pet or parasite dogs, the dogs for sport and pleasure, though one in species with him, are not like beings of the same order. They are like professional athletes and performers, and smart or fashionable people compared to those who do the work of the world, who feed us and clothe us. We are accustomed to speak of dogs generally as the servants and the friends of man. It is only of the sheep-dog that this can be said with absolute truth. Not only is he the faithful servant of the solitary man who shepherds his flock, but the dog's companionship is as much to him as that of a fellow being would be. Before his long and strenuous life was finished, Watch, originally jet black without a spot, became quite grey, the greyness being most marked on the head, which became at last almost white. It is undoubtedly the case that some animals, like men, turn grey with age, and Watch, when 15, was relatively as old as a man of 65 or 70. But grey hairs do not invariably come with age, even in our domestic animals, which are more subject to this change than those in a state of nature. But we are never so well able to judge of this in the case of wild animals, as in most cases their lives end prematurely. The shepherd related a curious instance in a mole. He once noticed mole heaps of a peculiar kind in a field of sainfoin, and it looked to him as if this mole worked in a way of his own, quite unlike the others. The hills he threw up were a good distance apart, and so large that you could fill a bushel measure with a mould from any one of them. He noticed that this mole went on burrowing every day in the same manner. Every morning there were new chains or ranges of the huge mounds. The runs were very deep, as he found when setting a mole trap, over 2 feet beneath the surface. He set his trap, filling the deep hole he had made with sods, and on opening it next day he found his mole and was astonished at its great size. He took no measurements, but it was bigger, he affirmed, than he could have believed it possible for a mole to be, and it was grey instead of black, the grey hairs being so abundant on the head as to make it almost white, as in the case of old Watch. He supposed that it was a very old mole, that it was a more powerful digger than most of its kind, and had perhaps escaped death so long on account of its strength and of its habit of feeding deeper in the earth than the others. To return to Watch. His hearing and eyesight failed as he grew older until he was practically blind and too deaf to hear any word given in the ordinary way. But he continued strong as ever on his legs, and his mind was not decayed, nor was he in the least tired. On the contrary, he was always eager to work, and as his blindness and deafness had made him sharper in other ways, he was still able to make himself useful with the sheep. Whenever the hurdles were shifted to a fresh place, and the sheep had to be kept in a corner of the enclosure until the new place was ready for them, it was old Watch's duty to keep them from breaking away. He could not see nor hear, but in some mysterious way he knew when they tried to get out, even if it was but one. Possibly the slight vibration of the ground informed him of the movement and direction as well. He would make a dash and drive the sheep back, then run up and down before the flock until all was quiet again. But at last it became painful to witness his efforts, especially when the sheep were very restless and incessantly trying to break away, and Watch, finding them so hard to restrain, would grow angry and rush at them with such fury that he would come violently against the hurdles at one side, then getting up, howling with pain, he would dash to the other side, when he would strike the hurdles there, and cry out with pain once more. It could not be allowed to go on. Yet Watch would not endure to be deprived of his work. If left at home, he would spend the time whining and moaning, praying to be allowed to go to the flock, until at last his master, with a very heavy heart, was compelled to have him put to death. This is, indeed, almost invariably the end of a sheep-dog. However zealous and faithful he may have been, and however much valued and loved, he must at last be put to death. I related the story of this dog to a shepherd in the very district where Watch had lived and served his master so well, one who had been head shepherd for upwards of 40 years at Imber Court, the principal farm at the small downland village of Imber. He told me that during all his shepherding days he had never owned a dog which had passed out of his hands to another. Every dog had been acquired as a pup and trained by himself, and he had been very fond of his dogs, but had always been compelled to have them shot in the end, not because he would have found them too great a burden when they had become too old and their senses decayed, but because it was painful to see them in their decline, perpetually craving to be at their old work with the sheep, incapable of doing it any longer, yet miserable if kept from it. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of A Shepherd's Life by William Henry Hudson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, The Ellerbys of Doveton. The Bawcombes at Doveton Farm. Caleb finds favour with his master. Mrs. Ellerby and the shepherd's wife. The passion of a childless wife. The curse. The story of the mob. The attack on the farm. A man transported for life. The 109th Psalm. The end of the Ellerbys. Caleb and his wife invariably spoke of their time at Doveton Farm in a way which gave one the idea that they regarded it as the most important period of their lives. It had deeply impressed them, and doubtless it was a great change for them to leave their native village for the first time in their lives and go long miles from home among strangers to serve a new master. Above everything, they felt leaving the old father who was angry with them and had gone to the length of disowning them for taking such a step. But there was something besides all this which had served to give Doveton an enduring place in their memories, and after many talks with the old couple about their Warminster days, I formed the idea that it was more to them than any other place where they had lived, because of a personal feeling they cherished for their master and mistress there. Hitherto Caleb had been in the service of men who were but a little way removed in thought and feeling from those they employed. They were mostly small men, born and bred in the parish, some wholly self-made, with no interest or knowledge of anything outside their own affairs, and almost as far removed as the labourers themselves from the ranks above. The Ellerbys were of another stamp, or a different class. If not a gentleman, Mr. Ellerby was very like one, and was accustomed to associate with gentlemen. He was a farmer, descended from a long line of farmers, but he owned his own land, and was an educated and travelled man, considered wealthy for a farmer. At all events, he was able to keep his carriage and riding and hunting horses in his stables, and he was regarded as the best breeder of sheep in the district. He lived in a good house, which, with its pictures and books and beautiful decorations and furniture, appeared to their simple minds extremely luxurious. This atmosphere was somewhat disconcerting to them at first, for although he knew his own value, priding himself on being a good shepherd, Caleb had up till now served with farmers who were in a sense on an equality with him, and they understood him and he them. But in a short time the feeling of strangeness vanished. Personally, as a fellow man, his master soon grew to be more to him than any farmer he had yet been with, and he saw a good deal of his master. Mr. Ellerby cultivated his acquaintance, and, as we have seen, got into the habit of seeking him out and talking to him, even when he was at a distance out on the down with his flock. And Caleb could not but see that in this respect he was preferred above the other men employed on the farm, that he had found favour in his master's eyes. When he had told me that story about Watch and the corncrake, it stuck in my mind, and on the first opportunity I went back to that subject, to ask what it really was that made his master act in such an extraordinary manner, to go out on a pouring wet day in a summer suit and straw hat, and walk a mile or two just to stand there in the rain talking to him about nothing in particular. What secret trouble had he? Was it that his affairs were in a bad way, or was he quarrelling with his wife? No, nothing of the kind. It was a long story, this secret trouble of the Ellerbys, and with his unconquerable reticence in regard to other people's private affairs, he would have passed it off with a few general remarks. But there was his old wife listening to us, and womanlike, eager to discuss such a subject, she would not let it pass. She would tell it, and would not be silenced by him. They were all dead and gone. Why should I not be told if I wanted to hear it? And so, with a word put in here and there by him when she talked, and with a good many words interposed by her when he took up the tale, they unfolded the story, which was very long as they told it, and must be given briefly here. It happened that when the Bawcombes settled in Doveton, just as Mr. Ellerby had taken to the shepherd, making a friend of him, so Mrs. Ellerby took to the shepherd's wife, and fell into the habit of paying frequent visits to her in her cottage. She was a very handsome woman, of a somewhat stately presence, dignified in manner, and she wore her abundant hair in curls hanging on each side to her shoulders, a fashion common at that time. From the first she appeared to take a particular interest in the Bawcombes, and they could not but notice that she was more gracious and friendly towards them than to the others of their station on the farm. The Bawcombes had 3 children then, aged 6, 4, and 2 years respectively, all remarkably healthy, with rosy cheeks and black eyes, and they were merry-tempered little things. Mrs. Ellerby appeared much taken with the children, praised their mother for always keeping them so clean and nicely dressed, and wondered how she could manage it on her small earnings. The carter and his wife lived in a cottage close by, and they too had 3 little children, and next to the carter's was the bailiff's cottage, and he too was married and had children. But Mrs. Ellerby never went into their cottages, and the shepherd and his wife concluded that it was because in both cases the children were rather puny, sickly-looking little things, and were never very clean. The carter's wife, too, was a slatternly woman. One day when Mrs. Ellerby came in to see Mrs. Bawcombe, the carter's wife was just going out of the door, and Mrs. Ellerby appeared displeased, and before leaving she said, "I hope, Mrs. Bawcombe, you are not going to mix too freely with your neighbours, or let your children go too much with them, and fall into their ways." They also observed that when she passed their neighbours' children in the lane, she spoke no word, and appeared not to see them. Yet she was kind to them too, and whenever she brought a big parcel of cakes, fruit, and sweets for the children, which she often did, she would tell the shepherd's wife to divide it into 3 lots, one for her own children, and the others for those of her 2 neighbours. It was clear to see that Mrs. Ellerby had grown fond of her children, especially of the eldest, the little rosy-cheeked 6-year-old boy. Sitting in the cottage, she would call him to her side, and would hold his hand while conversing with his mother. She would also bare the child's arm, just for the pleasure of rubbing it with her hand, and clasping it round with her fingers, and sometimes when caressing the child in this way she would turn her face aside to hide the tears that dropped from her eyes. She had no child of her own, the one happiness which she and her husband desired above all things. 6 times in their 10 married years they had hoped and rejoiced, although with fear and trembling, that their prayer would be answered, but in vain. Every child born to them came lifeless into the world. And so 'twould always be for sure, said the villagers, because of the curse. For it was a cause of wonder to the shepherd and his wife that this couple, so strong and healthy, so noble-looking, so anxious to have children, should have been so unfortunate, and still the villagers repeated that it was the curse that was on them. This made the shepherd angry. "What be you saying about a curse that is on them? A good man and a good woman!" he would exclaim, and taking up his crook go out and leave them to their gossip. He would not ask them what they meant. He refused to listen when they tried to tell him, but in the end he could not help knowing, since the idea had become a fixed one in the minds of all the villagers, and he could not keep it out. "Look at them," the gossipers would say, "as fine a couple as you ever saw, and no child. And look at his 2 brothers, fine, big, strong, well-set-up men, both married to fine, healthy women, and never a child living to any of them. And the sisters unmarried. 'Tis the curse and nothing else." The curse had been uttered against Mr. Ellerby's father, who was in his prime in the year 1831, at the time of the mob, when the introduction of labour-saving machinery in agriculture sent the poor farm labourers mad all over England. Wheat was at a high price at that time, and the farmers were exceedingly prosperous, but they paid no more than 7 shillings a week to their miserable labourers. And if they were half starved when there was work for all, when the corn was reaped with sickles, what would their condition be when reaping machines and other new implements of husbandry came into use? They would not suffer it. They would gather in bands everywhere and destroy the machinery, and being united they would be irresistible. And so it came about that there were risings or mobs all over the land. Mr. Ellerby, the most prosperous and enterprising farmer in the parish, had been the first to introduce the new methods. He did not believe that the people would rise against him, for he well knew that he was regarded as a just and kind man, and was even loved by his own labourers, but even if it had not been so, he would not have hesitated to carry out his resolution, as he was a high-spirited man. But one day the villagers got together and came unexpectedly to his barns, where they set to work to destroy his new thrashing machine. When he was told, he rushed out and went in hot haste to the scene, and as he drew near, some person in the crowd threw a heavy hammer at him, which struck him on the head and brought him senseless to the ground. He was not seriously injured, but when he recovered the work of destruction had been done, and the men had gone back to their homes, and no one could say who had led them and who had thrown the hammer. But by and by the police discovered that the hammer was the property of a shoemaker in the village, and he was arrested and charged with injuring with intent to murder. Tried with many others from other villages in the district at the Salisbury Assizes, he was found guilty and sentenced to transportation for life. Yet the Doveton shoemaker was known to every one as a quiet, inoffensive young man, and to the last he protested his innocence, for although he had gone with the others to the farm, he had not taken the hammer and was guiltless of having thrown it. 2 years after he had been sent away, Mr. Ellerby received a letter with an Australian postmark on it, but on opening it found nothing but a long denunciatory passage from the Bible enclosed, with no name or address. Mr. Ellerby was much disturbed in his mind, and instead of burning the paper and holding his peace, he kept it and spoke about it to this person and that, and every one went to his Bible to find out what message the poor shoemaker had sent, for it had been discovered that it was the 109th Psalm, or a great portion of it, and this is what they read. Let the iniquity of his fathers be remembered with the Lord, and let not the sin of his mother be blotted out. Let them be before the Lord continually, that he may cut off the memory of them from the earth. Because that he remembered not to show mercy, but persecuted the poor and needy man, that he might even slay the broken in heart. As he loved cursing, so let it come unto him. As he delighted not in blessing, so let it be far from him. As he clothed himself with cursing, like as with a garment, so let it come into his bowels like water, and like oil into his bones. Let it be unto him as a garment which covereth him, and for a girdle wherewith he is girded continually. But do thou for me, O God the Lord, for thy name's sake. For I am poor and needy, and my heart is wounded within me. I am come like the shadow when it declineth. I am tossed up and down as the locust. My knees are weak through fasting, and my flesh faileth of fatness. From that time the 109th Psalm became familiar to the villagers, and there were probably not many who did not get it by heart. There was no doubt in their minds of the poor shoemaker's innocence. Every one knew that he was incapable of hurting a fly. The crowd had gone into his shop and swept him away with them. All were in it, and some person seeing the hammer had taken it to help in smashing the machinery. And Mr. Ellerby had known in his heart that he was innocent, and if he had spoken a word for him in court, he would have got the benefit of the doubt and been discharged. But no, he wanted to have his revenge on some one, and he held his peace and allowed this poor fellow to be made the victim. Then when he died, and his eldest son succeeded him at Doveton Farm, and he and the other sons got married, and there were no children, or none born alive, they went back to the psalm again, and read and reread, and quoted the words, "Let his posterity be cut off, and in the generation following let their name be blotted out." Undoubtedly the curse was on them. Alas, it was. The curse was their belief in the curse, and the dreadful effect of the knowledge of it on a woman's mind, all the result of Mr. Ellerby the father's fatal mistake in not having thrown the scrap of paper that came to him from the other side of the world into the fire. All the unhappiness of the generation following came about in this way, and the family came to an end. For when the last of the Ellerbys died at a great age, there was not one person of the name left in that part of Wiltshire. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of A Shepherd's Life by William Henry Hudson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Old Wiltshire Days. Old memories. Hindon as a borough and as a village, the Lamb Inn and its birds, the mob at Hindon, the blind smuggler, Rawlings of Lower Pertwood Farm, Reed the thresher and deer stealer, he leaves a fortune, devotion to work, old Father Time, Grovely Wood and the people's rights, Grace Reed and the Earl of Pembroke, an illusion of the very aged, sedan chairs in Bath, stick gathering by the poor, game preserving. The incident of the unhappy young man who was transported to Australia or Tasmania, which came out in the Shepherd's History of the Ellerby family, put it in my mind to look up some of the very aged people of the downland villages whose memories could go back to the events of 80 years ago. I found a few, still lingering here, who were able to recall that miserable and memorable year of 1830, and had witnessed the doings of the mobs. One was a woman, my old friend of Fonthill Bishop, now aged 94, who was in her teens when the poor labourers, 1,000 strong, some say, armed with cudgels, hammers, and axes, visited her village and broke up the thrashing machines they found there. Another person who remembered that time was an old but remarkably well-preserved man of 89 at Hendon, a village a couple of miles distant from Fonthill Bishop. Hendon is a delightful little village, so rustic and pretty amidst its green swelling downs, with great woods crowning the heights beyond, that one can hardly credit the fact that it was formerly an important market and session town, and a parliamentary borough returning 2 members. Also that it boasted, among other greatnesses, 13 public houses. Now it has 2, and not flourishing in these tea and mineral water drinking days. Naturally, it was an exceedingly corrupt little borough, where free beer for all was the order of the day for a period of 4 to 6 weeks before an election, and where every householder with a vote looked to receive 20 guineas from the candidate of his choice. It is still remembered that when a householder in those days was very hard up, owing perhaps to his too frequent visits to the 13 public houses, he would go to some substantial tradesman in the place and pledge his 20 guineas, due at the next election. In due time, after the Reform Bill, it was deprived of its glory, and later, when the South Western Railway built their line from Salisbury to Yeovil and left Hendon some miles away, making their station at Tisbury, it fell into decay, dwindling to the small village it now is, and its last state, sober and purified, is much better than the old. For although sober, it is contented and even merry, and exhibits such a sweet friendliness toward the stranger within its gates as to make him remember it with pleasure and gratitude. What a quiet little place Hendon has become after its old noisy period, the following little bird story will show. For several weeks during the spring and summer of 1909 my home was at the Lamb Inn, a famous posting house of the great old days, and we had 3 pairs of birds, throstle, pied wagtail, and flycatcher, breeding in the ivy covering the wall facing the village street just over my window. I watched them when building, incubating, feeding their young, and bringing their young off. The villagers, too, were interested in the sight, and sometimes a dozen or more men and boys would gather and stand for half an hour watching the birds flying in and out of their nests when feeding their young. The last to come off were the flycatchers on 18th June. It was on the morning of the day I left, and one of the little things flitted into the room where I was having my breakfast. I succeeded in capturing it before the cats found out, and put it back on the ivy. There were 3 young birds. I had watched them from the time they hatched, and when I returned a fortnight later there were the 3 still being fed by their parents in the trees and on the roof, their favourite perching place being on the swinging sign of the Lamb. Whenever an old bird darted at and captured a fly, the 3 young would flutter round it like 3 butterflies to get the fly. This continued until 18th July, after which date I could not detect their feeding the young, although the hunger call was occasionally heard. If the flycatcher takes a month to teach its young to catch their own flies, it is not strange that it breeds but once in the year. It is a delicate art the bird practices, and takes long to learn. But how different with the martin, which dismisses its young in a few days and begins breeding again, even to the 3rd time. These 3 broods over my window were not the only ones in the place. There were at least 20 other pairs in the garden and outhouses of the inn: sparrows, thrushes, blackbirds, dunnocks, wrens, starlings, and swallows. Yet the inn was in the very centre of the village, and being an inn was the most frequented and noisiest spot. To return to my old friend of 89. He was but a small boy, attending the Hendon school when the rioters appeared on the scene, and he watched their entry from the schoolhouse window. It was market day, and the market was stopped by the invaders, and the agricultural machines brought for sale and exhibition were broken up. The picture that remains in his mind is of a great excited crowd in which men and cattle and sheep were mixed together in the wide street, which was the market place, and of shouting and noise of smashing machinery, and finally of the mob pouring forth over the down on its way to the next village, he and the other little boys following their march. The smuggling trade flourished greatly at that period, and there were receivers and distributors of smuggled wine, spirits, and other commodities in every town and in very many villages throughout the county, in spite of its distance from the sea coast. One of his memories is of a blind man of the village, or town as it was then, who was used as an assistant in this business. He had lost his sight in childhood, one eye having been destroyed by a ferret which got into his cradle. Then, when he was about 6 years old, he was running across the room one day with a fork in his hand when he stumbled, and falling on the floor had the other eye pierced by the prongs. But in spite of his blindness he became a good worker, and could make a fence, reap, trim hedges, feed the animals, and drive a horse as well as any man. His father had a small farm and was a carrier as well, a quiet, sober, industrious man who was never suspected by his neighbours of being a smuggler, for he never left his house and work, but from time to time he had little consignments of rum and brandy in casks received on a dark night, and carefully stowed away in his manure heap and in a pit under the floor of his pigsty. Then the blind son would drive his old mother in the carrier's cart to Bath, and call at a dozen or 20 private houses, leaving parcels which had been already ordered and paid for, a gallon of brandy at one, 2 or 4 gallons of rum at another, and so on, until all was got rid of, and on the following day they would return with goods to Hendon. This quiet little business went on satisfactorily for some years, during which the officers of the excise had stared 1,000 times with their eagle eyes at the quaint old woman in her poke bonnet and shawl, driven by a blind man with a vacant face, and had suspected nothing, when a little mistake was made and a jar of brandy delivered at a wrong address. The recipient was an honest gentleman, and in his anxiety to find the rightful owner of the brandy made extensive inquiries in his neighbourhood, and eventually the excisemen got wind of the affair, and on the very next visit of the old woman and her son to Bath they were captured. After an examination before a magistrate, the son was discharged on account of his blindness, but the cart and horses, as well as the smuggled spirits, were confiscated, and the poor blind man had to make his way on foot to Hendon. Another of his recollections is of a family named Rawlings, tenants of Lower Pertwood Farm, near Hendon, a lonely, desolate-looking house, hidden away in a deep hollow among the high downs. The farmer Rawlings of 70 or 80 years ago was a man of singular ideas, and that he was permitted to put them in practice shows that, severe as was the law in those days, and dreadful the punishments inflicted on offenders, there was a kind of liberty which does not exist now, the liberty a man had of doing just what he thought proper in his own house. The Rawlings had a numerous family, and some died at home, and others lived to grow up and go out into the world under strange names. Faith, Hope, and Charity were 3 of his daughters, and Justice, Morality, and Fortitude 3 of his sons. Now, for some reason, Rawlings objected to the burial of his dead in the churchyard of the nearest village, Monkton Deverill, and the story is that he quarrelled with the rector over the question of the church bell being tolled for the funeral. He would have no bell tolled, he swore, and the rector would bury no one without the bell. Thereupon Rawlings had the coffined corpse deposited on a table in an outhouse, and the door made fast. Later there was another death, then a third, and all 3 were kept in the same place for several years, and although it was known to the whole countryside, no action was taken by the local authorities. My old informant says that he was often at the farm when he was a young man, and he used to steal round to the dead house, as it was called, to peep through a crack in the door and see the 3 coffins resting on the table in the dim interior. Eventually the dead disappeared a little while before the Rawlings gave up the farm, and it was supposed that the old farmer had buried them in the night time in one of the neighbouring chalk pits, but the spot has never been discovered. One of the stories of the old Wiltshire days I picked up was from an old woman, aged 87, in the Wilton workhouse. She has a vivid recollection of a labourer named Reed in Odstock, a village on the Ebble near Salisbury, a stern, silent man who was a marvel of strength and endurance. The work in which he most delighted was precisely that which most labourers hated, before threshing machines came in despite the action of the mobs, threshing out corn with the flail. From earliest dawn till after dark he would sit or stand in a dim, dusty barn, monotonously pounding away, without an interval to rest, and without dinner, and with no food but a piece of bread and a pinch of salt. Without the salt he would not eat the bread. An hour after all others had ceased from work he would put on his coat and trudge home to his wife and family. The woman in the workhouse remembers that once, when Reed was a very old man, past work, he came to their cottage for something, and while he stood waiting at the entrance, a little boy ran in and asked his mother for a piece of bread and butter with sugar on it. Old Reed glared at him, and shaking his big stick, exclaimed, "I'd give you sugar with this, if you were my boy." And so terrible did he look in his anger at the luxury of the times that the little boy burst out crying and ran away. What chiefly interested me about this old man was that he was a deer stealer of the days when that offence was common in the country. It was not so great a crime as sheep stealing, for which men were hanged. Taking a deer was punished with nothing worse than hard labour, as a rule. But Reed was never caught. He would labour his full time and steal away after dark over the downs, to return in the small hours with a deer on his back. It was not for his own consumption. He wanted the money for which he sold it in Salisbury, and it is probable that he was in league with other poachers, as it is hard to believe that he could capture the animals single-handedly. After his death it was found that old Reed had left £100 to each of his 2 surviving daughters, and it was a wonder to everybody how he had managed not only to bring up a family and keep himself out of the workhouse to the end of his long life, but to leave so large a sum of money. One can only suppose that he was a rigid economist and never had a week's illness, and that by abstaining from beer and tobacco he was able to save a couple of shillings each week out of his wages of 7 or 8 shillings. This in 40 years would make the £200, with something over. It is not a very rare thing to find a farm labourer like old Reed of Odstock, with not only a strong preference for a particular kind of work, but a love of it as compelling as that of an artist for his art. Some friends of mine, whom I went to visit over the border in Dorset, told me of an enthusiast of this description who had recently died in the village. "What a pity you did not come sooner," they said. Alas! It is nearly always so. On first coming to stay at a village one is told that it has but just lost its oldest and most interesting inhabitant, a relic of the olden time. This man had taken to the scythe as Reed had to the flail, and was never happy unless he had a field to mow. He was a very tall old man, so lean that he looked like a skeleton, the bones covered with a skin as brown as old leather, and he wore his thin grey hair and snow-white beard very long. He rode on a white donkey, and was usually seen mounted galloping down the village street, hatless, his old brown bare feet and legs drawn up to keep them from the ground, his scythe over his shoulder. "Here comes old Father Time," they would cry, as they called him, and ran to the door to gaze with ever fresh delight at the wonderful old man as he rushed by, kicking and shouting at his donkey to make him go faster. He was always in a hurry, hunting for work with furious zeal, and when he got a field to mow, so eager was he that he would not sleep at home, even if it was close by, but would lie down on the grass at the side of the field and start working at dawn, between 2 and 3 o'clock, quite 3 hours before the world woke up to its daily toil. The name of Reed, the zealous thresher with the flail, serves to remind me of yet another Reed, a woman who died a few years ago, aged 94, and whose name should be cherished in one of the downland villages. She was a native of Barford St. Martin on the Nadder, one of the two villages, the other being Wishford, on the Wylye River, the inhabitants of which have the right to go into Grovelly Wood, an immense forest on the Wilton estate, to obtain wood for burning, each person being entitled to take home as much wood as he or she could carry. The people of Wishford take green wood, but those of Barford only dead, they having bartered their right at a remote period to cut growing trees for a yearly sum of £5, which the lord of the manor still pays to the village, and in addition the right to take dead wood. It will be readily understood that this right possessed by the people of two villages, both situated within a mile of the forest, has been a perpetual source of annoyance to the noble owners in modern times, since the strict preservation of game, especially of pheasants, has grown to be almost a religion to the landowners. Now it came to pass that about half a century or longer ago the Pembroke of that time made the happy discovery, as he imagined, that there was nothing to show that the Barford people had any right to the dead wood. They had been graciously allowed to take it, as was the case all over the country at that time, and that was all. At once he issued an edict prohibiting the taking of dead wood from the forest by the villagers, and, great as the loss was to them, they acquiesced. Not a man of Barford St. Martin dared to disobey the prohibition or raise his voice against it. Grace Reed then determined to oppose the mighty earl, and, accompanied by 4 other women of the village, boldly went to the wood and gathered their sticks and brought them home. They were summoned before the magistrates and fined, and on their refusal to pay were sent to prison. But the very next day they were liberated and told that a mistake had been made, that the matter had been inquired into, and it had been found that the people of Barford did really have the right they had exercised so long to take dead wood from the forest. As a result of the action of these women, the right has not been challenged since, and on my last visit to Barford, a few days before writing this chapter, I saw 3 women coming down from the forest with as much dead wood as they could carry on their heads and backs. But how near they came to losing their right! It was a bold and unheard of thing which they did, and if there had not been a poor cottage woman with the spirit to do it at the proper moment, the right could never have been revived. Grace Reed's children's children are living at Barford now. They say that to the very end of her long life she preserved a very clear memory of the people and events of the village in the old days, early in the last century. They say, too, that in recalling the far past, the old people and scenes would present themselves so vividly to her mind that she would speak of them as of recent things, and would say to some one 50 years younger than herself, "Can't you remember it? Surely you haven't forgotten it when 'twas the talk of the village." It is a common illusion of the very aged, and I had an amusing instance of it in my old Hindon friend, when he gave me his first impressions of Bath as he saw it about the year 1835. What astonished him most were the sedan chairs, for he had never even heard of such a conveyance, but here in this city of wonders you met them in every street. Then he added, "But you've been to Bath, and of course you've seen them and know all about it." About firewood gathering by the poor in woods and forests, my old friend of Fonthill Bishop says that the people of the village adjacent to the Fonthill and Great Ridge woods were allowed to take as much dead wood as they wanted from those places. She was accustomed to go to the Great Ridge wood, which was even wilder and more like a natural forest in those days than it is now. It was fully 2 miles from her village, a longish distance to carry a heavy load, and it was her custom, after getting the wood out, to bind it firmly in a large barrel-shaped bundle of faggot, as in that way she could roll it down the smooth, steep slopes of the down, and so get her burden home without so much groaning and sweating. The great wood was then full of hazel trees, and produced such an abundance of nuts that from mid-July to September people flocked to it for the nutting from all the country round, coming even from Bath and Bristol to load their carts with nuts in sacks for the market. Later, when the wood began to be more strictly preserved for sporting purposes, the rabbits were allowed to increase excessively, and during the hard winters they attacked the hazel trees, gnawing off the bark, until this most useful and profitable wood the forest produced, the scrubby oaks having little value, was well nigh extirpated. By and by, pheasants as well as rabbits were strictly preserved, and the firewood gatherers were excluded altogether. At present you find dead wood lying about all over the place, abundantly as in any primitive forest, where trees die of old age or disease, or are blown down or broken off by the winds, and are left to rot on the ground, overgrown with ivy and brambles. But of all this dead wood not a stick to boil a kettle may be taken by the neighbouring poor, lest the pheasants should be disturbed or a rabbit be picked up. Some more of the old dame's recollections will be given in the next chapter, showing what the condition of the people was in this district about the year 1830, when the poor farm labourers were driven by hunger and misery to revolt against their masters, the farmers who were everywhere breaking up the downs with the plough to sow more and still more corn, who were growing very fat and paying higher and higher rents to their fat landlords, while the wretched men that drove the plough had hardly enough to satisfy their hunger. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of A Shepherd's Life by William Henry Hudson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, Old Wiltshire Days, continued. An old Wiltshire woman's memories, her home, work on a farm, a little bird-scarer, housekeeping, the agricultural labourers rising, villagers out of work, relief work, a game of ball with barley bannocks, sheep-stealing, a poor man hanged, temptations to steal, a sheep-stealing shepherd, a sheep-stealing farmer, story of Ebenezer Garlick, a sheep-stealer at Chitterne, the law and the judges, a human devil in a black cap, how the revolting labourers were punished, a last scene at Salisbury Court-house, inquest on a murdered man, policy of the farmers. The story of her early life told by my old friend Joan, aged 94, will serve to give some idea of the extreme poverty and hard-suffering life of the agricultural labourers during the 30s of last century, at a time when farmers were exceedingly prosperous and landlords drawing high rents. She was 3 years old when her mother died after the birth of a boy, the last of 11 children. There was a dame's school in their little village of Fonthill Abbey, but the poverty of the family would have made it impossible for Joan to attend had it not been for an unselfish person residing there, a Mr. King, who was anxious that every child should be taught its letters. He paid for little Joan's schooling from the age of 4 to 8, and now, in the evening of her life, when she sits by the fire with her book, she blesses the memory of the man, dead these 70 or 80 years, who made this solace possible for her. After the age of 8 there could be no more school, for now all the older children had gone out into the world to make their own poor living, the boys to work on distant farms, the girls to service or to be wives, and Joan was wanted at home to keep house for her father, to do the washing, mending, cleaning, cooking, and to be mother to her little brother as well. Her father was a ploughman at 7 shillings a week, but when Joan was 10 he met with a dreadful accident when ploughing with a couple of young or intractable oxen. In trying to stop them he got entangled in the ropes, and one of his legs badly broken by the plough. As a result, it was 6 months before he could leave his cottage. The overseer of the parish, a prosperous farmer who had a large farm a couple of miles away, came to inquire into the matter and see what was to be done. His decision was that the man would receive 3 shillings a week until able to start work again, and as that would just serve to keep him, the children must go out to work. Meanwhile, one of the married daughters had come to look after her father in the cottage, and that set the little ones free. The overseer said he would give them work on his farm, and pay them a few pence apiece, and give them their meals. So to his farm they went, returning each evening home. That was her first place, and from that time on she was a toiler indoors and out, but mainly in the fields, till she was past 85. 75 years of hard work, then less and less as her wonderful strength diminished, and her sons and daughters were getting gray, until now at the age of 94 she does very little, practically nothing. In that first place she had a very hard master in the farmer and overseer. He was known in all the neighbourhood as Devil Turner, and even at that time, when farmers had their men under their heel, as it were, he was noted for his savage, tyrannical disposition, also for a curious sardonic humour, which displayed itself in the forms of punishment he inflicted on the workmen who had the ill luck to offend him. The man had to take the punishment, however painful or disgraceful, without a murmur, or go and starve. Every morning thereafter Joan and her little brother, aged 7, had to be up in time to get to the farm at 5 o'clock in the morning, and if it was raining or snowing or bitterly cold, so much the worse for them. But they had to be there, for Devil Turner's bad temper was harder to bear than bad weather. Joan was a girl of all work, in and out of doors, and in severe weather, when there was nothing else for her to do, she would be sent into the fields to gather flints, the coldest of all tasks for her little hands. "But what could your little brother, a child of 7, do in such a place?" I asked. She laughed when she told me of her little brother's very first day at the farm. The farmer was, for a devil, considerate, and gave him something very light for a beginning, which was to scare the birds from the ricks. "And if they will come back, you must catch them," he said, and left the little fellow to obey the difficult command as he could. The birds that worried him most were the fowls, for however often he hunted them away, they would come back again. Eventually he found some string with which he made some little loops fastened to sticks, and these he arranged on a spot of ground he had cleared, scattering a few grains of corn on it to attract the birds. By this means he succeeded in capturing 3 of the robbers, and when the farmer came round at noon to see how he was getting on, the little fellow showed him his captures. "These are not birds," said the farmer, "they are fowls, and don't you trouble yourself any more about them, but keep your eye on the sparrows and little birds and rooks and jackdaws that come to pull the straws out." That was how he started. Then from the ricks to bird scaring in the fields and to other tasks suited to one of his age, not without much suffering and many tears. The worst experience was the punishment of standing motionless for long hours at a time on a chair placed out in the yard, full in sight of the windows of the house, so that he could be seen by the inmates. The hardest, the cruelest task that could be imposed on him would come as a relief after this. Joan suffered no punishment of that kind. She was very anxious to please her master, and worked hard. But she was an intelligent and spirited child, and as the sole result of her best efforts was that more and more work was put on her, she revolted against such injustice, and eventually, tried beyond endurance, she ran away home and refused to go back to the farm any more. She found some work in the village, for now her sister had to go back to her husband, and Joan had to take her place and look after her father and the house, as well as earn something to supplement the 3 shillings a week they had to live on. After about 9 months her father was up and out again, and went back to the plough, for just then a great deal of down was being broken up and brought under cultivation on account of the high price of wheat, and good ploughmen were in request. He was lame, the injured limb being now considerably shorter than the other, and when ploughing he could only manage to keep on his legs by walking with the longer one in the furrow and the other on the higher ground. But after struggling on for some months in this way, suffering much pain and his strength declining, he met with a fresh accident, and was laid up once more in his cottage, and from that time until his death he did no more farm work. Joan and her little brother lived or slept at home, and worked to keep themselves and him. Now in this her own little story, and in her account of the conditions of the people at that time. Also in the histories of other old men and women whose memories go back as far as hers, supplemented by a little reading in the newspapers of that day, I can understand how it came about that these poor labourers, poor spiritless slaves as they had been made by long years of extremest poverty and systematic oppression, rose at last against their hard masters, and smashed the agricultural machines, and burnt ricks and broke into houses to destroy and plunder their contents. It was a desperate, a mad adventure, these gatherings of half-starved yokels armed with sticks and axes, and they were quickly put down and punished in a way that even William the Bastard would not have considered as too lenient. But oppression had made them mad. The introduction of thrashing machines was but the last straw, the culminating act of the hideous system followed by landlords and their tenants, the former to get the highest possible rent for his land, the other to get his labor at the lowest possible rate. It was a compact between landlord and tenant aimed against the laborer. It was not merely the fact that the wages of a strong man were only 7 shillings a week at the outside, a sum barely sufficient to keep him and his family from starvation and rags. As a fact it was not enough, and but for a little poaching and stealing he would not have lived. But it was customary, especially on the small farms, to get rid of the men after the harvest and leave them to exist the best way they could during the bitter winter months. Thus every village, as a rule, had its 12 or 20 or more men thrown out each year, good steady men with families dependent on them, and besides these there were the aged and weaklings and the lads who had not yet got a place. The misery of these out-of-work labourers was extreme. They would go to the woods and gather faggots of dead wood, which they would try to sell in the villages, but there were few who could afford to buy of them, and at night they would skulk about the fields to rob a swede or two to satisfy the cravings of hunger. In some parishes the farmer overseers were allowed to give relief work, out of the rates it goes without saying, to these unemployed men of the village who had been discharged in October or November, and would be wanted again when the winter was over. They would be put to flint gathering in the fields, their wages being 4 shillings a week. Some of the very old people of Winterbourne Bishop, when speaking of the principal food of the labourers at that time, the barley bannock and its exceeding toughness, gave me an amusing account of a game of balls invented by the flint gatherers, just for the sake of a little fun, during their long weary day in the fields, especially in cold frosty weather. The men would take their dinners with them, consisting of a few barley balls or cakes, in their coat pockets, and at noon they would gather at one spot to enjoy their meal, and seat themselves on the ground in a very wide circle, the men about 10 yards apart. Then each one would produce his bannocks and start throwing, aiming at some other man's face. There were hits and misses and great excitement and hilarity for 20 or 30 minutes, after which the earth and gravel adhering to the balls would be wiped off, and they would set themselves to the hard task of masticating and swallowing the heavy stuff. At sunset they would go home to a supper of more barley bannocks, washed down with hot water flavored with some aromatic herb or weed, and then straight to bed to get warm, for there was little firing. It was not strange that sheep-stealing was one of the commonest offences against the law at that time, in spite of the dreadful penalty. Hunger made the people reckless. My old friend Joan, and other old persons, have said to me that it appeared in those days that the men were strangely indifferent, and did not seem to care whether they were hanged or not. It is true they did not hang very many of them. The judge, as a rule, after putting on his black cap and ordering them to the gallows, would send in a recommendation to mercy for most of them. But the mercy of that time was like that of the wicked, exceedingly cruel. Instead of swinging, it was transportation for life, or for 14, and at the very least 7 years. Those who have read Clarke's terrible book, For the Term of His Natural Life, know, in a way, what these poor Wiltshire labourers, who in most cases were never more heard of by their wives and children, were sent to endure in Australia and Tasmania. And some were hanged. My friend Joan named some people she knows in the neighbourhood, who are the grandchildren of a young man with a wife and family of small children, who was hanged at Salisbury. She had a vivid recollection of this case because it had seemed so hard, the man having been maddened by want when he took a sheep. Also because when he was hanged his poor young wife travelled to the place of slaughter to beg for his body, and had it brought home and buried decently in the village churchyard. How great the temptation to steal sheep must have been, any one may know now by merely walking about among the fields in this part of the country, to see how the sheep are folded and left by night unguarded, often at long distances from the village, in distant fields and on the downs. Even in the worst times it was never customary, never thought necessary, to guard the flock by night. Many cases could be given to show how easy it was to steal sheep. One quite recent, about 20 years ago, is of a shepherd who was frequently sent with sheep to the fairs, and who on his way to Wilton Fair with a flock one night turned aside to open a fold and let out 19 sheep. On arriving at the fair he took out the stolen sheep and sold them to a butcher of his acquaintance, who sent them up to London. But he had taken too many from one flock. They were quickly missed, and by some lucky chance it was found out and the shepherd arrested. He was sentenced to 8 months' hard labour, and it came out during the trial that this poor shepherd, whose wages were 14 shillings a week, had a sum of £400 to his credit in a Salisbury bank. Another case which dates far back is that of a farmer named Day, who employed a shepherd or drover to take sheep to the fairs and markets and steal sheep for him on the way. It is said that he went on at this game for years before it was discovered. Eventually master and man quarrelled, and the drover gave information, whereupon Day was arrested and lodged in Fisherton jail at Salisbury. Later he was sent to take his trial at Devizes on horseback, accompanied by 2 constables. At the Druid's Head, a public house on the way, the 3 travellers alighted for refreshments, and there Day succeeded in giving them the slip, and jumping on a fast horse, standing ready saddled for him, made his escape. Farmer Day never returned to the plain, and was never heard of again. There is an element of humour in some of the sheep-stealing stories of the old days. At one village where I often stayed, I heard about a certain Ebenezer Garlick, who was commonly called, in allusion no doubt to his surname, Sweet Violets. He was a sober, hard-working man, an example to most, but there was this against him, that he cherished a very close friendship with a poor, disreputable, drunken loafer named Flittermouse, who spent most of his time hanging about the old coaching inn at the place for the sake of tips. Sweet Violets was always giving coppers and sixpence to this man, but one day they fell out when Flittermouse begged for a shilling. He must, he said, have a shilling, he couldn't do with less, and when the other refused, he followed him, demanding the money with abusive words, to everybody's astonishment. Finally Sweet Violets turned on him and told him to go to the devil. Flittermouse, in a rage, went straight to the constable and denounced his patron as a sheep-stealer. He, Flittermouse, had been his servant and helper, and on the very last occasion of stealing a sheep he had got rid of the skin and offal by throwing them down an old disused well at the top of the village street. To the well the constable went with ropes and hooks, and succeeded in fishing up the remains described, and he thereupon arrested Garlick and took him before a magistrate, who committed him for trial. Flittermouse was the only witness for the prosecution, and the judge, in his summing up, said that, taking into consideration Garlick's known character in the village as a sober, diligent, honest man, it would be a little too much to hang him on the unsupported testimony of a creature like Flittermouse, who was half fool and half scoundrel. The jury, pleased and very much surprised at being directed to let a man off, obediently returned a verdict of not guilty, and Sweet Violets returned from Salisbury triumphant, to be congratulated on his escape by all the villagers, who, however, slyly winked and smiled at one another. Of sheep-stealing stories I will relate one more, a case which never came into court and was never discovered. It was related to me by a middle-aged man, a shepherd of Warminster, who had it from his father, a shepherd of Chitterne, one of the lonely isolated villages on Salisbury Plain between the Avon and the Wylye. His father had it from the person who committed the crime, and was anxious to tell it to someone, and knew that the shepherd was his true friend, a silent, safe man. He was a farm labourer named Shergold, one of the South Wiltshire surnames very common in the early part of last century, which now appear to be dying out, described as a very big, powerful man, full of life and energy. He had a wife and several young children to keep, and the time was near midwinter. Shergold was out of work, having been discharged from the farm at the end of the harvest. It was an exceptionally cold season, and there was no food and no firing in the house. One evening in late December a drover arrived at Chitterne with a flock of sheep, which he was driving to Tilshead, another downland village several miles away. He was anxious to go to Tilshead that night, and wanted a man to help him. Shergold was on the spot, and undertook to go with him for the sum of 4d. They set out when it was getting dark. The sheep were put on the road, the drover going before the flock and Shergold following at the tail. It was a cold, cloudy night, threatening snow, and so dark that he could hardly distinguish the dim forms of even the hindmost sheep, and by the temptation to steal one assailed him. For how easy it would have been for him to do it! With his tremendous strength he could kill and hide a sheep very quickly, without making any sound whatever to alarm the drover. He was very far ahead. Shergold could judge the distance by the sound of his voice when he uttered a call or shout from time to time, and by the barking of the dog as he flew up and down, first on one side of the road, then on the other, to keep the flock well on it. And he thought of what a sheep would be to him and to his hungry ones at home, until the temptation was too strong, and, suddenly lifting his big heavy stick, he brought it down with such force on the head of a sheep as to drop it with its skull crushed, dead as a stone. Hastily picking it up, he ran a few yards away and placed it among the furze bushes, intending to take it home on his way back, and then returned to the flock. They arrived at Tilshead in the small hours, and after receiving his 4d, he started for home, walking rapidly, and then running to be in time. But when he got back to where the sheep was lying, the dawn was coming, and he knew that before he could get to Chitterne with the heavy burden on his back, people would be getting up in the village, and he would perhaps be seen. The only thing to do was to hide the sheep and return for it on the following night. Accordingly, he carried it away a couple of 100 yards to a pit or small hollow in the down, full of bramble and furze bushes, and here he concealed it, covering it with a mass of dead bracken and herbage, and left it. That afternoon the long threatening snow began to fall, and with snow on the ground he dared not go to recover his sheep, since his footprints would betray him. He must wait once more for the snow to melt. But the snow fell at night, and what must his feelings have been when he looked at it still falling in the morning, and knew that he could have gone for the sheep with safety, since all traces would have been quickly obliterated. Once more there was nothing to do but wait patiently for the snow to cease falling, and for the thaw. But how intolerable it was, for the weather continued bitterly cold for many days, and the whole country was white. During those hungry days even that poor comfort of sleeping or dozing away the time was denied him, for the danger of discovery was ever present to his mind, and Shergold was not one of the callous men who had become indifferent to their fate. It was his first crime, and he loved his own life and his wife and children, crying to him for food. And the food for them was lying there on the down, close by, and he could not get it. Roast mutton, boiled mutton, mutton in a dozen delicious forms, the thought of it was as distressing, as maddening, as that of the peril he was in. It was a full fortnight before the wished thaw came. Then, with fear and trembling, he went for his sheep, only to find that it had been pulled to pieces and the flesh devoured by dogs and foxes. From these memories of the old villagers, I turn to the newspapers of the day to make a few citations. The law, as it was, did not distinguish between a case of the kind just related, of the starving, sorely tempted Shergold, and that of the systematic thief. Sheep-stealing was a capital offence, and the man must hang, unless recommended to mercy, and we know what was meant by mercy in those days. That so barbarous a law existed within memory of people to be found living in most villages appears almost incredible to us, but despite the recommendations to mercy, usual in a large majority of cases, the law of that time was not more horrible than the temper of the men who administered it. There were good and bad among all, and in all professions, but there is also a black spot in most, possibly in all hearts, which may be developed to almost any extent, and change the justest, wisest, most moral men into human devils, the phrase invented by Canon Wilberforce in another connection. In reading the old reports and the expressions used by the judges in their summings up and sentences, it is impossible not to believe that the awful power they possessed and its constant exercise had not only produced the inevitable hardening effect, but had made them cruel in the true sense of the word. Their pleasure in passing dreadful sentences was very thinly disguised indeed by certain lofty conventional phrases as to the necessity of upholding the law, morality, and religion. They were indeed as familiar with the name of the deity as any ranter in a conventicle, and the enormity of the crime was an expression as constantly used in the case of the theft of a loaf of bread or an old coat left hanging on a hedge by some ill-clad, half-starved wretch as in cases of burglary, arson, rape, and murder. It is surprising to find how very few the real crimes were in those days, despite the misery of the people, that nearly all the crimes for which men were sentenced to the gallows and to transportation for life or for long terms were offences which would now be sufficiently punished by a few weeks or even a few days' imprisonment. Thus, in April 1825, I note that Mr. Justice Park commented on the heavy appearance of the calendar. It was not so much the number, 170, of the offenders that excited his concern, as it was the nature of the crimes with which they were charged. The worst crime in this instance was sheep-stealing. Again, this same Mr. Justice Park, at the Spring Assizes at Salisbury, 1827, said that though the calendar was a heavy one, he was happy to find on looking at the dispositions of the principal cases that they were not of a very serious character. Nevertheless, he passed sentence of death on 28 persons, among them being one for stealing half a crown. Of the 28, all but 3 were eventually reprieved, one of the fated 3 being a youth of 19, who was charged with stealing a mare and pleaded guilty in spite of a warning from the judge not to do so. This irritated the great man who had the power of life and death in his hand. In passing sentence, the judge expatiated on the prevalence of the crime of horse stealing and the necessity of making an example. The enormity of Reed's crime rendered him a proper example, and he would therefore hold out no hope of mercy towards him. As to the plea of guilty, he remarked that nowadays too many persons pleaded guilty, deluded with the hope that it would be taken into consideration and they would escape the severer penalty. He was determined to put a stop to that sort of thing. If Reed had not pleaded guilty, no doubt some extenuating circumstance would have come up during the trial, and he would have saved his life. There, if ever, spoke the human devil in a black cap. I find another case of a sentence of transportation for life on a youth of 18, named Edward Baker, for stealing a pocket handkerchief. Had he pleaded guilty, it might have been worse for him. At the Salisbury Spring Assizes, 1830, Mr. Justice Gazeley, addressing the grand jury, said that none of the crimes appeared to be marked with circumstances of great moral turpitude. The prisoners numbered 130. He passed sentences of death on 29, life transportation on 5, 14 years on 5, 7 years on 11, and various terms of hard labor on the others. The severity of the magistrates at the quarter sessions was equally revolting. I notice in one case, where the leading magistrate on the bench was a great local magnate, an M.P. for Salisbury, etc., a poor fellow with the unfortunate name of Moses Snook was charged with stealing a plank 10 feet long, the property of the aforesaid local magnate, M.P., etc., and sentenced to 14 years' transportation, sentenced by the man who owned the plank, worth perhaps a shilling or two. When such was the law of the land and the temper of those who administered it, judges and magistrates or landlords, what must the misery of the people have been to cause them to rise in revolt against their masters? They did nothing outrageous even in the height of their frenzy. They smashed the thrashing machines, burnt some ricks, while the maddest of them broke into a few houses and destroyed their contents. But they injured no man. Yet they knew what they were facing, the gallows or transportation to the penal settlements ready for their reception at the Antipodes. It is a pity that the history of this rising of the agricultural laborer, the most patient and submissive of men, has never been written. Nothing, in fact, has ever been said of it except from the point of view of landowners and farmers, but there is ample material for a truer and a moving narrative, not only in the brief reports in the papers of the time, but also in the memories of many persons still living, and of their children and children's children, preserved in many a cottage throughout the south of England. Hopeless as the revolt was and quickly suppressed, it had served to alarm the landlords and their tenants, and taken in conjunction with other outbreaks, notably at Bristol, it produced a sense of anxiety in the mind of the country generally. The feeling found a somewhat amusing expression in the House of Commons, in a motion of Mr. Perceval on 14th February, 1831. This was to move an address to His Majesty to appoint a day for a general fast throughout the United Kingdom. He said that the state of the country called for a measure like this, that it was a state of political and religious disorganization, that the elements of the Constitution were being hourly loosened, that in this land there was no attachment, no control, no humility of spirit, no mutual confidence between the poor man and the rich, the employer and the employed, but fear and mistrust and aversion, where in the time of our fathers there was nothing but brotherly love and rejoicing before the Lord. The House was cynical and smilingly put the matter by, but the anxiety was manifested plainly enough in the treatment meted out to the poor men who had been arrested and were tried before the special commissions sent down to Salisbury, Winchester, and other towns. No doubt it was a pleasant time for the judges. At Salisbury, 34 poor fellows were sentenced to death, 33 to be transported for life, 10 for 14 years, and so on. And here is one last little scene about which the reports in the newspapers of the time say nothing, but which I have from one who witnessed and clearly remembers it, a woman of 95, whose whole life has been passed at a village within sound of the Salisbury Cathedral bells. It was when the trial was ended, when those who were found guilty and had been sentenced were brought out of the courthouse to be taken back to prison, and from all over the plain and from all parts of Wiltshire their womenfolk had come to learn their fate, and were gathered, a pale, anxious, weeping crowd, outside the gates. The sentenced men came out, looking eagerly at the people until they recognized their own, and cried out to them to be of good cheer. "'Tis hanging for me," one would say, "but there'll perhaps be a recommendation to mercy, so don't you fret till you know." Then another, "Don't go on so, old mother, 'tis only for life I'm sent." And yet another, "Don't you cry, old girl, 'tis only 14 years I've got, and maybe I'll live to see you all again." And so on, as they filed out past their weeping women on their way to Fisherton jail, to be taken thence to the transports in Portsmouth and Plymouth harbours, waiting to convey their living freights to that hell on earth so far from home. Not criminals, but good, brave men were these. Wiltshire men, of that strong, enduring, patient class, who not only as labourers on the land, but on many a hard-fought field in many parts of the world, from of old down to our war of a few years ago in Africa, have shown the stuff that was in them. But alas for the poor women who were left, for the old mother who could never hope to see her boy again, and for the wife and her children who waited and hoped against hope through long toiling years, and dreamed and started as they slept for joy that he was come, but waking saw his face no more. Very few, so far as I can make out, not more than 1 in 5 or 6, ever returned. This, it may be said, was only what they might have expected, the law being what it was, just the ordinary thing. The hideous part of the business was that, as an effect of the alarm created in the minds of those who feared injury to their property and loss of power to oppress the poor labourers, there was money in plenty subscribed to hire witnesses for the prosecution. It was necessary to strike terror into the people. The smell of blood money brought out a number of scoundrels who for a few pounds were only too ready to swear away the life of any man, and it was notorious that numbers of poor fellows were condemned in this way. One incident as to this point may be given in conclusion of this chapter about old unhappy things. It relates not to one of those who were sentenced to the gallows or to transportation, but to an inquest and the treatment of the dead. I have spoken in the last chapter of the mob that visited Hendon, Fonthill, and other villages. They ended their round at Pitt House, near Tisbury, where they broke up the machinery. On that occasion a body of yeomanry came on the scene, but arrived only after the mob had accomplished its purpose of breaking up the thrashing machines. When the troops appeared, the rioters, as they were called, made off into the woods and escaped. But before they fled, one of them had met his death. A number of persons from the farms and villages around had gathered at the spot and were looking on, when one, a farmer from the neighbouring village of Chilmark, snatched a gun from a gamekeeper's hand and shot one of the rioters, killing him dead. On 27th January 1831 an inquest was held on the body, and someone was found to swear that the man had been shot by one of the yeomanry, although it was known to everybody that, when the man was shot, the troop had not yet arrived on the scene. The man, this witness stated, had attacked or threatened one of the soldiers with his stick, and had been shot. This was sufficient for the coroner. He instructed his jury to bring in a verdict of justifiable homicide, which they obediently did. This verdict, the coroner then said, entailed the same consequences as an act of felo de se, and he felt that he could not give a warrant for the burial of the deceased. However painful the duty devolved on him in thus adding to the sorrows of the surviving relations, the law appeared too clear to him to admit of an alternative. The coroner was just as eager as the judges to exhibit his zeal for the gentry who were being injured in their interests by these disturbances, and though he could not hang anybody, being only a coroner, he could at any rate kick the one corpse brought before him. Doubtless the surviving relations, for whose sorrows he had expressed sympathy, carried the poor murdered man off by night to hide him somewhere in the earth. After the law had been thus vindicated, and all the business done with, even to the corpse-kicking by the coroner, the farmers were still anxious, and began to show it by holding meetings and discussions on the condition of the labourers. Everybody said that the men had been very properly punished, but at the same time it was admitted that they had some reason for their discontent, that with bread so dear it was hardly possible for a man with a family to support himself on 7 shillings a week, and it was generally agreed to raise the wages 1 shilling. But by and by, when the anxiety had quite died out, when it was found that the men were more submissive than they had ever been, the lesson they had received having sunk deep into their minds, they cut off the extra shilling, and wages were what they had been, 7 shillings a week for a hard-working, seasoned labourer with a family to keep, and from 4 to 6 shillings for young unmarried men, and for women, even for those who did as much work in the field as any man. But there were no more risings. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of A Shepherd's Life by William Henry Hudson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. The Shepherd's Return. Yarnborough Castle Sheep Fair. Caleb leaves Doveton and goes to Dorset. A land of strange happenings. He is homesick and returns to Winterbourne Bishop. Joseph, his brother, leaves home. His meeting with Caleb's old master. Settles in Dorset and is joined by his sister Hannah. They marry and have children. I go to look for them. Joseph Bawcombe in extreme old age. Hannah in decline. Caleb's shepherding period in Doveton came to a somewhat sudden conclusion. It was nearing the end of August, and he was beginning to think about the sheep which would have to be taken to the Castle Sheep Fair on 5th October, and it appeared strange to him that his master had so far said nothing to him on the subject. By castle he meant Yarnborough Castle, the name of a vast prehistoric earthwork on one of the high downs between Warminster and Amesbury. There is no village there, and no house near. It is nothing but an immense circular wall and trench, inside of which the fair is held. It was formerly one of the most important sheep fairs in the country, but for the last 2 or 3 decades has been falling off, and is now of little account. When Bawcombe was shepherd at Doveton it was still great, and when he first went there as Mr. Ellerby's head shepherd, he found himself regarded as a person of considerable importance at the castle. Before setting out with the sheep he asked for his master's instructions, and was told that when he got to the ground he would be directed by the person in charge to the proper place. The Ellerbys, he said, had exhibited and sold their sheep there for a period of 88 years without missing a year, and always at the same spot. Every person visiting the fair on business knew just where to find the Ellerbys' sheep, and, he added with pride, they expected them to be the best sheep at the castle. One day Mr. Ellerby came to have a talk with his shepherd, and in reply to a remark of the latter about the October sheep fair, he said that he would have no sheep to send. "No sheep to send, master?" exclaimed Caleb in amazement. Then Mr. Ellerby told him that he had taken a notion into his head that he wanted to go abroad with his wife for a time, and that some person had just made him so good an offer for all his sheep that he was going to accept it, so that for the first time in 88 years there would be no sheep from Doveton Farm at the Castle Fair. When he came back he would buy again, but if he could live away from the farm he would probably never come back. He would sell it. Caleb went home with a heavy heart and told his wife. It grieved her, too, because of her feelings for Mrs. Ellerby, but in a little while she set herself to comfort him. "Why, what's wrong about it?" she asked. "'Twill be more'n 3 months before the year's out, and master'll pay for all the time sure, and we can go home to Bishop and abide a while without work, and see if that father of yours has forgiven 'ee for going away to Warminster." So they comforted themselves, and were beginning to think with pleasure of home, when Mr. Ellerby informed his shepherd that a friend of his, a good man, though not a rich one, was anxious to take him as head shepherd, with good wages and a good cottage, rent free. The only drawback for the Bawcombes was that it would take them still farther from home, for the farm was in Dorset, although quite near the Wiltshire border. Eventually they accepted the offer, and by the middle of September were once more settled down in what was to them a strange land. How strange it must have seemed to Caleb, how far removed from home and all familiar things, when even to this day, more than 40 years later, he speaks of it as the ordinary modern man might speak of a year's residence in Uganda, Tierra del Fuego, or the Andaman Islands. It was a foreign country, and the ways of the people were strange to him, and it was a land of very strange things. One of the strangest was an old ruined church in the neighbourhood of the farm where he was shepherd. It was roofless, more than half fallen down, and all the standing portion, with the tower, overgrown with old ivy. The building itself stood in the centre of a huge round earthwork and trench, with large barrows on the ground outside the circle. Concerning this church he had a wonderful story. Its decay and ruin had come about after the great bell in the tower had mysteriously disappeared, stolen one stormy night, it was believed, by the devil himself. The stolen bell, it was discovered, had been flung into a small river at a distance of some miles from the church, and there in summer time, when the water was low, it could be distinctly seen lying half buried in the mud at the bottom. But all the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't pull it out. The devil, who pulled the other way, was strongest. Eventually some wise person said that a team of white oxen would be able to pull it out, and after much seeking the white oxen were obtained, and thick ropes were tied to the sunken bell, and the cattle were goaded and yelled at and tugged and strained until the bell came up and was finally drawn right up to the top of the steep cliff-like bank of the stream. Then one of the teamsters shouted in triumph, "Now we've got out the bell, in spite of all the devils in hell!" And no sooner had he spoken the bold words than the ropes parted, and back tumbled the bell into its old place at the bottom of the river, where it remains to this day. Caleb had once met a man in those parts who assured him that he had seen the bell with his own eyes, lying nearly buried in mud at the bottom of the stream. The legend is not in the history of Dorset. A much more prosaic account of the disappearance of the bell is there given, in which the devil took no part, unless he was at the back of the bad men who were concerned in the business. But in this strange remote country, outside of Wiltshire, Bawcombe was in a region where anything might have happened, where the very soil and pasture were unlike that of his native country, and the mud adhered to his boots in a most unaccountable way. It was almost uncanny. Doubtless he was homesick. For a month or two before the end of the year he asked his master to look out for another shepherd. This was a great disappointment to the farmer. He had gone a distance from home to secure a good shepherd, and had hoped to keep him permanently, and now after a single year he was going to lose him. What did the shepherd want? He would do anything to please him, and begged him to stay another year. But no, his mind was set on going back to his own native village and to his own people. And so when his long year was ended he took his crook and set out over the hills and valleys, followed by a cart containing his sticks and wife and children. And at home with his old parents and his people he was happy once more. In a short time he found a place as head shepherd with a cottage in the village, and followed his flock on the old familiar down, and everything again was as it had been from the beginning of life, and as he desired it to be even to the end. His return resulted incidentally in other changes and migrations in the Bawcombe family. His elder brother Joseph, unmarried still, although his senior by about 8 years, had not got on well at home. He was a person of a peculiar disposition, so silent, with so fixed and unsmiling an expression, that he gave the idea of a stolid, thick-skinned man, but at bottom he was of a sensitive nature, and feeling that his master did not treat him properly, he gave up his place and was for a long time without one. He was singularly attentive to all that fell from Caleb about his wide wanderings and strange experiences, especially in the distant Dorset country, and at length, about a year after his brother's return, he announced his intention of going away from his native place for good, to seek his fortune in some distant place where his services would perhaps be better appreciated. When asked where he intended going, he answered that he was going to look for a place in that part of Dorset where Caleb had been shepherd for a year and had been so highly thought of. Now Joseph, being a single man, had no sticks. All his possessions went into a bundle, which he carried tied to his crook, and with his sheepdog following at his heels, he set forth early one morning on the most important adventure of his life. Then occurred an instance of what we call a coincidence, but which the shepherd of the Downs, nursed in the old beliefs and traditions, prefers to regard as an act of Providence. About noon he was trudging along in the turnpike road when he was met by a farmer driving in a trap, who pulled up to speak to him, and asked him if he could say how far it was to Winterbourne Bishop. Joseph replied that it was about 14 miles. He had left Bishop that morning. Then the farmer asked him if he knew a man there named Caleb Bawcombe, and if he had a place as shepherd there, as he was now on his way to look for him and to try and persuade him to go back to Dorset, where he had been his head shepherd for the space of a year. Joseph said that Caleb had a place as head shepherd on a farm at Bishop, that he was satisfied with it, and was, moreover, one that preferred to bide in his native place. The farmer was disappointed, and the other added, "Maybe you've heard Caleb speak of his elder brother Joseph. I be he." "What!" exclaimed the farmer. "You're Caleb's brother? Where be going, then? To a new place?" "I've got no place. I be going to look for a place in Dorsetshire." "'Tis strange to hear you say that," exclaimed the farmer. He was going, he said, to see Caleb, and if he would not or could not go back to Dorset himself, to ask him to recommend some man of the village to him, for he was tired of the ways of the shepherds of his own part of the country, and his heart was set on getting a man from Caleb's village, where shepherds understood sheep and knew their work. "Now look here, shepherd," he continued, "if you'll engage yourself to me for a year, I'll go no farther, but take you right back with me in the trap." The shepherd was very glad to accept the offer. He devoutly believed that in making it the farmer was but acting in accordance with the will of a power that was mindful of man and kept watch on him, even on his poor servant Joseph, who had left his home and people to be a stranger in a strange land. So well did servant and master agree that Joseph never had occasion to look for another place. When his master died an old man, his son succeeded him as tenant of the farm, and he continued with the son until he was past work. Before his first year was out, his younger sister Hannah came to live with him and keep house, and eventually they both got married, Joseph to a young woman of the place, and Hannah to a small working farmer whose farm was about a mile from the village. Children were born to both, and in time grew up, Joseph's sons following their father's vocation, while Hannah's were brought up to work on the farm. And some of them, too, got married in time and had children of their own. These are the main incidents in the lives of Joseph and Hannah, related to me at different times by their brother. He had followed their fortunes from a distance, sometimes getting a message or hearing of them incidentally, but he did not see them. Joseph never returned to his native village, and the visits of Hannah to her old home had been few and had long ceased. But he cherished a deep enduring affection for both. He was always anxiously waiting and hoping for tidings of them, for Joseph was now a feeble old man, living with one of his sons, and Hannah, long a widow, was in declining health, but still kept the farm, assisted by one of her sons and 2 unmarried daughters. Though he had not heard for a long time, it never occurred to him to write, nor did they ever write to him. Then, when I was staying at Winterbourne Bishop and had the intention of shortly paying a visit to Caleb, it occurred to me one day to go into Dorset and look for these absent ones, so as to be able to give him an account of their state. It was not a long journey, and arrived at the village, I soon found a son of Joseph, a fine-looking man who took me to his cottage, where his wife led me into the old shepherd's room. I found him very aged in appearance, with a grey face and sunken cheeks, lying on his bed and breathing with difficulty. But when I spoke to him of Caleb, a light of joy came into his eyes, and he raised himself on his pillows and questioned me eagerly about his brother's state and family, and begged me to assure Caleb that he was still quite well, although too feeble to get around much, and that his children were taking good care of him. From the old brother I went on to seek the young sister there was a difference of more than 20 years in their respective ages and found her at dinner in the large old farmhouse kitchen. At all events she was presiding, the others present being her son, their hired labourer, the farm boy, and 2 unmarried daughters. She herself tasted no food. I joined them at their meal, and it gladdened and saddened me at the same time to be with this woman, for she was Caleb's sister, and was attractive in herself, looking strangely young for her age, with beautiful dark soft eyes, and but few white threads in her abundant black hair. The attraction was also in her voice and speech and manner. But, alas, there was that in her face which was painful to witness, the signs of long suffering, of nights that bring no refreshment, an expression in the eyes of one that is looking anxiously out into the dim distance, a vast unbounded prospect, but with clouds and darkness resting on it. It was not without a feeling of heaviness at the heart that I said good-bye to her, nor was I surprised when, less than a year later, Caleb received news of her death. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of A Shepherd's Life by William Henry Hudson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. The Dark People of the Village. How the materials for this book were obtained, the hedgehog hunter, a gypsy taste, history of a dark-skinned family, hedgehog-eaters, half-bred and true gypsies, perfect health, eating carrion, mysterious knowledge and faculties, the 3 dark Wiltshire types, story of another dark man of the village, account of Liddy, his shepherding, a happy life with horses, dies of a broken heart, his daughter. I have sometimes laughed to myself when thinking how a large part of the material composing this book was collected. It came to me in conversations, at intervals, during several years, with the shepherd. In his long life in his native village, a good deal of it spent on the quiet down, he had seen many things it was or would be interesting to hear. The things which had interested him too at the time and had fallen into oblivion, yet might be recovered. I discovered that it was of little use to question him. The one valuable recollection he possessed on any subject would, as a rule, not be available when wanted. It would lie just beneath the surface, so to speak, and he would pass and repass over the ground without seeing it. He would not know that it was there. It would be like the acorn which a jay or squirrel has hidden and forgotten all about, which he will nevertheless recover some day if by chance something occurs to remind him of it. The only method was to talk about the things he knew, and when by chance he was reminded of some old experience or some little observation or incident worth hearing, to make a note of it, then wait patiently for something else. It was a very slow process, but it is not unlike the one we practice always with regard to wild nature. We are not in a hurry, but are always watchful, with eyes and ears and mind open to what may come. It is a mental habit, and when nothing comes we are not disappointed. The act of watching has been a sufficient pleasure, and when something does come we take it joyfully, as it were a gift, a valuable object picked up by chance in our walks. When I turned into the shepherd's cottage, if it was in winter and he was sitting by the fire, I would sit and smoke with him, and if we were in a talking mood, I would tell him where I had been and what I had heard and seen, on the heath, in the woods, in the village, or anywhere, on the chance of its reminding him of something worth hearing in his past life. One Sunday morning in the late summer, during one of my visits to him, I was out walking in the woods and found a man of the village, a farm labourer, with his small boy, hunting for hedgehogs. He had caught and killed 2, which the boy was carrying. He told me he was very fond of the flesh of hedgehogs. Pigs, he called them for short. He said he would not exchange one for a rabbit. He always spent his holidays pig hunting. He had no dog and didn't want one. He found them himself, and his method was to look for the kind of place in which they were accustomed to live, a thick mass of bramble growing at the side of an old ditch as a rule. He would force his way into it, and, moving round and round, trample down the roots and loose earth and dead leaves with his heavy iron-shod boots until he broke into the nest or cell of the spiny little beast hidden away under the bush. He was a short, broad-faced man with a brown skin, black hair, and intensely black eyes. Talking with the shepherd that evening, I told him of the encounter, and remarked that the man was probably a gipsy in blood, although a labourer, living in the village and married to a woman with blue eyes who belonged to the place. This incident reminded him of a family named Target in his native village, consisting of 4 brothers and a sister. He knew them first when he was a boy himself, but could not remember their parents. It seemed as if they didn't have any, he said. The 4 brothers were very much alike, short, with broad faces, black eyes and hair, and brown skins. They were good workers, but somehow they were never treated by the farmers like the other men. They were paid less wages, as much as 2 to 4 shillings a week less per man, and made to do things that others would not do, and generally imposed upon. It was known to every employer of labour in the place that they could be imposed upon, yet they were not fools, and occasionally, if their master went too far in bullying and abusing them, and compelling them to work overtime every day, they would have sudden violent outbursts of rage and go off without any pay at all. What became of their sister he never knew, but none of the 4 brothers ever married. They lived together always, and 2 died in the village, the other 2 going to finish their lives in the workhouse. One of the curious things about these brothers was that they had a passion for eating hedgehogs. They had it from boyhood, and as boys used to go a distance from home and spend the day hunting in hedges and thickets. When they captured a hedgehog, they would make a small fire in some sheltered spot and roast it, and while it was roasting one of them would go to the nearest cottage to beg for a pinch of salt, which was generally given. These, too, I said, must have been gipsies, at all events on one side. Where there is a cross, the gipsy strain is generally strongest, although the children, if brought up in the community, often remain in it all their lives, but they are never quite of it. Their love of wildness and of eating wild flesh remains in them, and it is also probable that there is an instability of character, a restlessness, which the small farmers who usually employ such men know and trade on. The gipsy who takes to farm work must not look for the same treatment as the big-framed, white-skinned man, who is as strong, enduring, and unchangeable as a draught horse or ox, and constant as the sun itself. The gipsy element is found in many, if not most, villages in the south of England. I know one large scattered village where it appears predominant, as dirty and disorderly looking a place as can be imagined, the ground round every cottage resembling a gipsy camp, but worse owing to its greater litter of old rags and rubbish strewn about. But the people, like all gipsies, are not so poor as they look, and most of the cottagers keep a trap and pony with which they scour the country for many miles around, in quest of bones, rags, and bottles, and anything else they can buy for a few pence, also anything they can pick up for nothing. This is almost the only kind of settled life which a man with a good deal of gipsy blood in him can tolerate. It affords some scope for his chaffering and predatory instincts, and satisfies the roving passion which is not so strong in those of mixed blood. But it is too respectable or humdrum a life for the true, undegenerate gipsy. One wet evening in September last, I was prowling in a copse near Shrewton, watching the birds, when I encountered a young gipsy, and recognized him as one of a gang of about a dozen I had met several days before near Salisbury. They were on their way, they had told me, to a village near Shaftesbury, where they hoped to remain a week or so. "What are you doing here?" I asked my gipsy. He said he had been to Admiringly. He had been on his legs out in the rain and wet to the skin since morning. He didn't mind that much, as the wet didn't hurt him, and he was not tired, but he had 8 miles to walk yet over the downs to a village on the Wylye where his people were staying. I remarked that I had thought they were staying over Shaftesbury way. He then looked sharply at me. "Ah, yes," he said, "I remember we met you and had some talk a fortnight ago. Yes, we went there, but they wouldn't have us. They soon ordered us off. They advised us to settle down if we wanted to stay anywhere. Settle down? I'd rather be dead." There spoke the true gipsy, and they are mostly of that mind. But what a mind it is for human beings in this climate! It is in a year like this of 1909, when a long cold winter and a miserable spring, with frosty nights lasting well into June, was followed by a cold, wet summer and a wet autumn, that we can see properly what a mind and body is his, how infinitely more perfect the correspondence between organism and environment in his case than in ours, who have made our own conditions, who have not only houses to live in, but a vast army of sanitary inspectors, physicians, and bacteriologists to safeguard us from that wicked stepmother who is anxious to get rid of us before our time. In all this miserable year, during which I have met and conversed with and visited many scores of gipsies, I have not found one who was not in a cheerful frame of mind, even when he was under a cloud with the police on his track, nor one with a cold, or complaining of an ache in his bones, or of indigestion. The subject of gipsies catching cold connects itself just now in my mind with that of the gipsy's sense of humour. He has that sense, and it makes him happy when he is reposing in the bosom of his family, and can give it free vent. But the instant you appear on the scene, its gracious outward signs vanish like lightning, and he is once more the sly, subtle animal, watching you furtively, but with intensity. When you have left him and he relaxes, the humour will come back to him, for it is a humour similar to that of some of the lower animals, especially birds of the crow family, and of primitive people, only more highly developed, and is concerned mainly with the delight of trickery, with getting the better of some one, and the huge enjoyment resulting from the process. One morning between 9 and 10 o'clock, during the excessively cold spell near the end of November 1909, I paid a visit to some gipsies I knew at their camp. The men had already gone off for the day, but some of the women were there, a young married woman, 2 big girls, and 6 or 7 children. It was a hard frost, and their sleeping accommodation was just as in the summer time, bundles of straw and old rugs placed in or against little half-open canvas and rag shelters. But they all appeared remarkably well, and some of the children were standing on the hard frozen ground with bare feet. They assured me that they were all well, that they hadn't caught colds, and didn't mind the cold. I remarked that I had thought the severe frost might have proved too much for some of them in that high, unsheltered spot in the downs, and that if I had found one of the children down with a cold, I should have given it a sixpence to comfort it. "Oh," cried the young married woman, "there's my poor 6 months old baby half dead of a cold. He's very bad, poor dear, and I'm in great trouble about him." "He is bad, the darling," cried one of the big girls. "I'll soon show you how bad he is." And with that she dived into a pile of straw and dragged out a huge, fat, sleeping baby. Holding it up in her arms, she begged me to look at it to see how bad it was. The fat baby slowly opened its drowsy eyes and blinked at the sun, but uttered no sound, for it was not a crying baby, but was like a great fat retriever pup pulled out of its warm bed. How healthy they are is hardly known even to those who make a special study of these aliens, who, albeit aliens, are yet more native than any Englishmen in the land. It is not merely their indifference to wet and cold. More wonderful still is their dog-like capacity of assimilating food, which to us would be deadly. This is indeed not a nice or pretty subject, and I will give but one instance to illustrate my point. The reader with a squeamish stomach may skip the ensuing paragraph. An old shepherd of Chitterne relates that a family or gang of gipsies used to turn up from time to time at the village. He generally saw them at lambing time, when one of the heads of the party with whom he was friendly would come round to see what he had to give them. On one occasion his gipsy friend appeared, and after some conversation on general subjects, asked him if he had anything in his way. "No, nothing this time," said the shepherd. "Lambing was over 2 or 3 months ago, and there's nothing left. No dead lamb. I hung up a few cauls on a beam in the old shed, thinking they would do for the dogs, but forgot them, and they went bad and then dried up." "They'll do very well for us," said his friend. "No, don't you take them," cried the shepherd in alarm. "I tell you they went bad months ago, and 'twould kill any one to eat such stuff. They've dried up now, and are dry and black as old skin." "Oh, that doesn't matter. We know how to make 'em all right," said the gipsy. "Soaked with a little salt, then boiled, they'll do very well." And off he carried them. In reading the reports of the assizes held at Salisbury from the late 18th century down to about 1840, it surprised me to find how rarely a gipsy appeared in that long, sad, monotonous procession of criminals who passed before the man sitting with his black cap on his head, and were sent to the gallows or to the penal settlements for stealing sheep and fowls and ducks, or anything else. Yet the gipsies were abundant then as now, living the same wild, lawless life, quartering the country, and hanging round the villages to spy out everything stealable. The man caught was almost invariably the poor, slow-minded, heavy-footed agricultural labourer. The light, quick-moving, cunning gipsy escaped. In the Salisbury Journal for 1820 I found a communication on this subject, in which the writer says that a common trick of the gipsies was to dig a deep pit at their camp in which to bury a stolen sheep, and on this spot they would make their camp fire. If the sheep was not missed, or if no report of its loss was made to the police, the thieves would soon be able to dig it up and enjoy it, but if inquiries were made they would have to wait until the affair had blown over. It amused me to find, from an incident related to me by a workman in the village where I was staying lately, that this simple ancient device is still practised by the gipsies. My informant said that on going out at about 4 o'clock one morning during the late summer, he was surprised at seeing 2 gipsies with a pony and cart at the spot where a party of them had been encamped a fortnight before. He watched them, himself unseen, and saw that they were digging a pit on the spot where they had had their fire. They took out several objects from the ground, but he was too far away to make out what they were. They put them in the cart and covered them over, then filled up the pit, trampled the earth well down, and put the ashes and burnt sticks back in the same place, after which they got into the cart and drove off. Of course, a man, even a nomad, must have some place to conceal his treasures or belongings in, and the gipsy has no cellar, nor attic, nor secret cupboard, and as for his van, it is about the last place in which he would bestow anything of value or incriminating, for though he is always on the move, he is, moving or sitting still, always under a cloud. The ground is therefore the safest place to hide things in, especially in a country like the Wiltshire Downs, though he may use rocks and hollow trees in other districts. His habit is that of the jay and magpie, and of the dog with a bone to put by till it is wanted. Possibly the rural police have not yet discovered this habit of the gipsy. Indeed, the contrast in mind and locomotive powers between the gipsy and the village policeman has often amused me. The former most like the thievish jay, ever on mischief bent; the other, who has his eye on him, is more like the portly Cochinchina fowl of the farmyard, or the Muscovy duck, or stately gobbler. To go back. When the buried sheep had to be kept too long buried and was found gone bad when disinterred, I fancy it made little difference to the diners. One remembers Thoreau's pleasure at the spectacle of a crowd of vultures feasting on the carrion of a dead horse. The fine, healthy appetite and boundless vigor of nature filled him with delight. But it is not only some of the lower animals, dogs and vultures, for instance, which possess this power and immunity from the effects of poisons developed in putrid meat. The Greenlanders and African savages, and many other peoples in various parts of the world, have it as well. Sometimes, when sitting with gipsies at their wild hearth, I have felt curious as to the contents of that black pot simmering over the fire. No doubt it often contains strange meats, but it would not have been etiquette to speak of such a matter. It is like the pot on the fire of the Venezuela savage, into which he throws whatever he kills with his little poisoned arrows, or fishes out of the river. Probably my only quarrel with them would be about the little fledglings. It angers me to see them beating the bushes in spring in search of small nesties and the callow young that are in them. After all, the gipsies could retort that my friends the jays and magpies are at the same business in April and May. It is just these habits of the gipsy which I have described, shocking to the moralist and sanitarian, and disgusting to the person of delicate stomach, it may be, which pleases me, rather than the romance and poetry which the scholar gipsy enthusiasts are fond of reading into him. He is to me a wild, untamable animal of curious habits, and interests me as a naturalist accordingly. It may be objected that, being a naturalist occupied with the appearance of things, I must inevitably miss the one thing which others find. In a talk I had with a gipsy a short time ago, he said to me, "You know what the books say, and we don't, but we know other things that are not in the books, and that's what we have. It's ours, our own, and you can't know it." It was well put, but I was not perhaps so entirely ignorant as he imagined of the nature of that special knowledge, or shall we say faculty, which he claimed. I take it to be cunning, the cunning of a wild animal with a man's brain, and a small and infinitesimal dose of something else which eludes us. But that something else is not of a spiritual nature. The gipsy has no such thing in him. The soul growths are rooted in the social instinct, and are developed in those in whom that instinct is strong. I think that if we analyze that dose of something else, we will find that it is still the animal cunning, a special, a sublimated cunning, the fine flower of his whole nature, and that it has nothing mysterious in it. He is a parasite, but free and as well able to exist free as the fox or jackal. But the parasitism pays him well, and he has followed it so long in his intercourse with social man that it has come to be like an instinct or secret knowledge, and is nothing more than a marvellously keen penetration which reveals to him the character and degree of credulity and other mental weakness of his subject. It is not so much the wind on the heath, brother, as the fascination of lawlessness, which makes his life an everlasting joy to him. To pit himself against gamekeeper, farmer, policeman, and everybody else, and defeat them all, to flourish like the parasitic fly on the honey in the hive, and escape the wrath of the bees. I must now return from this long digression to my conversation with the shepherd about the dark people of the village. There were, I continued, other black-eyed and black-haired people in the village who had no gypsy blood in their veins. So far as I could make out, there were dark people of 3 originally distinct and widely different races in the Wiltshire Downs. There was a good deal of mixed blood, no doubt, and many dark persons could not be identified as belonging to any particular race. Nevertheless, 3 distinct types could be traced among the dark people, and I took them to be, first, the gypsy, rather short of stature, brown-skinned, with broad face and high cheek-bones, like the men we had just been speaking of. Secondly, the men and women of white skins and good features, who had rather broad faces and round heads, and were physically and mentally just as good as the best blue-eyed people. These were probably the descendants of the dark, broad-faced Wilsitas, who came over at the time when the country was being overrun with the English and other nations or tribes, and who colonized in Wiltshire and gave it their name. The third type differed widely from both the others. They were smallest in size, and had narrow heads and long or oval faces, and were very dark, with brown skins. They also differed mentally from the others, being of a more lively disposition and hotter temper. The characters which distinguish the ancient British or Iberian race appeared to predominate in persons of this type. The shepherd said he didn't know much about all that, but he remembered that they once had a man in the village who was like the last kind I had described. He was a labourer named Tark, who had several sons, and when they were grown up there was a last one born. He had to be the last because his mother died when she gave him birth, and that last one was like his father, small, very dark-skinned, with eyes like sloes, and exceedingly lively and active. Tark himself, he said, was the liveliest, most amusing man he had ever known, and the quickest to do things, whatever it was he was asked to do, but he was not industrious and not thrifty. The Tarks were always very poor. He had a good ear for music, and was a singer of the old songs. He seemed to know them all. One of his performances was with a pair of cymbals which he had made for himself out of some old metal plates, and with these he used to play while dancing about, clashing them in time, striking them on his head, his breast, and legs. In these dances with the cymbals he would whirl and leap about in an astonishing way, standing sometimes on his hands, then on his feet, so that half the people in the village used to gather at his cottage to watch his antics on a summer evening. One afternoon he was coming down the village street and saw the blacksmith standing near his cottage, looking up at a tall fir tree which grew there on his ground. "What be looking at?" cried Tark. The blacksmith pointed to a branch, the lowest branch of all, but about 40 feet from the ground, and said a chaffinch had his nest in it, about 3 feet from the trunk, which his little son had set his heart on having. He had promised to get it down for him, but there was no long ladder, and he didn't know how to get it. Tark laughed, and said that for half a gallon of beer he would go up legs first, and take the nest and bring it down in one hand, which he would not use in climbing, and would come down as he went up, head first. "Do it then," said the blacksmith, "and I'll stand the half-gallon." Tark ran to the tree, and turning over and standing on his hands, clasped the bowl with his legs and then with his arms, and went up to the branch, when, taking the nest and holding it in one hand, he came down head first to the ground in safety. There were other anecdotes of his liveliness and agility. Then followed the story of the youngest son, known as Liddy. "I don't rightly know," said Caleb, "what the name was he was given when they christened un, but he were always called Liddy, and nobody knowed any other name for him." Liddy's grown-up brothers all left home when he was a small boy. One enlisted and was sent to India and never returned. The other 2 went to America, so it was said. He was 12 years old when his father died, and he had to shift for himself, but he was no worse off on that account, as they had always been very poor owing to poor Tark's love of beer. Before long he got employed by a small working farmer who kept a few cows and a pair of horses, and used to buy wethers to fatten them, and these the boy kept on the down. Liddy was always a leetle chap, and looked no more than 9 when 12, so that he would do no heavy work. But he was a very willing and active little fellow, with a sweet temper, and so lively and full of fun as to be a favourite with everybody in the village. The men would laugh at his pranks, especially when he came from the fields on the old plough horse, and urged him to a gallop, sitting with his face to the tail, and they would say that he was like his father, and would never be much good except to make people laugh. But the women had a tender feeling for him, because although motherless and very poor, he yet contrived to be always clean and neat. He took the greatest care of his poor clothes, washing and mending them himself. He also took an intense interest in his wethers, and almost every day he would go to Caleb, tending his flock on the down, to sit by him and ask 100 questions about sheep and their management. He looked at Caleb, as head shepherd on a good-sized farm, as the most important and most fortunate person he knew, and was very proud to have him as guide, philosopher, and friend. Now it came to pass that once, in a small lot of 30 or 40 wethers, which the farmer had bought at a sheep fair and brought home, it was discovered that one was a ewe that would perhaps at some future day have a lamb. Liddy was greatly excited at the discovery. He went to Caleb and told him about it, almost crying at the thought that his master would get rid of it, for what use would it be to him? But what a loss it would be! And at last, plucking up courage, he went to the farmer and begged and prayed to be allowed to keep the ewe, and the farmer laughed at him, but he was a little touched at the boy's feeling, and at last consented. Then Liddy was the happiest boy in the village, and whenever he got the chance, he would go out to Caleb on the down to talk about and give him news of the one beloved ewe. And one day, after about 19 or 20 weeks, Caleb, out with his flock, heard shouts at a distance, and turning to look, saw Liddy coming at great speed towards him, shouting out some great news as he ran. But what it was, Caleb could not make out, even when the little fellow had come to him, for his excitement made him incoherent. The ewe had lambed, and there were twins, 2 strong, healthy lambs, most beautiful to see. Nothing so wonderful had ever happened in his life before, and now he sought his friend oftener than ever, to talk of his beloved lambs, and to receive the most minute directions about their care. Caleb, who is not a laughing man, could not help laughing a little when he recalled poor Liddy's enthusiasm. But that beautiful shining chapter in the poor boy's life could not last, and when the lambs were grown they were sold, and so were all the wethers. Then Liddy, not being wanted, had to find something else to do. I was too much interested in this story to let the subject drop. What had been Liddy's after-life? Very uneventful. There was, in fact, nothing in it nor in him, except an intense love for all things, especially animals. And nothing happened to him until the end, for he has been dead now these 9 or 10 years. In his next place he was engaged, first as a carter's boy, and then under carter, and all his love was lavished on the horses. They were more to him than sheep, and he could love them without pain, since they were not being prepared for the butcher with his abhorred knife. Liddy's love and knowledge of horses became known outside of his own little circle, and he was offered, and joyfully accepted, a place in the stables of a wealthy young gentleman farmer, who kept a large establishment and was a hunting man. From stable boy he was eventually promoted to groom. Occasionally he would reappear in his native place. His home was but a few miles away, and when out exercising a horse he appeared to find it a pleasure to trot down the old street, where as a farmer's boy he used to make the village laugh at his antics. But he was very much changed from the poor boy, who was often hatless and barefooted, to the groom in his neat, well-fitting black suit. mounted on a showy horse. In this place he continued about 30 years, and was married, and had several children, and was very happy, and then came a great disaster. His employer, having met with heavy losses, sold all his horses, and got rid of his servants, and Liddy had to go. This great change, and above all his grief at the loss of his beloved horses, was more than he could endure. He became melancholy, and spent his days in silent brooding, and by, to everybody's surprise, Liddy fell ill, for he was in the prime of life, and had always been singularly healthy. Then, to astonish people still more, he died. What ailed him? What killed him? Every one asked of the doctor, and his answer was that he had no disease, that nothing ailed him except a broken heart, and that was what killed poor Liddy. In conclusion, I will relate a little incident which occurred several months later, when I was again on a visit to my old friend the shepherd. We were sitting together on a Sunday evening, when his old wife looked out and said, "Lor, here be Mrs. Taylor with her children coming in to see us." And Mrs. Taylor soon appeared, wheeling her baby in a perambulator, with 2 little girls following. She was a comely, round, rosy little woman, with black hair, black eyes, and a singularly sweet expression, and her 3 pretty little children were like her. She stayed half an hour, in pleasant chat, then went her way down the road to her home. Who, I asked, was Mrs. Taylor? Bawcombe said that in a way she was a native of their old village of Winterbourne Bishop. At least her father was. She had married a man who had taken a farm near them, and after having known her as a little girl, they had been glad to have her again as a neighbour. "She's a daughter of that Liddy I told 'ee about some time ago," he said. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of A Shepherd's Life by William Henry Hudson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Some Sheep-dogs. Breaking a sheep-dog. The shepherd buys a pup. His training. He refuses to work. He chases a swallow, and is put to death. The shepherd's remorse. Bob the sheep-dog. How he was bitten by an adder. Period of the dog's receptivity. Tramp the sheep-dog. Roaming lost about the country. A rage of hunger. Sheep-killing dogs. Dogs running wild. Anecdotes. A Russian sheep-dog. Caleb parts with Tramp. To Caleb, the proper training of a dog was a matter of the very first importance. A man, he considered, must have not only a fair amount of intelligence, but also experience, and an even temper, and a little sympathy as well, to sum up the animal in hand, its special aptitudes, its limitations, its disposition, and that something in addition which he called a kink, and would probably have described as its idiosyncrasy if he had known the word. There was as much individual difference among dogs as there is in boys, but if the breed was right and you went the right way about it, you could hardly fail to get a good servant. If a dog was not properly broken, if its trainer had not made the most of it, he was not a good shepherd. He lacked the intelligence, understanding was his word, or else the knowledge or patience or persistence to do his part. It was, however, possible for the best shepherd to make mistakes, and one of the greatest to be made, which was not uncommon, was to embark on the long and laborious business of training an animal of mixed blood, a sheep-dog with a taint of terrier, retriever, or some other unsuitable breed in him. In discussing this subject with other shepherds, I generally found that those who were in perfect agreement with Caleb on this point were men who were somewhat like him in character, and who regarded their work with the sheep as so important that it must be done thoroughly in every detail, and in the best way. One of the best shepherds I know, who is 60 years old and has been on the same downland sheep farm all his life, assures me that he has never had and never would have a dog which was trained by another. But the shepherd of the ordinary kind says that he doesn't care much about the animal's parentage, or that he doesn't trouble to inquire into its pedigree. He breaks the animal and finds that he does pretty well, even when he has some strange blood in him. Finally, that all dogs have faults, and you must put up with them. Caleb would say of such a man that he was not a good shepherd. One of his saddest memories was of a dog which he bought and broke without having made the necessary inquiries about its parentage. It happened that a shepherd of the village who had taken a place at a distant farm was anxious to dispose of a litter of pups before leaving, and he asked Caleb to have one. Caleb refused. "My dog's old, I know," he said, "but I don't want a pup now, and I won't have 'n." A day or two later the man came back and said he had kept one of the best of the 5 for him. He had got rid of all the others. "You can't do better," he persisted. "No," said Caleb. "What I said I say again. I won't have 'n. I've no money to buy a dog." "Never mind about money," said the other. "You've got a bell I like the sound of. Give 'ee to me and take the pup." And so the exchange was made, a copper bell for a nice black pup with a white collar. Its mother, Bawcombe knew, was a good sheep dog, but about the other parent he made no inquiries. On receiving the pup he was told that its name was Tory, and he did not change it. It was always difficult, he explained, to find a name for a dog, a name, that is to say, which any one would say was a proper name for a dog and not a foolish name. One could think of a good many proper names, Jack and Watch and so on, but in each case one would remember some dog which had been called by that name, and it seemed to belong to that particular well-remembered dog and to no other, and so in the end, because of this difficulty, he allowed the name to remain. The dog had not cost him much to buy, but as it was only a few weeks old he had to keep it at his own cost for fully 6 months before beginning the business of breaking it, which would take from 3 to 6 months longer. A dog cannot be put to work before he is quite half a year old, unless he is exceptionally vigorous. Sheep are timid creatures, but not unintelligent, and they can distinguish between the seasoned old sheep-dog, whose furious onset and bite they fear, and the raw young recruit as easily as the rook can distinguish between the man with a gun and the man of straw with a broomstick under his arm. They will turn upon and attack the young dog, and chase him away with his tail between his legs. He will also work too furiously for his strength, and then collapse, with the result that he will make a cowardly sheep-dog, or, as the shepherd says, broken-hearted. Another thing. He must be made to work at first with an old sheep-dog, for though he has the impulse to fly about and do something, he does not know what to do and does not understand his master's gestures and commands. He must have an object lesson. He must see the motion and hear the word, and mark how the old dog flies to this or that point and what he does. The word of command or the gesture thus becomes associated in his mind with a particular action on his part. But he must not be given too many object lessons, or he will lose more than he will gain, a something which might almost be described as a sense of individual responsibility. That is to say, responsibility to the human master who delegates his power to him. Instead of taking his power directly from the man, he takes it from the dog, and this becomes a fixed habit so quickly that many shepherds say that if you give more than from 3 to 6 lessons of this kind to a young dog, you will spoil him. He will need the mastership of the other dog, and will thereafter always be at a loss and work in an uncertain way. A timid or unwilling young dog is often coupled with the old dog 2 or 3 times, but this method has its dangers too, as it may be too much for the young dog's strength, and give him that broken heart from which he will never recover. He will never be a good sheep-dog. To return to Tory. In due time he was trained and proved quick to learn and willing to work, so that before long he began to be useful, and was much wanted with the sheep, as the old dog was rapidly growing stiffer in his legs and harder of hearing. One day the lambs were put into a field which was half clover and half rape, and it was necessary to keep them on the clover. This the young dog could not or would not understand. Again and again he allowed the lambs to go to the rape, which so angered Caleb that he threw his crook at him. Tory turned and gave him a look, then came very quietly and placed himself behind his master. From that moment he refused to obey, and Bawcombe, after exhausting all his arts of persuasion, gave it up and did as well as he could without his assistance. That evening, after folding time, he by chance met a shepherd he was well acquainted with, and told him of the trouble he was in over Tory. "You tie him up for a week," said the shepherd, "and treat him well till he forgets all about it, and he'll be the same as he was before you offended him. He's just like old Tom. He's got his father's temper." "What's that you say?" exclaimed Bawcombe. "Be ye saying that Tory's old Tom's son? I'd never have taken him if I'd known that. Tom's not pure bred. He's got retriever's blood." "Well, 'tis known, and I could have told 'ee if ye'd asked me," said the shepherd. "But you do just as I tell 'ee, and it'll be all right with the dog." Tory was accordingly tied up at home and treated well, and spoken kindly to, and patted on the head, so that there would be no unpleasantness between master and servant, and if he was an intelligent animal he would know that the crook had been thrown not to hurt, but merely to express disapproval of his naughtiness. Then came a busy day for the shepherd, when the lambs were trimmed before being taken to the Wilton sheep fair. There was Bawcombe, his boy, the decrepit old dog, and Tory to do the work. But when the time came to start, Tory refused to do anything. When sent to turn the lambs, he walked off to a distance of about 20 yards, sat down, and looked at his master. Caleb hoped he would come round presently when he saw them all at work, and so they did the best they could without him for a while. But the old dog was stiffer and harder of hearing than ever, and as they could not get on properly, Caleb went at intervals to Tory and tried to coax him to give him his help. And every time he was spoken to, he would get up and come to his master, then when ordered to do something, he would walk off to the spot where he had chosen to be, and calmly sit down once more and look at them. Caleb was becoming more and more incensed, but he would not show it to the dog. He still hoped against hope. And then a curious thing happened. A swallow came skimming along close to the earth and passed within a yard of Tory, when up jumped the dog and gave chase, darting across the field with such speed that he kept very near the bird until it rose and passed over the hedge at the farther side. The joyous chase over, Tory came back to his old place, and sitting on his haunches began watching them again, struggling with the lambs. It was more than the shepherd could stand. He went deliberately up to the dog, and taking him by the straw collar still on his neck, drew him quietly away to the hedge side and bound him to a bush. Then, getting a stout stick, he came back and gave him one blow on the head. So great was the blow that the dog made not the slightest sound. He fell. His body quivered a moment, and his legs stretched out. He was quite dead. Bawcombe then plucked an armful of bracken and threw it over his body to cover it, and going back to the hurdles sent the boy home, then spreading his cloak at the hedge side, laid himself down on it and covered his head. An hour later the farmer appeared on the scene. "What are you doing here, shepherd?" he demanded in surprise. "Not trimming the lambs?" Bawcombe, raising himself on his elbow, replied that he was not trimming the lambs, that he would trim no lambs that day. "Oh, but we must get on with the trimming," cried the farmer. Bawcombe returned that the dog had put him out, and now the dog was dead, he had killed him in his anger, and he would trim no more lambs that day. He had said it, and would keep to what he had said. Then the farmer got angry, and said that the dog had a very good nose, and would have been useful to him to take rabbits. "Master," said the other, "I got he when he were a pup, and I broke him to help me with the sheep, and not to catch rabbits. And now I killed him, and he'll catch no rabbits." The farmer knew his man, and swallowing his anger, walked off without another word. Later on in the day he was severely blamed by a shepherd's friend, who said that he could easily have sold the dog to one of the drovers, who were always anxious to pick up a dog in their village, and he would have had the money to repay him for his trouble. To which Bawcombe returned, "If he wouldn't work for I that broken, he wouldn't work for another. But I'll never again break a dog that isn't pure bred." But though he justified himself, he had suffered remorse for what he had done, not only at the time, when he covered the dead dog up with bracken and refused to work any more that day, but the feeling had persisted all his life that he could not relate the incident without showing it very plainly. He bitterly blamed himself for having taken the pup and for spending long months in training him without having first taken pains to inform himself that there was no bad blood in him, and although the dog was perhaps unfit to live, he had finally killed him in anger. If it had not been for that sudden impetuous chase after a swallow, he would have borne with him and considered afterwards what was to be done. But that dash after the bird was more than he could stand, for it looked as if Tory had done it purposely, in something of a mocking spirit, to exhibit his wonderful activity and speed to his master, sweating there at his task, and make him see what he had lost in offending him. The shepherd gave another instance of a mistake he once made, which caused him a good deal of pain. It was the case of a dog named Bob, which he owned when a young man. He was an exceptionally small dog, but his quick intelligence made up for lack of strength, and he was of a very lively disposition, so that he was a good companion to a shepherd as well as a good servant. One summer day at noon, Caleb was going to his flock in the fields, walking by a hedge, when he noticed Bob sniffing suspiciously at the roots of an old holly tree growing on the bank. It was a low but very old tree with a thick trunk, rotten and hollow inside, the cavity being hidden with the brushwood growing up from the roots. As he came abreast of the tree, Bob looked up and emitted a low whine, that sound which says so much when used by a dog to his master, and which his master does not always rightly understand. At all events, he did not do so in this case. It was August, and the shooting had begun, and Caleb jumped to the conclusion that a wounded bird had crept into the hollow tree to hide, and so to Bob's whine, which expressed fear and asked what he was to do, the shepherd answered, "Get him." Bob dashed in, but quickly recoiled, whining in a piteous way, and began rubbing his face on his legs. Bawcombe, in alarm, jumped down and peered into the hollow trunk, and heard a slight rustling of dead leaves, but saw nothing. His dog had been bitten by an adder, and he at once returned to the village, bitterly blaming himself for the mistake he had made, and greatly fearing that he would lose his dog. Arrived at the village, his mother at once went off to the down to inform Isaac of the trouble and ask him what they were to do. Caleb had to wait some time, as none of the villagers who gathered round could suggest a remedy, and in the meantime Bob continued rubbing his cheek against his foreleg, twitching and whining with pain. And before long the face and head began to swell on one side, the swelling extending to the nape and downwards to the throat. Presently Isaac himself, full of concern, arrived at the scene, having left his wife in charge of the flock, and at the same time a man from a neighbouring village came riding by and joined the group. The horseman got off and assisted Caleb in holding the dog, while Isaac made a number of incisions with his knife in the swollen place and let out some blood, after which they rubbed the wounds and all the swollen part with an oil used for the purpose. The composition of this oil was a secret. It was made by a man in one of the downland villages, and sold at 18d. a small bottle. Isaac was a believer in its efficacy, and always kept a bottle hidden away somewhere in his cottage. Bob recovered in a few days, but the hair fell out from all the part that had been swollen, and he was a curious-looking dog with half his face and head naked, until he got his fresh coat, when it grew again. He was as good and active a dog as ever, and lived to a good old age, but one result of the poison he never got over. His bark had changed from a sharp, ringing sound to a low and hoarse one. "He always barked," said the shepherd, "like a dog with a sore throat." To go back to the subject of training a dog, once you make a beginning, it must be carried through to a finish. You take him at the age of 6 months, and the education must be fairly complete when he is a year old. He is then lively, impressionable, exceedingly adaptive. His intelligence at that period is most like man's, but it would be a mistake to think that it will continue so, that to what he learns now in this wonderful year other things may be added by and by as opportunity arises. At a year he has practically got to the end of his capacity to learn. He has lost his human-like receptivity, but what he has been taught will remain with him for the rest of his life. We can hardly say that he remembers it. It is more like what is called inherited memory or lapsed intelligence. All this is very important to a shepherd, and explains the reason an old head shepherd had for saying to me that he had never had and never would have a dog he had not trained himself. No two men follow precisely the same method in training, and a dog transferred from his trainer to another man is always a little at a loss. Method, voice, gesture, personality are all different. His new master must study him, and in a way adapt himself to the dog. The dog is still more at a loss when transferred from one kind of country to another where the sheep are worked in a different manner, and one instance Caleb gave me of this is worth relating. It was, I thought, one of his best dog stories. His dogs, as a rule, were bought as pups. Occasionally he had to get a dog already trained, a painful necessity to a shepherd, seeing that the £1 or £2 it costs, the price of an ordinary animal, is a big sum of money to him. And once in his life he had got an old trained sheep-dog for nothing. He was young then, and acting as under-shepherd in his native village, when the report came one day that a great circus and menagerie which had been exhibiting in the West was on its way to Salisbury, and would be coming past the village about 6 o'clock on the following morning. The turnpike was a little over a mile away, and thither Caleb went with half a dozen other young men of the village at about 5 o'clock to see the show pass, and sat on a gate beside a wood to wait its coming. In due time the long procession of horses and mounted men and women and gorgeous vans containing lions and tigers and other strange beasts came by, affording them great admiration and delight. When it had gone on, and the last van had disappeared at the turning of the road, they got down from the gate and were about to set out on their way back, when a big shaggy sheep-dog came out of the wood and, running to the road, began looking up and down in a bewildered way. They had no doubt that he belonged to the circus and had turned aside to hunt a rabbit in the wood. Then, thinking the animal would understand them, they shouted to it and waved their arms in the direction the procession had gone. But the dog became frightened and, turning, fled back into cover, and they saw no more of it. 2 or 3 days later it was rumoured that a strange dog had been seen in the neighbourhood of Winterbourne Bishop in the fields, and women and children going to or coming from outlying cottages and farms had encountered it, sometimes appearing suddenly out of the furze bushes and staring wildly at them. Or they would meet him in some deep lane between hedges, and after standing still a moment, eyeing them, he would turn and fly in terror from their strange faces. Shepherds began to be alarmed for the safety of their sheep, and there was a good deal of excitement and talk about the strange dog. 2 or 3 days later Caleb encountered it. He was returning from his flock at the side of a large grass field where 4 or 5 women were occupied cutting the thistles, and the dog, which he immediately recognized as the one he had seen at the turnpike, was following one of the women about. She was greatly alarmed, and called to him, "Come here, Caleb, for goodness' sake, and drive this big dog away. He do look so desperate, I'm afeard of he." "Don't you be feared," he shouted back. "He won't hurt 'ee. He's starving. Don't you see his bones sticking out? He's asking to be fed." Then going a little nearer, he called to her to take hold of the dog by the neck and keep him while he approached. He feared that the dog, on seeing him coming, would rush away. After a little while she called the dog, but when he went to her she shrank away from him and called out, "No, I daren't touch 'ee. He'll tear my hand off. I never seed such a desperate looking beast." "'Tis hunger," repeated Caleb, and then very slowly and cautiously he approached the dog, all the time eyeing him suspiciously, ready to rush away at the slightest alarm. And while approaching him he began to speak gently to him, then coming to a stand, stooped, and patting his legs, called the dog to him. Presently he came, sinking his body lower as he advanced, and at last crawling, and when he arrived at the shepherd's feet he turned himself over on his back, that eloquent action which a dog uses when humbling himself before and imploring mercy from one mightier than himself, man or dog. Caleb stooped, and after patting the dog, gripped him firmly by the neck and pulled him up, while with his free hand he undid his leather belt to turn it into a dog's collar and leash. Then, the end of the strap in his hand, he said, "Come," and started home with the dog at his side. Arrived at the cottage, he got a bucket and mixed as much meal as would make 2 good feeds, the dog all the time watching him with his muscles twitching and the water running from his mouth. The meal well mixed, he emptied it out on the turf, and what followed, he said, was an amazing thing to see. The dog hurled himself down on the food and started devouring it as if the mass of meal had been some living savage creature he had captured, and was frenziedly tearing to pieces. He turned round and round, floundering on the earth, uttering strange noises like half-choking growls and screams while gobbling down the meal. Then, when he had devoured it all, he began tearing up and swallowing the turf for the sake of the little wet meal still adhering to it. Such rage of hunger Caleb had never seen, and it was painful to him to think of what the dog had endured during those days when it had been roaming foodless about the neighbourhood. Yet it was among sheep all the time, scores of flocks left folded by night at a distance from the village. One would have imagined that the old wolf and wild dog instinct would have come to life in such circumstances, but the instinct was to all appearance dead. My belief is that purebred sheepdog is indeed the last dog to revert to a state of nature, and that when sheep killing by night is traced to a sheepdog, the animal has a bad strain in him of retriever or cur or rabbit dog, as the shepherds call all terriers. When I was a boy on the pampas, sheep-killing dogs were common enough, and they were always curs or the common dog of the country, a smooth-haired animal about the size of a coach dog, red or black or white. I recall one instance of sheep-killing being traced to our own dogs. We had about 6 or 8 just then. A native neighbour a few miles away caught them at it one morning. They escaped in spite of his good horse, with lasso and bolas also, but his sharp eye saw them pretty well in the dim light, and by he identified them, and my father had to pay him for about 30 slain and badly injured sheep. After which a gallows was erected, and our guardians ignominiously hanged. Here we shoot dogs. In some countries the old custom of hanging them, which is perhaps less painful, is still followed. To go back to our story, from that time the stray dog was Caleb's obedient and affectionate slave, always watching his face and every gesture, and starting up at his slightest word in readiness to do his bidding. When put with the flock, he turned out to be a useful sheep-dog, but unfortunately he had not been trained on the Wiltshire downs. It was plain to see that the work was strange to him, that he had been taught in a different school, and could never forget the old and acquire a new method. But as to what conditions he had been reared in, or in what district or country, no one could guess. Everyone said he was a sheep-dog, but unlike any sheep-dog they had ever seen. He was not Wiltshire, nor Welsh, nor Sussex, nor Scotch, and they could say no more. Whenever a shepherd saw him for the first time, his attention was immediately attracted, and he would stop to speak with Caleb. "What sort of a dog do you call that?" he would say. "I never seed one just like 'em before." At length, one day, when passing by a new building which some workers had been brought from a distance to erect in the village, one of the men hailed Caleb and said, "Where did you get that dog, mate?" "Why do you ask me that?" said the shepherd. "Because I know where he come from. He's a Rooshian, that's what he is. I've seed many just like him in the Crimea when I was there, but I never seed one before in England." Caleb was quite ready to believe it, and was a little proud at having a sheep dog from that distant country. He said that it also put something new into his mind. He didn't know nothing about Russia before that, though he had been hearing so much of our great war there, and of all the people that had been killed. Now he realized that Russia was a great country, a land where there were hills and valleys and villages, where there were flocks and herds and shepherds and sheepdogs, just as in the Wiltshire Downs. He only wished that Tramp, that was the name he had given his dog, could have told him his history. Tramp, in spite of being strange to the Downs and the downland sheepdog's work, would probably have been kept by Caleb to the end but for his ineradicable passion for hunting rabbits. He did not neglect his duty, but he would slip away too often, and eventually, when a man who wanted a good dog for rabbits one day offered Caleb 15 shillings for Tramp, he sold him, and as he was taken away to a distance by his new master, he never saw him again. End of chapter 20.